Narrated by Chloe Ryan. Prologue. Whoever said that life was hard knew what they were talking about. Seated in the living room of the loft Hazel Rose shared with her two best friends, Elise and Zoe, she felt the same way. Only now her two dearest friends were engaged, and Elise, the most recent one to get a ring on her finger and leave the loft, was in the process of moving in with her fiancé, Archer. All of Elise's belongings were being loaded into the waiting cars and trucks outside to take her away, leaving Hazel staring down at her painted toes, desperation clawing at her throat. "Why do you look so sad?" Hazel cringed, forcing herself to meet Elise's dark brown eyes. She took a seat on the coffee table, gathering up her long brown hair, resting it along one shoulder. No wonder Elise was engaged and moving on with her life. She was everything that Hazel wished she was. Physically, Elise was strong and fit. Emotionally, she was even stronger. Hazel envied that most about her. "Not sad," Hazel answered. Of course, Hazel was overjoyed that both Elise and Zoe had found their soulmates. But there was this little part of her, a tiny, ashamed part, that felt jealous. She wanted exactly what they had, and yet she felt too broken to ever achieve it. A lasting wound left from an ex-boyfriend that she never could heal. "I'm really happy for you and Archer," she said, more convincingly this time. Not falling for it, Elise's eyes narrowed. "Hazel?" Hazel despised how her shoulders curled, but she figured there was no way out of the inevitable. Ready to face a truth she'd been running from, she sighed. "I don't want to tell you, because I don't want you to worry." Weeks had passed, and the secret weighing on Hazel only got more impossible to admit. Everyone was so happy around her that she didn't want to ruin it. "I won't worry," Elise said gently. "I'm a PI, remember? I can help you figure out anything. We'll solve the problem." Again, Hazel cringed. Elise had been Hazel's best friend since grade school. There had never been any secrets between them, and since Elise had become a private investigator, her truth detector only seemed to sharpen. Realizing she had no way out of this, she admitted, "I can't afford the loft on my own. I've decided I need to give it up, but I have no idea where I'm going to go." Sure, she could go home and live with her parents, but that was about as close to hell as Hazel could get. Elise's hand snatched up Hazel's, holding tight. "You told me you'd be fine if I moved out. Why didn't you take me up on my offer to stay until you found another roommate?" Hazel snorted. "You can't live with me forever. It's okay. I'll find something else. Maybe you can help me find a place." Even she heard the heartache in her voice. Hazel had no idea where she'd gone so wrong. In high school, she'd been voted most likely to get married. And now she was pretty sure she was on her way to be the lonely cat lady. But she didn't even own any cats. Pathetic. At the obvious inner pity party Hazel was throwing for herself, Elise's eyes softened. "Okay, when do we need to do that?" "Tomorrow." Elise's brows shot up. "Tomorrow? What?" Hazel wanted to find a hole, jump in, and yank the earth down over her. From the moment Elise told her she was moving out, she kept thinking she'd find a way to make it work. But the hours kept closing in, and she still didn't have a solution. "I know it's bad, but when I told Mr. Wood, the landlord of the building, he asked if I could leave early because he had someone interested, and I said yes." Elise's mouth pressed into a very thin line. "Why did you say yes if you don't have another place?" "I felt bad," Hazel admitted. Her greatest flaw. She always felt bad for everyone else, which often landed her in a mess. Besides, Zoe said I can stay with her until I figure out what to do next. She'd called Zoe a half an hour ago in a fit of panic after realizing she had run out of choices. "Why are you staying with Zoe?" said a low, playful voice from behind Hazel. Heat simmered in her belly. She dared to look over her shoulder, discovering Kieran Black standing behind them with a box in his hands. Dear God, no man should ever be that handsome. Kieran was a New York City firefighter, and he was a friend, even though she doubted fantasizing about him nightly until she had no other choice but to slip her hand between her thighs, would fall into the friend department. He had a body made from long hours of training for the Ironman triathlon. Lean muscles stacked upon muscles provided eye candy that made Hazel crave things she simply never craved with any other man. Not even the only man she once thought she'd loved. The only man she'd ever let touch her. But there was something so captivating about Kieran that she really couldn't put a finger on. His trusting green eyes held mischief, and something else so powerful she wanted to get lost in them. His stylish, dirty blonde hair was made for fingers to run through it, and his short beard made her wonder what it would feel like between her legs. She realized she was gawking, and her cheeks burned. "Oh, it's nothing," she managed to say, breaking the silence. "Just thinking about staying with her for a bit?" Kieran frowned and set the box down on the ground. "Can't be nothing if you look that sad." Damn it, why was she cursed with wearing her emotions on her sleeve? She threw her arms up with a huff. "Do I really look sad?" "Yes," Elise and Kieran said in unison. "Great, just great." She reached for her favorite drink, a cola, on the coffee table next to Elise and downed a long sip before she admitted to Kieran, "I need to move out tomorrow, and I'm not really sure where I'm going to go." A pause. "My place," Kieran smiled. His smile was innocent enough. Hazel's thoughts were not. If she stayed with him, surely she'd see him after he came out of the shower. Maybe even with a shirt off. Lord, she'd see him messy-haired and sleepy-eyed after he woke up. Bad idea. Very, very bad idea. Kieran studied her, then chuckled. "I'm not sure why that's such a surprising idea. I've got an extra room and a basement to store your stuff. Use it until you can figure things out." Yeah, and willingly jump into a masturbation addiction. "You do not have to do that," Hazel managed to get out. "What doesn't he have to do?" Archer asked, setting a box down on top of Kieran's. He had short and stylish brown hair, softening him a little, but his dark blue eyes were wicked sharp. Elise beamed as Archer hugged her from behind and kissed her neck. "Hazel needs to move out of the loft by tomorrow because she's way too nice. Kieran offered his guest room to her until she gets things figured out." "Ah," Archer said. With a quick smile at Hazel, he added, "Do you need help moving? I can bring some guys over." This could not be happening. Hazel could barely control herself around Kieran lately, and she wasn't even seeing him every day. She wasn't poised like Elise and Zoe. She was sure to make a total fool of herself. Yeah, good idea," Kieran said to Archer, not acknowledging Hazel's bright red cheeks. "I'm sure a few guys from the station will help too. We'll get your stuff packed up quickly and get you moved in." He gestured toward the door. "Come on, I'll take you to get some boxes if you'd like." Hazel looked from Elise to Archer to Kieran again, who all looked at her expectantly. Her choices were limited. Move in with her parents, who'd nitpick everything she did and make her life a living hell. Move in with Zoe, who was so madly in love that Hazel was sure she'd spend every night listening to Zoe and Reese lose themselves in each other. She stared at Kieran and the sweet, trusting smile he gave her. "Are you sure?" she asked. This time his smile wasn't so innocent. "Of course. You're a friend. I'm glad to help out." Right. Friend. A friend who wanted to rip his clothes off. "Thank you so much, Kieran. That's nice of you. I promise I won't be there long, just until I find a new place." The wink he gave her set her toes on fire. "It's fine, Hazel, really. I like your company." Yeah, but would he like her ogling? Chapter 1. Seated at the breakfast bar in his kitchen, Kieran Black sipped his piping hot coffee and began to understand the meaning of the saying, "No good deed goes unpunished." His roommate of 3 days, Hazel Rose, stretched on tiptoe to reach a bowl on the middle shelf in the cupboard. The hem of her already short tank top rode up, revealing a trim waist his fingers twitched to grab. Her fair skin, speckled with freckles, made his mouth water and his groin tighten with a need that had been slowly killing him for the past 3 days. Hell, that's what this was, and he'd placed himself right into the depths of it. But when he saw Hazel's light blue eyes reveal her fear and loneliness, he couldn't help himself. He'd felt bad for her then. He still felt bad now, but he hadn't realized the depth of his desire for her until they were forced into close proximity. Hindsight was a bitch. Over the short time he'd spent with her, he discovered Hazel was good, sweet, nurturing, sexy, everything a man would want if he was looking for a wife. All the things Kieran shouldn't want. Ever since his parents' nasty divorce where they used him as a tool to punish each other, he'd sworn he'd never hurt another person like his parents hurt each other. From what he'd learned of Hazel over the last year, she barely dated, she didn't do one-night stands, and he doubted she'd ever let go of herself. Hazel was, with her sweet and romantic heart, the wrong woman for him. And yet, when she stretched up farther, her shorts inching higher, revealing enough of her incredible ass to make him rock hard, he'd gladly offer up his left leg for a night with her. When she reached even higher, he shot up from his seat. "I got that." She whirled around with a gasp, and as he met Hazel's pretty, wide eyes, he realized he'd yelled at her. He chuckled, though even to him he sounded tense. "You're going to hurt yourself," he told her gently. "You're probably right." She moved away with a laugh that warmed his chest, letting him reach for the bowl. "Thanks," she said when he handed it to her. "No problem." He returned to the stool behind the island and sipped his coffee again, concerned that he was growing too used to waking up to her already in the kitchen getting ready for her day. Desperate to get his mind on something other than bending her over the counter and riding her hard, he asked, "What's your plan for today?" "Just work." She added some yogurt, raspberries, and granola to her bowl before she met him at the island. "My editor's in a mood lately, and that means we all have to work a little bit harder." "Sounds fun." "It's not." She leaned a hip against the island, using her spoon to scoop up yogurt. "What's your day looking like?" "Going for a run this morning, not only to train for the upcoming Ironman competition, but to burn off the desire simmering in his blood. Groceries and some errands later. Tonight I'll be hitting up Phoenix." "Oh, cool," she said, a blush creeping across her cheeks at the mention of the exclusive sex club that catered to the rich and famous of New York City. He held back his grin. Never in all his 29 years had he ever met anyone as innocent as Hazel. His whole adult life, he'd surrounded himself with passionate people who loved sex. The dirtier, the better. He'd been involved in sex clubs and private play parties since his first week of college. Those parties that catered to the elite of New York City society was where he eventually met Reese, the owner of Phoenix, where he'd been a member since Reese opened the club. He had developed a strong friendship with Reese and Archer, head of security for Phoenix. Kieran rarely spoke to his parents now, by choice, to keep their drama out of his life, but he'd found a chosen family in his friends, and he'd walk through flames for any of them. "What are you doing tonight?" he asked. She leaned over the island, crossing her arms, revealing more than enough cleavage. Kieran breathed past the squeezing of his chest. He'd swear she was doing this on purpose to taunt him, but Hazel didn't have that type of manipulation in her. She blushed at even the slight hint of attention. She couldn't pull off something like this. Going to look at a few more places with Elise?
Like I said before, there really is no rush, he said, and she glanced up at him through long lashes. It's nice having the company.
Thanks, but I really don't want to overstay my welcome. He was about to reply that she could never do that, but a knock on the door had Hazel scooting away like a rabbit running from a fox. She opened the door a moment later, and Kieran's lifelong friend Hunt Walker strode in. He took in the scene, his light brown eyes scanning the room, something he did even before he became a cop with the NYPD. His golden brown hair was hidden beneath a Yankees baseball cap. He wore long basketball shorts, a muscle tank top, and sneakers. While Hunt didn't swim or bike, he always came on Kieran's runs when he trained. After he took in Hazel, his gaze cut to Kieran, and Hunt's brow furrowed slightly. Hunt never missed much. Kieran shook his head and moved to the sink. He dumped the rest of his coffee out and put the mug in the dishwasher. When he reached Hazel by the door, he said, "Let me know if you need me to go with you to look at any of the places." "No way," she said. "You're even pickier than Elise." He'd gone to see one place with her yesterday.
"Yeah, 'cause it was shit," he stated. "You deserve better than that, Hazel."
Her cheeks turned a darker shade of red. Hunt observed the situation like a cop, studying every movement, while Kieran slipped into his running shoes, lacing them up.
"See you later, Hazel," Hunt called.
"Bye," she said with a wave. Her gaze fell to Kieran and held. Kieran swore she looked at him like she wanted him to come and kiss her goodbye. He bit back the urge to take her into his arms and his bedroom and stepped out into the quiet, sunny morning. He lived in the Upper East Side. His Victorian brownstone was among the assortment of buildings with old-world charm in every direction. He'd inherited the property from his late paternal grandfather, who was the only reason Kieran wasn't a total screw-up. His parents divorced when Kieran was 12, and his grandfather helped him weather their rage, having Kieran stay with him often. Instead of leaving his inheritance to Kieran's father, he left it all to Kieran, and his own relationship with his father never recovered. But Kieran had loved his grandfather, and he appreciated the leg up the money offered him.
"Want to tell me what that was all about?"
Hunt asked, sidling up next to Kieran at the bottom of the porch steps.
"Nope."
Kieran shut out the world, focusing on his stretching routine, getting his muscles loose and limber for the run. When he finished up with his final calf stretch, Hunt raised his eyebrows.
"Are you sure you've got nothing on your mind?"
"Just ready to run," Kieran said, not even sure he could formulate clear sentences. He took off running at full speed, letting his emotions fuel his workout. The first 10 minutes were painful, each step burning, both his legs and his lungs crying out for him to stop, until he fell into a steady rhythm and his body felt lighter, his steps easier. When they reached the East River, running along the paved pathway, Hunt yelled from behind him,
"Fuck, man, slow the hell down!"
Kieran glanced back over his shoulder, barely registering the pain he endured. But one look at the way Hunt wobbled, he realized he'd been going hard. Hunt trained in the gym and had the thick physique to show for it. Kieran was lean from long runs, swims, and bike rides. He'd always been faster on his feet. He slowed until he was walking and then headed back toward Hunt.
"Sorry," he said,
swiping at the sweat on his forehead with his arm. Hunt was bent over, desperately attempting to catch his breath, his face cherry red.
"What in the hell are you running from?"
he asked. Kieran glanced away to the water.
"You know what I'm running from."
A pause. When Kieran met Hunt's gaze again, his brow was furrowed.
"Hazel?"
Kieran moved to the railing, leaning over it, relishing the coolness of the metal beneath his arms.
"I shouldn't have asked her to live with me. Biggest mistake I've ever made."
Hunt settled in next to him, breathless.
"Why? What's she done?"
"It's not what she's done," Kieran stated. "It's what I'm going to do if I don't get her out of my place." Her sugary scent, her luscious body. He was damn tired of bringing himself to completion with her on his mind, instead of tasting her for himself. Hunt's mouth twitched.
"Ah, I see. A little tempting treat is taunting you?" Taunting isn't the right word. She's not doing anything. Kieran tapped a finger against his head. She's in here, all the fucking time. Hunt looked out to the water, so Kieran did the same. Is it so bad that she's in your head? Hunt asked a few minutes later. She's single? You're single? Yes, it's bad. Kieran had thought this through from every angle. Hazel is a romantic. You know that. You've heard her talk with Elise and Zoe. She wants marriage, a family, that type of life. And that's not the life I want. Who's to say that's what Hazel is looking for right now? Hunt asked, as a couple of runners jogged past them. Of course that's what she wants. A sweet girl like that isn't looking for a fast fuck after a night of clubbing. Hunt's mouth twitched again. She is sweet, I'll give you that. But considering she's not in a long-term relationship and hasn't been in one since we've met her, maybe there's more going on there. Maybe she's looking for something different. If only it were that easy. Kieran sighed, looking out at the murky water again, a boat slowly making its way down the East River. And there's the other problem. I care. We all care about Hazel. Yeah, but I'll care about how she'll feel after I take what I want, Kieran explained. That is a problem, Hunt said. Then he gave a half smile. Maybe you're wanting something that you're not ready to admit to then. I want her in my bed, nothing more. Kieran remembered the yelling, the fights that went on for hours, the rage. He recalled the way his parents pulled and yanked at him, each one making him take sides. For years, they played horrible games, until one day, Kieran realized there was no love in his family, and he no longer loved his parents. How could he when he no longer respected them? He never trusted love after that. Hunt paused for a long moment. Sounds like you've got an opportunity on your hands. Oh, do tell. We've all seen the way Hazel blushes around you, the way she stares at you a little longer than anyone else, how she freezes when you walk into the room. She's interested. It's obvious to all of us. Why don't you find out exactly what she's interested in? Kieran frowned. Yeah, and what if she wants a relationship and I hurt her? You won't. The warm breeze carried the yeasty scent from the bakery behind them as Hunt dropped a hand on Kieran's shoulder. Your nature is to save, not to hurt. Kieran absorbed Hunt's advice, glancing back out at the rippling water. Something had to give. Ignoring his attraction to Hazel wasn't working. If anything, the lust pulsating between them was deepening. He suspected her being off-limits was what drove his insatiable need, but there was no pretending the desire didn't exist. He had to find a safe way to be with her that wouldn't break her heart. Before he could decide on a response, his cell phone vibrated in his pocket. He took a quick look at the screen. It's Reese. He's asking if we can meet him at the tailor's tomorrow at 7 o'clock for final measurements. Reese's wedding was 2 months from now. Archer's 3 weeks after Reese's. Kieran glanced up and Hunt nodded, then he fired off a text. Hunt and I will be there. Once he slid his phone back into his pocket, he ran his hand through his sweaty hair. Who would have ever believed a year ago we'd be attending not only Reese's wedding, but Archer's, too? Hunt used his shirt to wipe the sweat off his forehead. Not me, that's for damn sure. The thought that had been haunting Kieran lately still weighed heavily on his mind. He'd lived his life one way. He'd chosen to not date seriously or go the marriage route, to not bring children into this world, to not offer love and then mess it up somehow. And yet, being around Reese and Archer had him wavering. Do you think we're missing out? On what? On having a woman in our lives? Hunt grinned. We have women all the time. Kieran's skin crawled to even mention it. We don't have what Reese or Archer have. No, we don't. That's true, Hunt said in understanding. Both Reese and Archer had been longtime bachelors before finding themselves caught up in their women's spells. Nah, man, Hunt eventually said. We're not missing out on shit. A lie. After years of friendship, Kieran read right through Hunt. Have I chosen the wrong path? After a moment of thought, he knew he wouldn't find that answer today. Besides, right now, the bigger problem was keeping his hands off Hazel, a task becoming harder as the long hours ticked by. "Come on," he said to Hunt, taking off at a run again. "Try not to fall behind this time." "Bastard," Hunt growled. Kieran chuckled, and he ran faster. Chapter 2. On the 24th floor of a high-rise in the financial district, Hazel sat behind her desk in her small office, tucked between the lunchroom and the storage closet. She hit the down key on her keyboard, proofing her latest article, Celebrity Vacation Hotspots. The article was a fluff piece, and her brain slowly felt like it was dying with every word of hers she read, but at least the piece was finished. When she completed her last revision, she emailed it to her editor and then turned to the bank of windows behind her. While her office was among the smallest in a company that housed Stargaze, the biggest tabloid gossip magazine in North America, the wall of windows behind her at least gave off tons of natural light, revealing a postcard picture view of the New York City skyline. "Is there a reason you're ignoring my calls?" Hazel forced herself not to cringe, turning to her mother. "I'm not ignoring your calls. I've been busy." "Humph," her mother grumbled, moving into the office and taking the client chair. Most mothers would not come all the way across Manhattan to check in on their 25-year-old daughter if they missed a couple calls, but most mothers weren't Gabrielle Rose. A beauty from birth, Gabrielle was tall, a good few inches taller than Hazel's 5 feet 4 inches, and with the help of Botox and fillers, she didn't look a day over 40. Gabrielle came from old money. William Barclay, Hazel's grandfather, owned 11 major newspapers and 7 magazines at the peak of his career. When he passed on last year, his estate and the control of his companies went to Hazel's mother, which was precisely why Hazel, who loved reporting as her grandfather had, and who had none of her mother's cold-blooded business sense and lack of passion in life, refused to work under a Barclay company. Instead, she worked for a tabloid that had no affiliation with the Barclay name. Her mother scanned her office, frowning. "I see they still have you in here." Hazel put on her most polite smile. "You know I like this office." "You shouldn't," her mother said with disdain. "You're a Barclay. You should be in a corner office much higher up in this building." "Was there something important you wanted to talk about?" Hazel asked. "Yes, there is something we need to discuss," her mother said, her chin lifting with every word. "I've arranged a date for you tomorrow evening with Andrew Astor. You're to meet him at 6 o'clock at Le Bernardin." The snazziest restaurant in New York City. Whose son is it this time? The monthly blind dates were a regular thing with her mother, had been ever since Hazel graduated college. She stopped fighting against them after the first few months. It was simply easier to go and have a terrible date than deal with her mother. "Not a son," her mother explained. "It's the grandson of a fellow bridge member." She rose, staring down at Hazel like she was a pupil and not her daughter. "Do try and get it right this time." Gabrielle was gone as fast as she'd come into Hazel's office, and Hazel sighed, numb in all the places she should be angered about being played like a puppet. Her father, Grant Rose, was a somewhat decent man, but he traveled between the New York and Los Angeles offices, so he was never home, and avoided Gabrielle as much as possible. But her father's way of expressing his love was to give gifts. Sports tickets, concerts, backstage passes. He sent them all, and Hazel gave away every single one. She didn't like the feeling of being bought, which was why she didn't live in one of the houses her parents owned, or take any of the money they put in the bank account that she never touched. She'd learned long ago to take pride in her life, and to feel good about herself meant living modestly on her income alone, no matter how hard it became. A quick look at the clock on her monitor revealed she was nearly late for her meeting. She hopped up, grabbed her still piping hot chai latte in the to-go cup, and left her office. The telephone was ringing out in the reception area, where voices drifted down the hallway as employees arrived for their workday. When she walked into the meeting room, her co-workers Clive Morin and Gia Ramos were already sitting at the table and continued to talk non-stop while Hazel took her seat, until Chelsea Lang, their editor, entered the all-glass room. Chelsea was all the things Hazel had tried to be under the strict guidance of her mother. Naturally glamorous, there was never a strand of Chelsea's silky blonde hair out of place, and her makeup was always perfectly applied. Her crystal blue eyes damn near sparkled, and Hazel was confident she'd never worn the same outfit twice since Hazel began working for the tabloid a year ago. When Chelsea took her seat at the head of the table, Hazel sipped her drink before scooping up her notepad and pen, ready to get the day started. She began to swallow the warm, spicy liquid when Chelsea tossed a photograph on the table, and Hazel's gut twisted. The three people in the photograph were scantily dressed. The woman staring at herself in the gilded mirror wore gorgeous lingerie. Both she and the man behind her wore black masquerade masks. But the man who snagged Hazel's attention was on the right in the picture. He wore a gold mask and, dear Lord, heat pooled low in her body. Kieran. She forced herself to swallow her mouthful of now cool latte as Chelsea leaned her hands against the table and said firmly, "We need to find these people." Her stern stare fell on Hazel. "Why haven't you located them yet? You should have gotten more on this secret sex club to write another article about them." Months ago, Hazel had heard whispers about Phoenix one night at Afterglow, a hotspot nightclub in Manhattan, where she'd gone with Clive to mingle with movie stars and famous athletes to find her next big story. The only reason she learned about Phoenix's existence was because she put Elise on the case. No one could hide from Elise and her hacker, Penny. Of course, if Hazel hadn't learned about the club, Zoe wouldn't have Reese and Elise wouldn't have Archer. But on the other hand, now Hazel knew what the club meant to Reese and his friends, including Kieran, and heavy guilt gutted her that she was the one who first reported on the story and exposed Phoenix's possible existence to the world. Hazel forced her shoulders to straighten. Elise always told her to never present weakness when someone showed their teeth. "I keep hitting dead end after dead end," she lied breezily. Sitting beside Hazel, Gia blessedly added, "She's not the only one." Gia had the best, thick, dark, curly hair Hazel had ever seen, and her chocolate brown eyes held a massive amount of sass. "I've talked to all of my sources about this so-called sex club. I'm not finding anything." Hazel lowered her attention to her cup. She knew all about the mega-exclusive sex club that catered to voyeurs who enjoyed watching sex shows. Hazel was the only one at this table who knew the truth. The reason the tabloid got a hold of that photograph was because a horrible wife had blackmailed her husband. But Hazel would never reveal that, or even the existence of Phoenix. Reese was her friend now. They all were. Chelsea's snort drew Hazel's attention up. Her boss was glaring at the photograph. "This picture was our best-selling story yet. I can't even tell you how many letters I've received from people clamoring to get more details on this club and these guys in the photo." Hazel offered, "It's nearly impossible to identify them. They've got no tattoos, nothing to distinguish them." Chelsea's gaze cut to her. "Nothing is impossible, Hazel." She tapped her nails against the table before she looked to Clive, sitting across from Hazel. "Did you attend the gala this past weekend?" Clive was 23 and cute as a button with bright blue eyes and a killer smile. He nodded, adjusting his navy blue bow tie. "I mingled with the right people and even hung out with the drunk ones. I asked around, but no one gave up anything about this sex club." No one would. Members signed non-disclosure agreements, and no one was stupid enough to go up against the powerful Reese Harrington, who had long ties with New York City's high society. They'd end up jobless and publicly ruined before the end of the day. But Hazel suspected the members of Phoenix were a tight-knit group, and there was a good reason they kept quiet. They were protecting what belonged to them, a sexy adult playground where eroticism was a way of life. "Someone knows something," Chelsea muttered, pushing away from the table and moving to the window. She folded her arms, a pillar of strength and sophistication. "All we need to do is find them." Gia rolled her eyes. Clive's shoulders shook with his silent laughter. Hazel kept her expression neutral, playing the part of the person who knew nothing. Or so she hoped. Chelsea finally turned around, facing the group again. 20,000, she suddenly declared. "That's the bonus on the table for whoever gets me the name of any of these people." Hazel's heart promptly sank into her stomach. Sure, she could use the 20 grand for a down payment on a new apartment, but now she had a bigger problem than hiding Kieran's identity. She had to stop the two best reporters she knew from discovering everything she was keeping secret. After Kieran's run and shower, he'd received a call from one of his battalion chiefs, Mitchell Duggar, asking him to come to the station. Kieran had come off working a 24-hour shift last night and had the next 3 days off. He couldn't recall a time he was ever called in on a day off, so he went to the station right away, taking the subway to the Tribeca neighborhood. Firehouse Hook and Ladder Company 8, located in the 1903 Beaux Arts building, was home to him and his team, but to tourists visiting New York City, the base of the station was also where the Ghostbusters movies were filmed. Tourists often stopped outside to snap photographs to share on social media. Today was no different. Kieran made his way past the crowd and entered through the main arched gate. The truck was out, the lingering scent of exhaust indicating a call had come in recently. He entered through the side door, where a large Ghostbuster logo on the wall greeted him, a running joke in the station. He strode down the hallway and smiled at the newest member of their team, Samuels. She was a young, eager new firefighter, and while her frame was small, he'd seen her carry a man out of a burning building. She had his respect from day one. "Captain," she said, her long brown hair slicked back in a bun. "Leaving or coming, Samuels?" he asked. "Leaving, sir," she said. "Nice. Enjoy the night, then." She grinned. "Plan to." As he continued down the hallway, he heard voices coming from the administration area. When he passed the training room, he saw manuals on the table, but the comfortable chairs were empty. He stopped at the third office on the right, where he found Duggar sitting behind his desk reviewing paperwork. While Duggar was higher in rank, Kieran considered him a close friend. They'd worked together since Kieran joined the station out of college. "Actually doing some work today," he said, leaning against the doorway, arms folded across his chest. Duggar snorted, raising his blue eyes to Kieran. His hair was cut short, his face clean-shaven. "Hilarious." He gestured at the chair in front of his desk. "I'm sorry to have called you in on your day off, but I thought this conversation was better had face-to-face." A few things crossed Kieran's mind. One of them was certainly terrible. He thought of his picture, exposed in the tabloids. No one had ousted him yet, the mask covering enough of his identity that he doubted anyone in his personal life would recognize him, but he was still concerned. "What's up?" he asked, dropping into the chair. Duggar set his arms down on the desk, leaning forward. "You're being considered for promotion to battalion chief." Kieran let loose a breath at the good, unexpected news. Over the years, he'd worked his way up from a probationary firefighter to captain. 5 months ago, he'd passed the fire battalion chief promotional exam after 4 months of grueling studying and learning from the 3 other battalion chiefs. But he hadn't wanted to leave his station, so he had waited for an in-house promotion. "Who's leaving?" was Kieran's first question. "Navarro's been promoted to Jefferson County's assistant fire chief. He'll be transitioning there in a few months." Navarro was a longtime battalion chief who had Kieran's full respect. Duggar added, "McPherson has put Colson's name forward, so that's who you're competing with for the spot." McPherson was the 3rd battalion chief at the station, and Colson came to Ladder Company 8 2 years back already a captain. "Good," Kieran said with a grin. "You know I love competition." Duggar laughed. "You know I do too." His cell phone beeped on his desk. He reached for it, firing off a text. So no fuck-ups, all right? Keep it on the straight and narrow until we get word the spot's yours. Kieran grinned at Duggar's confidence and nodded. All clear. Good, Duggar said, slapping a hand against his desk. I suspect you'll hear news on the promotion in the coming weeks. He rose and tucked his chair back under his desk, so Kieran stood too. Got any plans for tonight? He asked. Yeah, I'm watching people fuck. Just a quiet night at home. You? Veronica and I are heading out to Mickey's for the game and some grub. Duggar gave a half smile. Heather will be there. She's still single. Want to come? Kieran let out a rough laugh. Heather was Veronica's best friend, and Duggar had been asking Kieran repeatedly to come and meet her. He'd turned his friend down every time, though now he hesitated, realizing he could kill two birds with one stone. Try his hand at dating again, and to stop thinking about Hazel for one damn night. Sure, let's do it. Duggar's brows shot up. Really? Why not? You said she's hot. It's just dinner, right? It is, Duggar said. And yeah, she's hot. An hour later, when Kieran followed Duggar into Mickey's, where his blonde wife Veronica was waving at them, Kieran realized Duggar wasn't wrong. Heather was tall, trim, and pretty, with big, light blue eyes accentuated by dark, smoky makeup. Those eyes followed Kieran the whole way to the table. Duggar dropped a kiss on his wife's lips, then introduced them. Kieran, meet Heather. Heather, meet Kieran. He offered his hand. Good to meet you, Heather. Hi, Kieran. She smiled, all pearly whites. He slid into the booth across from her at the heavy wooden table, while Duggar settled in next to him. The sports bar was exactly what you'd want in a sports bar, Kieran thought. Wood paneling on the walls, a wall-mounted flat-screen TV over the bar, and several spaced around the room. It was a comfortable space. They'd placed the drink and food orders in quick time, and when the waitress, in her short black skirt, Kieran noted, set his beer in front of him, Heather asked, You're a fighter too, right? Mm-hmm, Kieran replied, before taking a long sip of his drink. When he lowered the bottle to the table, he realized they were all looking at him. Duggar discreetly gestured at Heather. Kieran cleared his throat. What do you do for a living? He asked her. I'm a kindergarten teacher, she said, playing with the little umbrella in her drink. Don't you just love kids? They're cute, as long as they belong to someone else, Kieran said. It felt like a cold blast of air had descended on the table. He looked from Heather to Veronica, who both stared at him like he'd grown a third head. Veronica finally asked, You don't want children? No, he answered honestly. Silence. Duggar slowly shook his head, staring at Kieran like he was a damn fool, making him realize he'd said the wrong thing. Kieran asked Heather gently, You do, I take it. Yes, Heather said, eyeing him without any of the warmth she'd greeted him with. A house full of them. A crowd at the table across from theirs began shouting at the soccer game on the TV as Veronica asked, How can you be so certain you don't want them? I just don't, Kieran said. I've never wanted them. Both women stared at him like he had a disease they didn't want to catch. Duggar cut in, Kieran's good with children, whether he likes to admit that or not. He's on the board of Camp Kids. Oh, I've heard of that, Heather said. A few kids from my school have been to that camp. It's a really good charity. It is, Kieran said. My grandfather started it. He must have been an amazing man, Veronica said. Kieran inclined his head. There was no one better. Heather smiled at him, a bit of warmth back, except there was distance there now, too. So he'd redeemed himself as a good man, but not a man she wanted in her life. He breathed a sigh of relief when the food came. The conversation shifted as Veronica and Heather began talking about the new season of The Bachelorette, and Kieran thought the night was improving slightly until the bill came, which had been split 3 ways. Duggar took his and Veronica's. When Kieran reached for Heather's, she said, No, I've got mine, thanks. It's all right, Kieran said, offering a smile he hoped looked sincere. My treat. Heat, and not the good kind, filled Heather's narrowed eyes. I can pay my own bill, you know. I don't need you to settle it. Duggar was now fighting back laughter, and Kieran considered all the ways to kill him. All right, he said, sliding the bill to her. Everything he did and said tonight was wrong. Heather lifted her chin, which sure seemed like the equivalent to giving him the finger, before she followed Veronica out of the restaurant. Duggar barked a laugh, smacking Kieran on the back. Well, we tried, and we won't be trying that ever again. No shit, man, Kieran grumbled. Long after her workday, Hazel finished tying her running shoes and reached for the door handle just as the front door opened. Kieran stopped short, taking her in where she stood in the foyer, and suddenly her yoga capris and tank top seemed indecent. Though she also thought his jeans and black t-shirt would look better on the floor, so that hard body could grind. She shook the thought from her mind. Kieran was her roommate, at least until she found a new place to live, and he was her friend. Get it together, girl. He finally met her eyes and smiled politely. Off for a walk? Yep. It's late. I know, but the humidity finally broke and I figured I'd get a walk in before bed. She loved walking, even if she secretly wished she could run like Kieran and enjoy it. But she'd rather get a tooth pulled, so she'd made peace with her form of exercise. He watched her a minute, stone-faced. Mind if I join you? Dear God, no. She fought the heat rising to her cheeks. Just seeing him in the house made it hard enough to control herself, and even that made no sense. She wasn't this woman who lusted over anyone. But there was something so captivating and intense about Kieran that wove a delicious spell over her. Aren't you going to Phoenix tonight? She asked, reminding him he had much more exciting things to do than walk with her. I am, but not until later, he answered, already trotting up the stairs. I could use a walk before I go. It'll stretch me out. Just need a minute to change. She nearly laughed that he thought of walking as stretching, when to her it was an actual workout. But no matter how active he was, he never made her feel like she wasn't doing enough, or any of his friends, for that matter. He just loved what he did, and that was that. She liked that about him. In fact, she'd never met a man so hot and fit who didn't have a big head about it. In quick time, he'd changed into workout shorts and a tank top and had his runners laced up. They locked the door behind them and headed down the street, surrounded by brownstones and low-lit streetlights. A city bus sped by with a whoosh. Sirens blared off in the distance. You're quiet. Everything all right? He asked, breaking the silence, while they crossed at an intersection. Just a long, tiring day, she said, feeling the ache in the arch of her foot. She glanced sideways. My bed is calling me. Why so long? She nearly told him about her editor wanting more information about the club and the people in the photographs, but she didn't want to worry him. Not until there was something to worry about. Elise and Archer had tightened Phoenix's security, and the blackmailing wife who'd tried to expose the club was handled, and the matter was put to bed. Hazel hoped that stayed true. Elise and I looked at a few places after work. Oh, Kieran said. Did any work out? The aroma of cooking oil infused the air as they passed a food truck. Elise turned down 2 of the places on creep factor alone. At Kieran's laugh, Hazel smiled with him and added, the other one was just dirty. You'll find something perfect, Kieran said, turning sideways to let a pedestrian walk between them. I know, and thank you, but living with you is a temporary thing. I need to find a place of my own. I've never been good at depending on others. The moment the words left her mouth was the moment she realized she'd revealed too much, especially when Kieran's gaze turned probing. She quickly looked away at the cute French bulldog they passed before getting the subject off her. You were home late tonight, busy at work? I went on a double date with my buddy Duggar. Nice, she said, before she could even let that idea bother her. She had to get out of his house and quick. A crush was one thing. Longing for him was something else entirely. How'd it go? Terrible. Her heart leapt. Oh no, why? Brakes squealed next to him. He sidestepped and put himself between her and the street before he looked her way again. Duggar's been trying to set me up with his wife's best friend for a while now, but she asked if I wanted children. I said no, and it went downhill after that. Okay, well, first, who asks if they want children on the first date? Heather did. I guess she didn't like your answer? Not particularly. A long sigh spilled from his mouth as he shoved his hands into his pockets. Then I tried to pay for her bill. When she objected, I insisted, and that apparently was the wrong thing to do. Hazel burst out laughing. She couldn't help it. That does sound awful, and here I thought my dates were always shit. She nudged her shoulder into him. Don't you know that women like to pay now? It's not the 50s. It's good manners to pay for dinner, Kieran retorted. I have no idea why that would annoy her. It just does, Hazel said with a shrug. Kieran slowly shook his head and muttered, I do not understand women. She almost felt better about that, since she didn't understand men at all either. He added, but it's also been since high school since I went on a date, and even that wasn't really dating. They stopped at an intersection, waiting for the crosswalk light to change. When it pinged and the few people around them began walking, she asked, It's been that long since you've been on a date? Yes. She took in his gorgeous everything. How is that even possible? He shrugged. Because in high school, whenever I was with someone, we hung out in a group. I went to prom with a date and stuff like that, but I never actually went on a date as an adult. What about in college? She pressed. By college, I was attending private parties, which were in a similar vein of what Phoenix offers. I had no interest in a serious relationship in college. I liked freedom. Awareness settled in. After that, you had Phoenix. Exactly, he confirmed. The photograph of Kieran shirtless, wearing the mask, rushed through Hazel's mind, making her heat in places no woman should heat around a friend. A woman strode by, talking loudly on her cell phone. Kieran waited for her to pass before he went on. Honestly, I've spent my 20s and early 30s focused on my career and working up the ranks, which actually might have paid off today. Oh? There's a promotion to battalion chief that I'm up for, he said, as if it was no big deal. I'll know if it happens in a few weeks. She stopped on the side of the street beneath a streetlight. That's incredible, Kieran. How exciting. I'll keep my fingers crossed for you. Thanks, he smiled. She caught the sugary, nutty aroma before she glanced right, discovering a candied nut wagon on the corner of the road. Well, you're in luck. Not only do we have to celebrate, but I've got the cure to your shitty date. He followed her gaze and then raised his brows. I'm pretty sure Heather wanted to roast my nuts tonight, so I'm not sure how roasted nuts will solve my problems. Well, she said, heading toward the wagon. Normally I'd give you chocolate because that's the best cure for a date gone wrong, but you're allergic to chocolate. She realized her mistake the moment the words left her mouth, as Kieran's entire focus narrowed on her. To pretend she wasn't the stalker she was totally turning into, learning all his quirks, she offered, You wouldn't eat Zoe's birthday cake, remember? Right, he said. Only problem is I don't have money with me. It's okay, I do. She placed 2 orders before pulling her debit card from the little pocket on the side of her capris. Kieran snorted from behind her. So I can't pay for a woman's dinner, but you can pay for this? She glanced over her shoulder. Yes? He frowned deeply. Women are confusing. I won't argue with you there. She paid for the 2 bags of honey-roasted peanuts, handed him one, then headed over to one of the benches lining the side of the road. These are good, he muttered, digging into the pouch for more as he took the seat next to her. They sure are, she agreed, digging into her own. She liked how, no matter how healthy Kieran was, he still ate burgers and fries and wasn't too strict about his diet all the time. It made eating around him easier. So, she said, why don't you want kids? Kieran was a firefighter, active in his community and with his charity. She figured that a quiet life seemed right up his alley. There are hundreds and thousands of people out there who would make fantastic parents, but I am not one of them. He glanced sidelong, his stare steady. So, because I know that, I'll do the kid a favor and be smart enough not to bring them into the world. Makes sense to me, Hazel said, thinking of her terrible parents. A pause. You want all that, right? The husband, kids. She swallowed her last bite. I'd have a house full of kids if I could. An older woman walked by, dragging her dolly full of groceries. Kieran's gaze followed her for a moment before he asked, You're a baking cookies for your grandkids kind of person, right? Definitely. Then why aren't you dating anyone? The question was loaded, and Hazel simply didn't want to get into it, although she felt she could tell Kieran her secrets and he wouldn't judge her. That's a complicated answer. He looked like he wanted to ask more, but then his expression lightened. But that's the end goal? Yeah, I want a loving relationship, a marriage, all that warm and fuzzy stuff. You really don't want that? He snorted a laugh. Warm and fuzzy is not my style. Then he leaned closer. Which apparently is a good thing, considering tonight I discovered I can't even get past the first date. She hated that it was true. That makes two of us.
Chapter 3. The following morning, after a long run, Kieran came home to a handmade card sitting on the kitchen counter. He'd left for his run an hour before Hazel usually woke up for work. Drenched in sweat, he picked up the card. She'd drawn a fire station with "Congratulations" written above it. He flipped it open to find pencil drawings of fire hydrants and a Dalmatian, and her note, "You've totally got this. Keeping my fingers crossed you hear good news soon. Hazel." Something in his chest squeezed that she'd stayed up drawing him this card, instead of hitting the bed like she'd wanted to after they returned home from their walk together. He blew out a slow breath, grabbing a notepad and pen from the drawer. He nearly wrote 5 times, and then gave up trying to find the right words and settled on, "Thanks for the card, Kieran." The message felt weak and wrong, only reminding him again how out of touch with women he really was. Feeling like he was walking on unsteady ground, he took his shirt off and was wiping the sweat off his forehead when his cell phone rang on the counter. He snatched up the phone, noticing the call was from Lawrence Caldwell, the chair of Camp Kids. The nature summer camp in upstate New York for underprivileged kids had been established by Kieran's grandfather, Martin Black. He'd started the camp after seeing the emotional turmoil Kieran went through with his parents and wanted to create a place for kids to escape to. At one time, the camp had been small, with only a few cabins on the vast property on the peninsula. But when his grandfather passed away, leaving Kieran most of his wealth, the camp had grown. Kieran was pleased with what the camp gave back to the kids in his community. He was even prouder his family's name was attached to it, and he knew his grandfather would be delighted of the work Kieran had assisted with on the board of directors. He continued to invest his grandfather's money, using one of Lawrence's financial companies to ensure the success of the charity. "Kieran," Lawrence said as soon as Kieran answered. "How are things?" "Good," he replied. "Quiet. How's this quarter shaping up?" "You'll be happy," Lawrence reported. "We'll be depositing another $300,000 into the charity later this week, and from what I hear, we're looking good to expand next summer." "Excellent news," Kieran said, wishing he could do more, but business had never been his thing. He'd gotten his Bachelor of Science in Fire Science from John Jay College of Criminal Justice University before he received his EMT certificate from St. John's University, all with the goal to work his way up the ranks with the New York Fire Department to one day become fire chief. Any word on the next board meeting? Looks like a month from now. I'll reach out when I've got a date for you. Sounds good. Martin would be thrilled. Warmth touched Lawrence's voice. He would. Lawrence had worked beneath Martin when he first graduated from Harvard. Kieran said his goodbyes and hung up, glancing at the card again. He picked up the thick piece of paper, running his thumb over the pencil drawings. He'd never had someone do something so thoughtful for him. He liked it probably more than he should. The thought stayed with him throughout the day as he did his laundry and then ran errands, and her sweet gesture was still there on his mind later that evening as he entered the tailor shop. He followed the sound of deep laughter to the large fitting room, where Reese, Archer, and Hunt were already being fitted. "Sorry I'm late," Kieran said, accepting the tuxedo the tailor's assistant offered him. "You're fine," Reese said, sliding out of his jacket. "You're up next." Kieran hurried out of his jeans and t-shirt, carefully putting on the tuxedo, leaving the bow tie off and his dress shirt undone. He stepped up onto the small platform in front of a large mirror, but he didn't need alterations. The tuxedo fit him like a glove. He wore a suit for the fire department events many times, but that suit didn't compare to the tuxedos Reese had bought for him, Hunt, and Archer. Money bought this type of designer tuxedo, and only Reese had this kind of money. Archer's wedding was less formal, and they'd each bought beige dress pants and white short-sleeved dress shirts. "Damn, I could put James Bond out of business with this tux." "Thank you for the compliment, sir," the tailor said, moving around Kieran to pin the hem of the coat while the others laughed. Seated in the leather wingback chair on the other side of the room, sipping scotch, Hunt said, "Jokes aside, we still need to talk about the bachelor party." Archer had removed his dress pants after his sizing and returned in his jeans. He glanced at Reese with a beaming smile. "Might be a good time to tell them." Reese nodded and finished his drink, the ice clinking against his glass before he rested his arm along the back of the couch. "We've decided to hold a double bachelor party in Vegas." "Now that I can get on board with," Hunt said with a mischievous grin. "Where are the girls going?" Kieran asked, then realized how odd it was that it was the first question out of his mouth. Archer seemed to notice, his mouth twitching before he answered, "Miami, the same weekend we're going." Not wanting to put his foot in his mouth again, he nodded. Reese stared at Kieran in the mirror, telling Kieran he'd already revealed too much. It was that damn card, her thoughtfulness. He couldn't get her out of his head. "Will you be able to get time off work?" Reese asked. "Shouldn't be a problem," Kieran replied, glancing back over his shoulder. "A new kid on the team is looking for overtime, and I've got some vacation to use up. When are we going?" "This coming Sunday to Tuesday," Reese said. "It's the quietest time around here for us to go." "I'll talk with my battalion chief, but I'm sure it'll be fine," Kieran replied, as the tailor pinned a couple areas on the side of his tux. When the tailor finally backed away, he said, "You're all good to undress now." "Thanks." Kieran moved off the platform and into the changing room. As he slid out of the jacket, careful of the pins, Reese asked Hunt, "What about you? Any trouble getting time off?" "Nah, I'll be good," Hunt replied. Shirtless, Kieran removed his dress pants, folding them back onto the coat hanger, then did the same with his white dress shirt. Once he was in his clothes again, the beeping of his cell phone in his back pocket had him reaching for it. A quick look at the screen revealed it was a text from Hazel. He unlocked his phone, and the world slowed when he read her text. "I need help. Can you come to La Bernardin? I'm in the women's bathroom. Please don't tell anyone." Kieran shoved his phone back into his pocket and quickly left the changing room. "Everything all right?" Reese asked. They could read right through him, the result of a long, close friendship, especially Hunt. Kieran neutralized his expression and turned to them. "All good. It's work. I need to run."
We'll see you tonight at the club? Reese asked. Kieran nodded. I'll be there. He said his goodbyes, and he was glad that no one asked more questions before he left the shop. Blessedly, the restaurant was only 6 blocks away. He considered jumping in his truck, which was parked out front, but opted to run instead. It would be faster than trying to get through this traffic. Dozens of reasons crossed his mind as to why she'd message for help, and none of them were good. Barely out of breath when he arrived at the restaurant, he rushed through the front door.
Hi, the bubbly greeter said. Do you have a reservation?
No, he said. I'm meeting a friend. I know the way. He didn't let her respond, hurrying off toward the bathrooms he knew were in the back. He'd been to this restaurant once for a Christmas dinner Reese held many years ago. He let loose a breath when he arrived at the bathroom door. He knocked once. When silence greeted him, he opened the door to an empty room. Hazel, he called. Here, she said, her voice smaller than he'd ever heard it. He followed her voice to the only stall that had a closed door. Are you okay? A pause. No. Can you open the door? He thought for a while she wasn't planning on letting him in, but then the door opened. What he found made him want to bleed someone dry. Hazel sat on the toilet, her makeup in streams down her face from all the tears she'd cried. Her skin was ashen and her eyes more dead than he'd ever seen them. His hands squeezed tight into fists. Who hurt you? He growled. She parted her mouth, but only a squeak came out. Kieran had thought he'd known anger before, but that anger was nothing compared to what he felt right now. The innocence and sweetness of Hazel was stripped away, replaced by something cold and barren. Someone would pay for that. Though a quick look at her shaky limbs, and he knew now was not the time to worry about anyone else other than her. With one big stride, he had her in his arms, and she latched onto him tightly. He'd never had someone hold him this desperately. When he finally convinced her to leave the bathroom, he scooped her up into his arms and carried her toward the main entrance, but she whispered, "No, please, no." Kieran clenched his teeth, rage seething at the emptiness of her voice. He turned left, heading toward the kitchen. The restaurant's employees gawked at them as he entered through the double doors. "I need a back entrance. Where is it?" Wide-eyed stares greeted him, and he snapped, "Tell me." A line cook pointed to the right. "Just keep going that way. You'll see the back door." Kieran aimed for the door and was outside a second later. Keeping Hazel in his arms, he turned down a less busy street. Every step they took, he got looks from people unloading trucks or pedestrians walking, but he stayed focused on getting her back to his truck. He knew he needed to get her home, but he wasn't sure what he'd do once he got there. She was lifeless, lacking her usual spark that he didn't know how much he liked until it was gone. When he finally reached his truck, she held him so tight he could only release one arm, and she didn't move an inch as he pulled out his keys and unlocked the passenger door. He set her down on the seat, but she didn't let go. "Hazel, you're going to have to let go so I can drive us home," he said. She clung to him tighter. Something broke inside him at the way she held him like he was a safety line, and he wrapped his arms around her, holding her just as tight, saying soft words he hoped would ease whatever horrors she'd endured. Slowly, over many minutes, her arms loosened until she gingerly pulled away from him. Instinctively, he held onto her arms, hoping, praying she felt his strength. "No one can hurt you now," he promised. "No one will get through me." Her eyes watered and her chin quivered, her breath hitching. He thought there was no sound in the world that could break him, but as Hazel buried her face into her hands and sobbed, he realized he was wrong. Hazel could recall only a few times she ever felt truly exhausted, and as she sat on Kieran's couch with a blanket wrapped around her, she knew she'd never known this depth of exhaustion. She barely registered when Kieran walked into the room, but soon noticed the glass he offered her. "Thanks," she said, taking it and hurrying to take a long sip,
reveling in the burn of scotch rushing down her throat. Kieran took a seat on the coffee table directly in front of her and leveled her with those all-seeing eyes of his. "Do you want me to call Zoe and Elise?" She shook her head. "I don't want to worry Zoe. Elise will kill him." Kieran's expression closed off, his emotions locked up tight. The silence was full of unanswered questions. "You scared me tonight," he finally said. "I don't scare easily." She swallowed, believing that was very much true. "I'm sorry if I worried you. I didn't know who else to call." "God, Hazel, don't be sorry," he said, leaning in and taking her free hand in his, holding it tight. "Be anything but sorry." The warmth and strength of his touch had her chin quivering, and she looked down at her glass before he could see her tears. She stayed that way for a while before a gentle finger lifted her chin. Everything felt wrong and horrible until she met Kieran's tender expression again. "Are you in trouble?" he asked. "No." He inhaled slowly, and the sound was rough from his mouth when he exhaled. "Did someone hurt you at the restaurant?" Again she swallowed and managed to say, "Not tonight, no." Another long pause followed until he said, "The choice is yours to tell me what happened, but I hope you will. There's a good chance I can help you." If only that were true. "I don't think you can help me with this," she whispered. "You won't know unless you try," he said, his fingers leaving her chin. "I'm a pretty good problem solver." She took another sip of her drink, despising the way her hand shook. Hating all of this, really. She'd gotten past all this trauma, or at least she thought she had. "Why do you want to know?" His expression was utterly tender, in a way she had never seen before. "Because I care about you, Hazel, and I want to know what made you so upset so I can make sure it never happens again." She took another sip of scotch before she set the glass down next to Kieran on the coffee table. She hadn't thought about the implications of calling Kieran, but she hadn't been thinking straight. She'd brought him into this, and the shining worry in his eyes made her next decision easy. "My ex-boyfriend was at the restaurant," she explained. Kieran's brows rose. "Not a recent ex-boyfriend, I take it?" "No. I dated him in high school. I know that's a long time ago, but he moved away. I had no idea he'd come home." Kieran paused again. "What did he do to you?" She hesitated. "I think to understand what happened, you first need to understand me." "Tell me everything." So she told him her entire life story, right from the beginning. "I come from a family that prides itself on public image. My mother sent me to etiquette classes. For as long as I can remember, I've had this idea drilled into my head that I needed to be a perfect lady." He nodded. She snatched up her drink and took another sip, letting the oaky scotch linger on her tongue before she swallowed. "I met Bryce Bloomberg in the 11th grade, and he was exactly what my mother wanted for me. Rich, with a powerful family that would only make our family more powerful. The match couldn't have been better in her eyes." "What went wrong then?" "I fell in love with him. It was the biggest mistake I've ever made." Kieran watched her closely, absorbed what she'd told him. "How so?" She pulled the blanket tighter. "What we had was a total whirlwind. We dated for 1 month and things moved fast. Too fast, in retrospect." She paused to collect herself as emotion clawed at her throat, and she couldn't hold his gaze for the next part, staring down at the amber scotch in the glass. "We started talking about sex." She gave him a quick look, only to find his expression more neutral than before, like he was focusing very hard on not reacting. "He planned this amazing night at one of his father's hotels. It couldn't have been more perfect, more special. We had the honeymoon suite, and it was so romantic. Everything I ever imagined for my first time." Her chest heaved. Until the moment he finished and climbed off me and everything changed. He changed.
How did he change?
Tears flooded her eyes, making everything blurry, and she couldn't blink them back, no matter how hard she tried. He put on his clothes and told me he only slept with me to win a bet on how quickly he could screw the school's prude, and then he broke up with me. Kieran's jaw clenched twice, his only reaction. He took a long, deep breath before he asked, "He broke up with you immediately after taking your virginity?" She nodded, her stomach roiling. He said I was...
What did he say?
Kieran asked, voice hard. She felt her cheeks heat. He told me I was boring, dull, bad at sex. Again, Kieran's jaw clenched. Hazel exhaled slowly, glancing down at her glass, her hand shaking even more. When I went home that night after that happened, I told my mother and she said I had to stay quiet about it and be nice to him. Kieran's composure cracked, ire darkening his eyes.
Say that again?
I know how bad that sounds, she agreed. But my father and Bryce's father were in the middle of a multi-million business deal. My mother said I would ruffle feathers and it could hurt the deal. A pause.
What happened after that night?
I avoided Bryce, but you know high school. Rumors ran rampant. I'd been labeled a slut, and he was the cool guy every girl wanted. Another pause followed. This time a long, heavy pause.
Fuck, Hazel,
Kieran eventually said, breaking the silence.
There's a lot to unpack there.
There is, she agreed with a nod. Elise helped me through it, and the only reason she didn't expose Bryce was because I begged her to stay quiet.
She respected your wishes?
Yeah, she did. And the good thing was, Bryce was in his last year and graduation was only a month off. When school ended, he spent that summer in the Hamptons, then went to Harvard. I didn't know he moved back, but he was there, at the restaurant. Kieran's eyebrow arched.
Did he see you?
I don't think so. I had just finished my date, which, by the way, was spent listening to the guy talk about himself, and was leaving when I saw Bryce. I ran to the bathroom and called you. Kieran's eyes searched hers for a long moment, and she had no idea what exactly he was looking for. He squeezed her hand tight.
I'm glad you called me.
With his free hand, he scraped his palm against his beard.
Seeing him must have been a shock.
It's like I was that girl lying in that cold hotel bed, naked and utterly destroyed. His eyes shut then, and when they reopened, she'd never seen him look so gentle.
You do not need to answer this, of course, but is Bryce the reason I've never heard about you being with anyone?
Maybe it was the booze or her rawness or something else, but she wanted him to know the truth. How can you be with someone if you're not good at it?
Good at dating?
She could barely utter the single word. Sex. The silence became so daunting, but she couldn't read Kieran's expression. Once again, he had his emotions very much in check. Until he blew out a quick breath through his nose, then, shocking her, he gathered her in his arms, hugging her tight.
I'm sorry you ever crossed paths with that asshole.
She squeezed him back, the chill in her bones fading, no match to Kieran's warmth. Chapter 4. After Hazel went to bed, Kieran took an Uber to Reese's Cigar Lounge. Built in the 1920s as a gentleman's club, the charm of the old building still survived. When Kieran entered the lounge, he found it bustling with customers, sitting around round tables, relishing the fine alcohol and cigars. The main bar was on the left, where 3 bartenders in tuxedos served, with the tables filling up the remainder of the space, leaving room for the grand piano in the corner. Laughter from one group of men drifted across the room as Kieran walked through the smoke billowing from the table, sweet and rich, while jazz music played. Every step he took forward felt like he was headed in the wrong direction. The last thing he wanted to do was leave Hazel at home, but she was settled and sound asleep in bed, and Kieran needed to do something instead of feeling so damn helpless. He reached the back of the room and punched in a security code. Every one of Archer's security team for Phoenix had the code, as did Kieran and Hunt, and Kieran didn't take that trust for granted. The brotherhood between them remained one of the most important things in Kieran's life. Once he cleared the secured door, he went to Archer's office, where the bookcase there had another keypad behind one of the books. Kieran keyed in the code, and the bookcase opened, revealing a staircase leading down to Phoenix. Members entered through tunnels once used to bootleg whiskey into the club, and each of those members paid a hefty price to request one sex show of their choosing per month. After Kieran changed into his black pants and a navy blue masquerade mask, he stepped into the main room, where he found Zoe sitting on Reese's lap in the corner, watching the show, where eager moans drew Kieran's attention. Hawk was sprawled on a black leather chaise, surrounded by candles and wearing a silver demonic mask. Archer's right-hand man, he handled the security of the club, no doubt skilled from his training with the Navy SEALs. Straddling his waist and riding him ruthlessly was longtime member Lottie, a gorgeous brunette who many of the members requested for their shows. Her arms were bound behind her back with black rope, a black and silver masquerade mask covering her face. Even Kieran felt the heat roll through him at the sensual view. In this space, passion breathed like a living creature, and Kieran absorbed the rich energy. From Hawk's metal leg, after having his amputated during service, to the roughness of their touches, to the desire filling the space, the scene they set was titillating. Kieran wasn't surprised when he scanned the crowd and found Hunt fighting his scowl in the corner of the room. He wore his heart for all to see when it came to Lottie. But Reese had drawn a line in the sand a long time ago. No fraternizing with participants in shows. Reese also ate those words, though, when he met Zoe and fell in love. Kieran wasn't so sure the rule stuck anymore, and he had no idea why Hunt wasn't pressing the matter with Lottie, who seemed to share the attraction. When he reached Hunt, he asked quietly, "Can we talk?" Eyes locked onto Lottie, Hunt's jaw clenched. "Yeah." Hunt headed for the door, and Kieran saw the tension in his friend's shoulders. He'd asked Hunt once why he punished himself by watching Lottie in shows, and he had said, "To remind myself what I want." That had been 2 years ago. Kieran nudged Hunt and gestured to the right before he stopped in front of Reese. Zoe looked beautiful as always in a stunning green lingerie set, and the same mask she usually wore, a black cat masquerade mask. Reese's favorite, Kieran suspected. "Hi," he said to her, looking for any sign that she was worried about Hazel or stressed in any way. He didn't see anything unusual in her expression, telling him Hazel hadn't called her. "Hi back," Zoe replied. His gaze fell to Reese. "Can I steal you away for a minute?" "Of course," he said, giving Zoe a kiss on her cheek before she let him up and then took his seat. They followed him out into the hallway as Lottie's screams got louder, echoed by Hawk's deep groans. Once the door shut, silencing the sounds inside, Kieran flicked his chin toward Reese's office. "What I need to say is private, and if Archer's here, he should hear it too." "He's in his office," Reese said, taking his phone from his pocket and firing off a text. Kieran wasn't surprised. Archer hadn't been spending his time in Phoenix. Elise preferred private parties where she didn't know anyone, so that's where they'd been enjoying themselves. No one minded. It gave everyone an excuse to spend more time together outside the club. By the time they all took seats on the black leather chairs in the sitting area of Reese's office, Archer strode through the door. Retired from the United States Army Special Forces, Archer had a calm about him Kieran hadn't seen in anyone else.
What's up? Archer asked, shutting the door behind him. Kieran needs to talk, Reese said. All right, Archer said, taking the seat next to Hunt. Reese's gaze settled on Kieran. The floor is yours. Kieran had considered what happened with Hazel from every angle. He considered keeping this information to himself, but he trusted the men in this room. No one would speak a word of this, not even to Zoe or Elise. With a sigh, resolved in his decision, Kieran rested his elbows on his legs. Earlier tonight, a situation with Hazel came up. What kind of situation? Reese asked. One that left her very upset, Kieran answered, glancing between his friends. I'm afraid I can't be more specific about what happened. Eyebrows rose in response, and Kieran understood why. They had no secrets between them, not ever. But this secret felt right to keep. All right, Reese drawled. What do you want to do, then? He thought back to what Hazel told him and knew exactly what he could do. Get her out of the situation she's been forced into, Kieran said. Archer knit his eyebrows. Is this something you can help her with? Kieran considered and then nodded. I believe I can, yeah. He'd been right where she'd been once, empty and broken. He knew that space well, intimately. He also knew how freeing it was to find out the world was so much bigger and that life was yours for the choosing. Hunt asked, Can you help her without hurting her further? Kieran absorbed the question and pondered it, knew it needed that attention. The risk was there to take a wrong step, without a doubt. As long as I'm careful, I believe I can only help her. Reese studied Kieran for a long moment, then said, more of a statement than a question, You care about her. Of course I care about her. It's Hazel. Reese asked, Are you in love with her? He felt the weight of their scrutiny on him. Hazel is one of us. He didn't believe anything more needed to be said. After a moment's silence, Reese asked gently, This thing going on with Hazel, I respect that you're keeping her life private, but can you share how bad it is? Kieran had seen people hurt in fires, and hurt by the loss of their house being burned down. Hazel's pain mirrored theirs, a deep pain, rich with trauma. It's bad. Archer asked, Do you need my help? Kieran had already considered using Archer and his contacts to get this bastard Bryce on his radar, but figured bringing anyone else in might upset Hazel. If I do need you, I'll reach out. I'm good with that, Archer said. Heavy silence again. Kieran realized that Hazel hadn't only left an impression on him, but on all of them. Kieran saw the tightness in the expressions of his friends around him, knowing that one of their own was hurting. To Reese, Kieran said, I do have a request. Reese leaned back in his chair, crossing an ankle over his knee. Name it. Kieran readied himself for the reaction he knew he was going to get. I'd like to offer Hazel membership. Hunt coughed. Archer froze, unnaturally still. Reese's eyes widened. To participate? To watch, Kieran corrected. She didn't need to say more than she already had tonight. The truth had been etched onto her face. She believed what that prick said to her, that she was dull and bad at sex. Both ideas were outright laughable. Kieran was losing the battle at controlling himself around her, and she thought she was bad at fueling desire and passion. I have no problem offering Hazel membership, Reese said after a moment of thought. He lifted an eyebrow at Archer. You? Archer shook his head. I vetted her after Zoe joined since she had knowledge about the club. No red flags came up. Well, then, I sure hope you know what you're doing, Reese said, glancing back at Kieran. I, for one, have a feeling this is going to blow apart Hazel's innocent world. Laughter surrounded Kieran, but his focus held strong. Which is precisely why I want her to come. To show her that her one night with that asshole was not passion and desire. It was a bastard stealing innocence. To see with her own eyes how a woman should be appreciated, explored, and adored, even if the experience only lasted a night. He hoped voyeurism did for her what it did for him, awakened his senses, teased and tempted him, and made his world a whole lot bigger. The laughter died at Kieran's hard tone. "You're not the only one who cares deeply for Hazel," Reese said. "If she's hurting and you can help, we all owe you deep gratitude." Both Hunt and Archer agreed with nods. Kieran couldn't get her haunted eyes out of his mind. The story she'd told him, the hurt she'd endured. It sickened him. Whatever emotion crossed his face made Hunt ask, "This situation that's happened, it's nothing that warrants police intervention, is it?" If Kieran got his hands on the guy, maybe. "Not at the moment," he answered honestly. "You'll reach out if that changes," Hunt pressed. "Of course," Kieran agreed. "Good. That's settled then," Reese said with a slap of his hand against the armrest of his seat and rose. "Perhaps it's best if we stay out of the club when you bring Hazel for the first time. I think our presence might make her uncomfortable." Kieran would have never asked for that, but I suspect that's very much true. "Then consider it done," Reese said before leaving his office, with Archer following. Hunt got up from his chair, moving closer to Kieran. He gave him a long look. "You're walking dangerous territory here. You know that, right?" "By tangling myself up with Hazel?" "That," Hunt said. "And if you mess up with her, it's not only Reese and Archer coming down on your head, but you'll have Zoe and Elise clawing at you." Kieran snorted a laugh before his smile fell. In the presence of the one person who saw Kieran through the darkest time of his life, he admitted, "Our situations may be different, but we've walked the same path. We've both been lost in a situation we didn't deserve, and we're desperate for a safe place to land." Hunt's expression softened. He cupped Kieran's shoulder. "Well, then, maybe this is the answer you've been looking for all along." "Answer to what?" Hunt gave his shoulder a squeeze. "You'll finally have a reason for why you walked that path in the first place?" He released Kieran's shoulder to tap his back. "To gain the knowledge, so you could help her now." With a final hard slap on his back, Hunt walked out of the office, leaving Kieran wondering if fate really did have a hand in his life. Chapter 5. The following morning, Hazel barely made it to work on time, entering her office with only 1 minute to spare. Chelsea didn't do late, so Hazel hurried to get her computer powered up and everything at her desk settled in case anyone walking by would believe she was here on time. When she woke up this morning, Kieran had already left, but he'd left a note saying he'd gone for a bike ride and he'd see her later, which he would. She knew his schedule this week and that he had another 2 days off, but she couldn't stop thinking about the night before. She realized now with morning clarity that she trusted Kieran as much as she trusted Zoe and Elise, which was what had her reaching out to him this last night. She had expected his protection and had needed it desperately, but she wasn't expecting his tenderness, the concern he showed her, the way he hugged her and how it didn't feel like a burden. It felt good. Turning her focus to her work, she quickly reviewed her email inbox, not discovering anything urgent. So she left her office to offer Kieran the same protection he'd offered her last night. Kitty-cornered to her own office, Gia sat behind her desk, focused on her monitor. Hazel tapped her knuckles against the open door. "Morning." Gia glanced up, her brow furrowed, but the tension faded to a warm smile. Her bouncy curls somehow even bouncier.
Morning, sunshine. Any closer to getting that 20K? I wish, Hazel said, hoping that Gia bought the lie, and hating herself for it. Gia and Clive were her work besties. They lunched together, shared their lives up to a point. It felt horribly wrong to lie to them. But Kieran... How about you? Gia's smile fell. I'm not even a little bit closer. It's beyond frustrating. She reached for her phone, typed an extension, then said into the receiver, "Clive, come see us." She hung up, not waiting for a response. Before Hazel could even get in her next breath, Clive stepped into the office and said, "If you're looking for scoop, I do not have it." Hazel forced her best pout. "You've got nothing either?" "I can't get anyone to talk," Clive grumbled, leaning a shoulder against the doorframe, adorably cute in his white dress shirt and dark green bow tie. "I don't see that changing anytime soon. If I didn't know this sex club existed from the photo, I'd swear it was a rumor." Hazel stayed quiet, letting them hash it out to see what information they had. Gia nibbled her thumb, her classic "I am thinking" move. "It makes me want to peel off my own skin to even think about sharing the bonus money, but it might be necessary to use some of it to get someone talking." Hazel's breakfast went leaden in her stomach. She had to kill that idea, and quick. "Even if you pay half the bonus money, who's going to talk for $10,000? I'm sure there are NDAs. "She's not wrong," Clive chimed in. 10 grand really isn't enough to entice someone to spill secrets. If a club like this does exist, it probably costs a hefty fee to belong. These people are rich." He pushed off the doorway and grinned wolfishly. "But I still have some ideas. Get busy, ladies. I'm taking you bitches down." He gave a slow wave, walking down the hallway. Hazel forced a laugh, even though she found nothing about this amusing. "Well," she let the laughter fall from her voice, "I better get busy before Clive beats us both." "Good luck, girlie," Gia said. "You too," Hazel said, a heavy weight beginning to press against her chest. She hurried back to her desk and exhaled the breath she'd been holding. She was relieved that they were no further ahead, but if Gia put some of the prize money on the table, Hazel truly didn't know how long Kieran and the club itself would stay safe. And that felt like Hazel's fault. She turned to her work and put every other thought out of her mind. Until lunch. Then all the thoughts she'd had before she fell asleep last night came back tenfold. So she called in the troops, meeting Elise and Zoe at their favorite lunch spot in the West Village. The restaurant was tiny, with only one row of tables set along the left wall, and a small bar next to the seating area. But the American Bistro knew how to do food, and do it well, and they'd been coming here since the restaurant opened its doors a few years ago. When Hazel slid onto her chair at the table where Elise and Zoe were already waiting, Elise asked, "What's wrong?" "How do you know something's wrong?" Hazel asked. Zoe's brow shot up above her hazel eyes. A strawberry blonde and a natural beauty with high cheekbones, Zoe was stunning without even trying. She gave Hazel a knowing look. "Because you're too much of a good girl to take a long lunch?" Elise agreed with a nod. "You never do this during work hours." Hazel sighed, disliking that she'd become so predictable, but before she could say as much, she was interrupted by the waiter. She ordered a peach Bellini and sesame chicken lettuce wraps, while Zoe ordered a salmon and avocado Cobb salad and Elise the fish tacos. Drinking during work hours, too. Elise clicked her tongue with a smirk after the waiter left. "You're turning into a rebel." "Once you hear what I've been through the past 24 hours, you'll understand," Hazel said. Zoe waved her on. "Okay, then spill it." Hazel sucked in a big, long breath and then began. She caught them up on her mother dropping by and setting her up on another terrible date. Then she told them about her assignment. "My editor wants me and 2 of the best reporters I know to hunt down the people in the Phoenix photo." She planned to tell them all this yesterday, but then Bryce happened. Zoe paled. Reese was certain the story about the club died down. Hazel nodded. I think we were all certain until yesterday morning, but that edition with the photograph outsold anything we've done this year so far, so Chelsea is clamoring for more stories. Shit, Elise drawled. Yeah, exactly, Hazel said. I'll do my best to keep them off the trail, but the biggest problem is that Chelsea wants names. Double shit, Zoe said. Again, Hazel nodded. As of this morning, Clive and Gia don't know anything else, but it's definitely something I'm worried about, especially since my editor has offered up a $20,000 bonus for whoever finds the people in the photo. She hesitated when the waiter arrived and delivered their drinks. After a quick thanks, she took a sip, moaning in happiness at the sweetness, and then continued, I don't want to cause a big fuss, so I wanted to ask you two. Should we tell the guys now, or wait to see if anything even comes of this? I definitely have to tell Reese, Zoe said, reaching for her wine glass, her diamond engagement ring sparkling in the light. He'll need to stay on top of this to make sure Phoenix is safe. Disappointment clear in her expression, Elise sighed. I'll tell Archer, too. He's not going to be happy. We finally put all this crap behind us. She played with the rim of her wine glass, her diamond ring equally sparkly. Hazel couldn't have been happier for her best friends, but she also couldn't ignore the pang in her heart. She had no idea how she got here. At one point in her life, she thought she'd have the family and the life she dreamed of by the age of 22. Now 25, that family seemed unattainable. So I should tell Kieran. Definitely, Zoe said. He needs to know if there's even a chance of his being exposed. Okay, I'll tell him tonight. Hazel took another sip of her drink to prepare herself and then didn't soften the next blow. I saw Bryce last night. Silence descended so fast over the table that Hazel might have laughed, if the subject wasn't so horrible. Elise asked through clenched teeth, Where? Hazel waited for a couple to walk past their table before she answered, After my date last night at the restaurant. Zoe asked, He didn't try and talk to you, did he? I don't think he even saw me, Hazel admitted. I ran to the bathroom and hid. Elise reached across the table, taking Hazel's hand. Why didn't you call me? You would have killed him? Yeah, I would have skinned him alive, Elise said with total certainty. Which is precisely why I called Kieran. Before Zoe could get hurt, Hazel said, I didn't want you to worry about me. I was an absolute mess last night, and you worry. You're right, I do, Zoe said, reaching across the table to take Hazel's other hand. I'm glad Kieran was there for you. What happened after you called him? Hazel squeezed their hands back. She never took for granted their friendships. Honestly, I don't remember much, except when I was at home, sitting on the couch and pouring my heart out to Kieran. Elise and Zoe's mouths dropped. Before you ask, yes, I told him everything. Yes, I told him things I probably shouldn't have. And yes, I definitely told him way too much. Elise hesitated and then shrugged a little. He's probably a good one to tell. He's got your back. We all do. Zoe offered one of her sweet smiles that could make any day better. Nothing wrong with having a little muscle on your side. Yeah, Hazel agreed with a long sigh, releasing their hands to reach for her drink again. Kieran's become a good friend. There was a pause while Hazel took a long sip. Elise looked as if she was trying not to laugh. Are you really just friends? Yes, just friends, Hazel countered. Am I attracted to him? Yes, he's gorgeous. How can you not be attracted to him? But it's all weird now. How is it weird? Zoe asked. At first, it was like a fantasy with Kieran, I guess. He was this gorgeous firefighter who was all mysterious and sexy and everything I fantasized about. But now I know him, and he's turning into this really cool friend. Elise frowned. I'm not seeing the problem here. Because he's not a fantasy anymore, Hazel explained. He's a guy I know, and the problem is, with my history, I need the nice guy, the one who's gentle, the guy who asks before he kisses me. That's not Kieran. Zoe's mouth twitched. He's definitely not really the gentle type. Heat crept over Hazel's cheeks as she realized that Zoe spoke from experience, having watched shows that Kieran participated in. Her stomach tightened, heat pooling low in her body at the very thought of watching that man in action. Okay, so maybe not totally past the fantasy. Truth was, looking at Elise and Zoe, she wanted to be like them, adventurous, wild, and erotic even. But she wasn't like them. Dull, that's what Bryce had called her, and now it was almost laughable. She was 25 years old and had sex once in her life. She'd kissed a few guys since Bryce, but broke things off before it could go any further. She was practically a virgin, and she felt like it too, inexperienced and not even sure how to touch a man to make him happy. As much as I feel like drooling on his feet every time I'm around him, I know better than to get involved with him. It's pointless to want more. It'll never happen. Elise reached across the table again. One day it will happen. It will. Hazel could only smile. Zoe nodded in agreement and then added, Besides, regardless that Kieran's all wrong for you that way, he's totally right for you to have as a friend, and I'm really happy he was there for you when you needed him to be. I still don't really know why I texted him, Hazel admitted. Suddenly, I just sent it, and that was that. Elise broke into a sly grin. Maybe Kieran's not all rough edges, but maybe a knight in shining armor? He did come to your rescue, after all. Hazel snorted. It's not like that, and I'm most certainly not his type. I want marriage, kids. That's so far off his radar. When they both looked about to respond, she said, Oh, look, there's our food. And as the waiter set her plate in front of her, she'd never been so happy for a distraction in her life. With a break in the humidity that had been hovering over Manhattan, Kieran spent the morning training in the gym's pool before heading out for a bike ride and a run after that, preparing for the race ahead of him. The Ironman competition was only a few weeks away now, and any days he had off work, he trained. He'd done the Ironman for the last 3 years, and each year he strived to beat his own personal record. Last year was his best year yet. He'd come in 20th place in his age category. He hoped to get into the top 10 this year. For months he'd been training hard for this one race, while doing smaller races to prepare. When he returned home, his body crying out for rest, he found that Hazel was still not home from work. Soaked in sweat, he gathered fresh clothes from his room and then dropped his drenched workout wear on the bathroom floor and hit the shower. By the time he was toweling off, he heard Hazel open the front door. When he finally made it out to the living room, she had already made spaghetti. There's a plate for you, too, if you're hungry. You can really stop cooking for me, he said, but secretly hoped she never would. I'm cooking anyway, so it's totally fine, she said. Besides, you can't live off protein alone. He could, though he was glad she made these delicious meals he'd never make himself. She was a fantastic cook. He searched her face for any hint of the anxiety of last night, but she seemed quiet, thoughtful even. Tension he hadn't known was there lifted from his shoulders, and he headed for the kitchen. His plate was waiting for him in the microwave, and he nuked it for a couple minutes before joining her on the couch. What's tonight's show? He asked. She finished her bite. It's on the Zodiac Killer. Cool, he said, shoveling a big forkful of spaghetti into his mouth. When she'd first moved in, she'd shocked him by watching true crime documentaries. If he was being honest, there was a lot about Hazel that surprised him. Before he could get into what he wanted to talk to her about, she said, "I need to tell you something." He glanced sidelong at her.
"What's up?"
"My editor is trying to find out who you are." He stopped chewing, the tension rebounding back in his shoulders. Luckily for him, when the photograph hit the tabloids, it was dark enough that he looked grainy, added to the fact he had a mask on and his identity was never discovered. Or so he thought.
"Wasn't this all behind us?"
"I thought so," she said, and then she sighed heavily. "But, and this is kind of a big but, my editor has offered up a 20 grand bonus to whoever finds you and the other people in the photograph." He set his fork down.
"Shit."
"Yeah, that," she said. "I'm sorry this is happening. As of this morning, no one has any idea who you are or anything about the club."
"That's good."
She nodded. "I'm going to do my best to make sure it remains that way." Kieran wondered if she knew how incredibly cute she looked when she got serious. "I'll do all I can to make sure that they don't find anything out about you or the club, but I thought you'd want to know."
"I do want to know. Thank you for telling me."
He grabbed his fork again and scooped up more spaghetti. If his identity was exposed in an article about a secret sex club, he wasn't sure what the fallout would be. He didn't care what his parents thought, but his possible promotion and the charity were a concern. Not that he thought his team would give him grief beyond laying into him with jokes, but the look wouldn't hold with the higher-ups.
"Let me know if you feel like they're getting close, all right?"
"Of course." They ate in silence for a moment while Hazel remained glued to the documentary. By the time Kieran finished his meal, and before doing his part and cleaning the dishes, he figured now was as good as any time.
"I need to run something by you, too."
She cringed. "You want to talk about last night? I'm sorry if I worried you. It's really okay." No, it was not okay, but he let that go for now.
"Actually, that's not what I want to talk about, exactly. I think we can help each other."
Her hand pressed against her chest. "You want me to help you with something?" He could think of a few things he'd like from her. One of them included that pouty mouth.
"Why do you say it like that?"
She blinked. "I'm just not sure what I could do to help you."
"You could help me see where I went so wrong with that date the other night."
When she gaped, he chuckled.
"I'm serious, you know."
Her brows drew together and she eyed him with suspicion. "What exactly do you want me to show you?" Christ, he sounded pathetic, but he'd done the bachelor life. He'd even done the sow one's wild oats life. But this life that Reese and Archer found, he didn't know that life. And he was curious. He definitely wasn't ready to settle down, but maybe he'd like to explore his options one day. But he wouldn't even have those options if he couldn't get through a date. Hazel dated all the time to appease her mother. He set his plate down next to hers.
"Plan a date and take me out and show me what in the hell I'm supposed to do, so I don't get glared at the whole night. In return, I'm going to offer you something back."
"What's that?"
"A path to the life you're looking for?"
She stilled, unnaturally still.
"I can't say I understand the pain you've gone through, but I do know something about deciding to change your life and create one that you want."
"You do?" He nodded.
"For me, it all began when I was a child. My parents had a horrible marriage. They used words like weapons. They used me as a weapon."
That cruelty his parents had toward each other had been burned into his psyche for years. It had taken sheer willpower and determination to break their cycle of vindictiveness.
"They divorced by the time I was in the 8th grade, but the damage had been done."
Her tender eyes tripped something foreign in his chest as she asked, "What damage?"
"I hated them, hated myself, and hated my life."
"In the 8th grade?" He nodded.
"But then I met Hunt, and everything changed. 2 peas in a pod we were. I finally saw a healthy family. I learned about trust, friendship, and loyalty. All these things my own family never taught me."
She moved her hand like she wanted to reach for him, but stopped herself, squeezing her fingers into a fist. That's terrible, Kieran. I'm sorry.
It's no way a kid should grow up, he said.
Is that why you don't talk about your parents? He raised a brow. It's just something I noticed, she said, and her cheeks flushed pink. You never mention them, no matter how many times I bitch about my parents. He hadn't realized she'd been paying that close attention, but he found he liked that she did.
I don't talk to either of them anymore. Once I turned 18, I moved out and my mother moved on with her life. She remarried and had another child. My father remarried and adopted his stepchildren. I was simply a reminder of what they hated most, each other.
Her hand snagged his so fast he jerked, and so did she, obviously surprised she'd acted on her instinct. Instead of backing away like he expected, she held his hand tight. It's good you don't talk to them anymore. They sound like terrible people. She squeezed once more before letting go. His hand tingled from where she'd touched it, and it took all his strength not to take her hand again.
They are terrible people, but it's much easier to forget those people when you've got friends that feel like family.
She agreed. I've got that with Elise and Zoe, so I totally understand.
I know you do,
he said, smiling at her, hoping she saw that he could talk about this now and not break.
So, if you're agreeable, here's my offer to you. Come see the path I took that gave me a new life and opened a whole new world to me. Come to Phoenix with me tonight.
Those shy eyes went huge.
I'm not joking, he told her seriously. Finding a new life that was so different from the one I knew was what saved me. Passion, eroticism, all that intensity made me see possibilities. It opened a doorway to a new world. To experience a life so different from the one I lived was the way I created a life I chose, not one that someone else handed to me.
She visibly swallowed. Did you not hear what I said last night? I can't even get to second base with someone in private, let alone have sex in front of others. He shook his head and explained.
Reese has staff and participants who handle the shows. Phoenix is about watching, exploring, and embracing the energy in the space. You told me that you think you're bad at sex,
which he knew for certain was impossible.
So come and watch others. Learn from them and allow yourself the right to feel sexy and sensual in a safe environment.
He paused, then leveled a firm look at her.
More importantly, Phoenix can show you that you live in a very small box, a box that you can break free from.
She glanced away, nibbling that lip he was paying too much attention to. When he'd come up with this plan, he'd only thought of helping her, though now he couldn't help but wonder how Hazel would look in lingerie and a mask, and he licked his lips. I'll just watch? She asked. He nodded.
Just watch, and maybe it might help you to stop being afraid of sexual contact. It might even get you excited about the idea.
She looked away, nibbling that damn lip again. Did you run this by Reese? She asked.
Of course, I wouldn't have invited you otherwise.
She peeked up at him through thick lashes. He didn't mind?
Why would he mind, Hazel? Reese opened Phoenix for people to explore. You're family to him now. Of course he'd welcome you into Phoenix if that's what you want.
Her gaze fell again to her hands, and slowly, as the seconds passed, he saw her shift from uncertainty to curiosity. She eventually lifted her chin and asked, How did watching others help you? He truly admired how much of a curious person she was. Maybe that's why she was so good at her job. She looked for answers.
Because it showed me desire and passion, and the more I absorbed it, the more I realized whatever I wanted, whatever felt right to me, I could have that.
He paused to let that sink in and then offered,
You don't have to stay. If you hate being there, we'll leave. You like it, we'll stay. I'll be right there beside you. If you don't want to talk when we're there, I'll do all the talking. If you want to talk, I'll be there listening. This night will be for you.
She watched him closely. All you want in return is for me to take you on a fake date so you get it right next time? And to keep your coworkers off my trail. He arched an eyebrow at her and offered his hand. Do we have a deal? There wasn't a hint of a blush until her finger slid across his, and he enclosed her hand. Only then did beautiful color touch her cheeks. We have a deal. Chapter 6. Later that night, Hazel found herself lost in a swirl of secret bookcase doors and a curved stone staircase that ended at Phoenix's security station. The guard, who introduced himself as Hawk, had talked with Kieran a moment before a brunette, with the most gorgeous amethyst eyes, arrived and whisked Hazel away to dress her for the evening. Considering the woman already wore a black masquerade mask and dark red lingerie, Hazel didn't have to ask what that meant. 20 minutes after leaving Kieran in the hallway, Hazel stared at herself in the tall mirror in the corner of the women's changing area and barely recognized herself. She wore a spectacular black lace bra and panty set, opting for the cheeky undies instead of the thong. The woman helping her, Lottie, had suggested she darken her eye makeup and put on red lipstick. It felt like too much, until she looked at herself in the mirror, and it looked just right. She was beautiful, stunning, even. You must be special, Lottie said from just behind her, staring at Hazel in the mirror. Believe me, I'm not, Hazel said. Lottie's brows rose. Maybe you don't think so, but it seems Kieran disagrees with you. Curious at that, Hazel turned around to Lottie. What do you mean by that? I've never seen Kieran so intense, she shrugged. The Kieran I know is very laid back, and whatever situation, he goes with it. A smile broke her serious expression. That's not the same guy I was talking to when he explicitly told me the plan for you tonight. She held up one finger. Lottie, don't make this hard for her. She held up another finger. Lottie, make sure she's comfortable. She held up a third finger. Lottie, whatever Hazel wants, that's what you do. Make sure she comes out of this with the biggest smile you've ever seen on her face. She dropped her hand, laughing. I've never seen him be like that before, and believe me, I've seen him be many things. Hazel didn't need to hear more to understand that Lottie and Kieran had been intimate together, apparently many times. She couldn't ignore the burn of jealousy that shot through her, which only reminded her how far out of her comfort zone she was. Everyone at the club had sex with one another. Well, the participants did, and she already knew that Kieran had been a participant since college. Whatever emotion crossed Hazel's expression had Lottie shooting forward, grabbing her by the arms. Oh, no, please tell me I didn't fuck this up and scare you. I only said that so you knew how much he worries about you. It's sweet. I've never seen him like that before. Of course, Kieran was worried. Hazel was all kinds of screwed up, and he was likely worried for her mental health. But she didn't feel the need to tell Lottie that, even if Lottie seemed like a nice person. No, it's fine. I'm not scared. At Lottie's pinched expression, she let out a laugh. Okay, I am scared to death, but I'll get over that. Lottie watched her closely, then blew out a long breath, releasing her hands. Phew, good. And honestly, there's no reason to be scared. You're only watching. She took a big step back. Besides, she said with a sensual smile, you look hot as hell. No need to be shy or scared when you look like that. Hazel laced her fingers together, cursing the heat rising in her cheeks. Thanks. Lottie moved to the door, but before she opened it, she asked, All good? Ready to get in there? No, God, no. Hazel nodded. Yep, I sure am. Lottie smiled, and Hazel suspected Lottie knew she was lying through her teeth. But the time had come, and Hazel was not going to let her nerves ruin the night. Truth was, she wanted everything Kieran had said. She wanted a way out of the life she felt trapped in, a life of her mother's controlling ways, and the damage that she couldn't run from after Bryce. She wanted to find a way past it all, and, if anything, she hoped she might learn something watching others. With a big, deep breath for bravery, Hazel followed Lottie out into the hallway. Up ahead, she saw the back of Kieran as he talked to Hawk, and her heart skipped a beat. He wore black pants that did fantastic things for his ass. Every muscle in his back was on full display, and he looked like he belonged on the battlefield, not standing in the hallway. "See you in there," Lottie said, then went through a door on the right. Hazel swore she heard a moan coming from the other side, but she was too focused on Kieran as he turned to her. Hawk said something to Kieran, giving a big smile before he turned away, heading in the opposite direction. Kieran didn't move, and Hazel clenched her fists, suddenly very aware she was only wearing lingerie. Kieran's gaze cut to her hands. He blinked, and then he approached her with long, fluid strides. He scanned her from head to toe as he got closer. She couldn't help herself from looking, too. Kieran was drop-dead gorgeous. Every move he made with power and grace, a trained athlete at the top of his game. But it was his eyes behind his black mask that held her attention. They looked hungry. She figured this atmosphere would do that to anyone. "Hi," she said awkwardly. His smile didn't look so innocent. "Hi." He once again scanned her, and she cursed her nipples for puckering in response. His mouth twitched, making her wonder if he noticed or if something amused him. "Do you have any idea how sexy you look?" "I feel naked," she said. His smile bloomed then, but those eyes, oh, those eyes, were burning. He offered his hand to her. "You're not quite naked, but how about we see some people who are?" She swallowed and slid her fingers into his, feeling a jolt of energy. When he finally opened the door, for all the nerves she felt a second ago, in his hold, she suddenly felt steady. Until she followed him inside. Then she simply felt stunned. Not by the crowd of 30 or more, or the stone room they stood in, which had obviously housed all the bootleg liquor in the 1920s gentlemen's club. She wasn't even stunned by the women in gorgeous lingerie sets and the men topless in black pants, everyone with masks. No, the scene that made her stumble was the bodybuilder bound by his wrists and ankles to the vintage four-poster bed in the center of the room. The man's black metal masquerade mask was strongly masculine, but the beautiful, curvy woman who straddled his head, eagerly riding his face, wore a black mask that looked vampirish, and as she moaned loudly, two lifelike fangs shining in the light. Of all the things she had expected to find tonight, this wasn't it. As if reading her thoughts, Kieran leaned over and whispered in her ear, "The member who requested the show is obsessed with vampires." "Oh," Hazel said, glancing back at the scene. She immediately understood why. Because, damn. The woman moved off his face for a moment, revealing that the man also had fangs before she settled back on top of him and thrust her hips gently. Time slowed around Hazel, her senses awakening. She couldn't look away from the moaning couple, the scents swirling around her a mix of oak and flowers, and the power in the room was all-encompassing. The hair on her arms began to rise, with a wicked shiver descending her, until heat and pressure settled deep in her core. She'd watched pornographic videos, but this was different than anything she'd ever seen before. This wasn't rough or demanding or soulless. What the couple shared was passionate, and they had a connection that Hazel didn't know existed. When the woman's hands dropped to the man's head and she began riding his tongue, her moans a steady rhythm, Hazel squeezed her thighs together, desperate for friction, for the pleasure that single touch offered. her breathing turning rough and rapid as the woman moved faster, taking her pleasure. Envy washed over Hazel alongside a need that had no beginning and no end, only a desperation to be met. She clenched her hands into fists, her fingers twitching to touch, to be touched just like that woman, to feel the pleasure she saw washing over the woman's face, to moan so freely. The woman's breath hitched, her bottom jiggled, and then she exploded in a climax that left Hazel feeling the desire dripping in the room, for all to inhale, all to absorb. And Hazel began trembling so hard she couldn't stop. She looked to Kieran next to her, whose jaw was clenched tight, like he felt all the things she did. She scanned his strong shoulders, his toned biceps and forearms, all those miraculous curves of strength. Oh, Lord, he had arms that could hold a woman. She looked to his hands, powerful hands that she had no doubt could please a woman. Her breathing became ragged now, the room spinning slightly as the foreign force of desire rushed across her, dragging a squeak from her throat. Kieran turned to her, and at whatever emotion crossed her face, his brow furrowed. "Everything okay?" he asked, dropping a hand on her arm. His touch burned in the best possible way. She swallowed deeply, fighting against taking his hand and placing it between her thighs, to experience what the woman had, to know just what that felt like. She looked at his strong mouth, and she licked hers, desperate to feel those lips all over her. Her heartbeat raced, a thundering sound in her ears, and for all her worries about fear of failure, under his stare, she felt only raw desire for his hands, his mouth, his cock. God, she wanted him so badly. She could feel another whimper climbing up her throat. "I need to go," she barely managed to say, then ran for the door. The door shut behind Kieran, drowning out the clapping of the crowd. Kieran cursed his every step toward the women's washroom. He had believed bringing Hazel to Phoenix was the right move. He'd never been so pissed at himself for being wrong. When he reached the closed door, he knocked once. Silence. He knocked again. "Hazel?" Again, silence. He pushed open the door and entered the bathroom. Hazel stood at the sink. Her hands braced the edge as she stared into the mirror, her breathing ragged. She wore the lingerie like she was a queen, her lush body a marvel he couldn't stop looking at. Ignoring his rock-hard cock, he moved to her quickly, pleased to see there weren't tears in her eyes. But something else was there, deep, heady arousal. He halted at the sight of it, clenching his fists to keep from grabbing her and acting on the lust he could taste simmering in the air between them. "Are you all right?" he managed to get out. "No, I am not all right," she said, breathlessly, turning around and leaning against the counter. Her fists were also clenched, her chest as red as her face. It took all of Kieran's willpower not to yank her into him. "We can leave," he told her. She held his stare. "I don't want to leave." Then she gave a full, appreciative sweep of his torso, scanning slowly, running over his arms, shoulders, chest, stomach, and then back up again. All the while she nibbled her pouty lip. When her ravenous eyes met his again, he bit back a groan. "Actually," she rasped, "I want this instead." In 2 steps, she was on him. She grabbed his face and brought his mouth down to hers without a single moment of hesitation. Kieran was shocked by the kiss, but only until he tasted the rich desire on her lips. He growled, overtaken by a fierceness he refused to control, and returned her affection tenfold, pressing her up against the counter. She moaned against his mouth, and he thrust his fingers into her hair, angling her head to deepen the kiss. The door swung open, and a slight gasp caused Kieran to break the kiss, but whoever it was had left, the door closing behind them.
He fell into her desperate kiss again when the door suddenly slammed open and Hawk entered, frowning. And then he recognized Kieran. He'd obviously been a step away from a verbal lashing, since sex in the washrooms was frowned upon, unless it had been previously discussed with Reese. This had not been discussed. Hell, Kieran hadn't even known this was on the table. He broke this kiss, catching Hazel's whimper for more. "We won't be long," he told Hawk. "All right," Hawk said with a shit-eating grin and shut the door behind him. Kieran didn't doubt that Hawk now stood outside the door, giving Kieran the privacy he needed, and that Hawk expected a case of beer for it. Kieran turned to Hazel again. He expected to find a shy glance from her, but that's not what he found. She sparkled with uncontrolled lust. "It's rare I'm surprised by anything, Hazel, but this surprises me." And not only that she'd kissed him, but that he was losing sense of why he'd been holding himself back from her. Her lips were swollen and puffy from his kiss. He'd never seen her look so confident before, so determined. She slid her hands up his biceps gingerly, as if she'd been longing to feel his flesh. I don't know this. Show me this." He saw her need and understood she'd been tipped over the edge. Desire that had been long ignored was now unleashed completely. He'd been fighting against touching her, but that fight ended here. He couldn't refuse what she wanted, what he wanted, when she looked at him with such desperation. Any other woman he'd have slammed against the mirror and ridden her hard. But this wasn't any other woman. This was Hazel. Sliding an arm around her waist, he held her to him. "You want me to show you pleasure?" he murmured. "Yes," she whispered. "I can't give you more than this, Hazel. Only friendship and pleasure. It's all I'm capable of." Her fingers tightened on his arms. "I don't want more. Just this." He didn't need to hear another word. "Then spread your legs for me." Her response was instant as she widened her legs until his hand fit perfectly against her. Locked onto her, he squeezed tight, watching her pupils dilate with her arousal. He could barely see the pretty blue. Then he dropped his mouth to hers. This kiss was all for Hazel. He took his time, showed her how a man should kiss a woman. Every swipe of his tongue against hers was slow and deliberate. Keeping his cupped hand tight, he moved from her mouth to her neck, where she angled her head, letting him lick his way from her neck all the way up to her ear. "Your taste," he whispered in her ear. "Your smell." He drew in a deep breath. "The way you feel." He squeezed his hand even tighter, earning him a throaty moan. "God damn it, Hazel, you're making me so fucking hard." To show her what she did to him, he pressed his erection against her, and her moan unraveled him. Reaching up, he thrust his hand into her hair, pinning her, allowing her to feel the difference in their sizes. How beautifully feminine she was up against him. How his safe touch would give her all that she needed and more. Using his hand in her hair, he angled her head where he wanted it as he dropped his mouth back to hers. Sometimes he pulled back, teasing her. Other times he deepened the kiss. When her moaning filled the bathroom, he broke away from her mouth to travel to her neck and her collarbone, sliding his tongue over her smooth flesh until he reached her bra. He caught the taut bud peeking through the thin fabric, glancing up at her after he licked just above her bra. Her head was tilted back, pleasure washing across her face. With a smile at just how sexy she looked, he nipped at her nipple again. Her throaty gasp filled his senses, and his cock hardened to steel as she began grinding herself against his hand. He released her nipple from his teeth and licked his way back up her neck to capture her mouth again. She moaned against his lips, and he held tighter, letting her have her fun. She shifted her hips, riding his hand, and hard tremors rocked her. He felt her tense, frustration rising alongside the pleasure that she couldn't get there,
not alone. Nothing felt more perfect than when he took over control of the kiss and gave all that he had to her. He poured heat and desire into her, their lips moving in perfect rhythm, and he drank in all her passion, until he relaxed his tight hold on her pussy and reached into her panties, circling her clit with his fingers. She broke the kiss, clinging to him, moaning uncontrollably now. Her eyes were shut, her head tipped back, her fingernails digging into his forearms. Circling his fingers even faster, he worked her clit, bringing more and more pleasure, and she shifted her hips forward, her legs trembling, her moans hitching, her expression pinched tight. "Don't fight it," he murmured into her ear. "Let the pleasure wash over you." Then he nipped at her taut bud again, knowing she liked that, and all the tightness on her face relaxed. With a soulful scream, she shattered and came beautifully with a raspy moan, shuddering against his hand. He held her tight around the waist and gripped her tight between the legs again, letting her ride out her high while she ground against him until she stopped moving, breathing heavily. She drew her arms into herself and rested her head against his chest. She'd spoken so softly it took him a moment to process what she'd said, but as her sweet "thank you" touched a place deep in his chest, he enveloped her in his arms, and for the first time in his life, he did not want to let go. Chapter 7. One day had passed since his night with Hazel, and after working a shift that kept him on his feet for almost the full 24 hours, Kieran felt the exhaustion roll through him. Hazel was already sound asleep when he got home. He almost knocked on her door to check on her, but stopped short, not trusting himself if he saw her in that bralette and tiny shorts she slept in, which he'd only known because he'd found them in the bathroom one morning. He'd never stopped thinking about those shorts since. But what repeated in his mind was that incredible night when she had come apart in his arms, how she was reaching for so much more, and how much he wanted to give it to her. They'd exchanged texts, with her leaving him dinner in the fridge and wishing him a good day at work. He'd thanked her and reminded her she didn't have to make him dinner, and he looked forward to their fake date, hoping that it put to bed any worries she'd had that things between them would be awkward after their night at Phoenix. Kieran lived and breathed casual sex that benefited two people. Hazel did not, and he hoped she still felt as confident as she did when she'd grabbed and kissed him. Unsure on exactly how to proceed, and not thrilled about it, he grabbed his dirty uniforms from his locker, spotting the 2 fingernail marks she'd dug into his forearm. He liked those marks, probably more than he should. "Back already, Black?" James Adams was grabbing something out of his locker. The firefighter was a few years older than him and spent more time in a gym than anyone Kieran knew, including Hunt. Adams was built like a brick wall. "I forgot my uniforms after my shift last night," Kieran explained. He'd seen Adams right as he was leaving late last night and forgot them because he'd been anxious to get home to Hazel. "I'm off for 3 days, so I figured I'd better grab them." "Nice," Adams drawled, placing his duffel bag on the bench. "Are you planning on coming to Susie's birthday? Amy's looking for final numbers." Adams' 6-year-old daughter's birthday was coming up this weekend. "Of course, I wouldn't miss it. Party still at 1 o'clock? "Yup." Adams shut his locker and before leaving the locker room added, "See you then. Looking forward to it." Kieran zipped up his duffel bag and headed for the door. On his walk out of the fire station, he said his goodbyes to his team. He'd never mixed his 2 families, the men he viewed as brothers and their loved ones, Hazel, Zoe, and Elise, and his team at the fire department. But they were equally important in his life, and he wouldn't miss a birthday party, graduation, or any of his teammates' celebrations, even though he never could see himself being that domesticated. With his duffel bag over his shoulder, he had one stop to make before heading home.
He made the 15-minute walk down the busy streets to a building in Soho, where he cleared security before heading up the elevator. He stopped outside the door that read, Elise Fanning, Private Investigator, on the glass in gold lettering, questioning his choice in coming here. But Hazel's safety, her sweetness, her happiness, weighed on him. He stopped second-guessing himself and knocked. The door opened a second later and Elise stared at him. "What's wrong?" "Everything's fine," Kieran said. "Can I come in and talk for a minute?" She cocked her head, her sharp eyes regarding his every move. "Of course, take a seat." She shut the door behind him, returning to her chair behind the desk. He could see the city skyline through the large bank of windows lining the back wall, and knew this office couldn't have come cheap. Elise was very good at her job. "So," Elise said, drawing his gaze to hers, arms folded across her chest. "What can I help you with?" He settled back in his chair, resting his ankle on his knee, anticipating a tense reaction. "I'd like to see your file on Bryce." Elise's eyebrows rose. "How do you know I have a file on Bryce?" "Because you're too smart not to," he said. Her surprise was quickly replaced by a sly smile. "You're right. I am too smart not to have a file on that bastard." She stood, moving to her file cabinet, where she scanned her fingerprint and then entered a code before it clicked open. After inspecting the files, she took out a thin folder. "Tell me why I should let you see this," she said, returning to her seat. He nearly fed her a bullshit line, but realized she'd see right through him. She was trained to. "Has Hazel told you that she called me the other night to come get her at the restaurant?" He didn't want to betray Hazel's trust, but with the looming hurt Bryce could cause Hazel, Kieran took the risk. "She did, yeah," Elise said. "Good," he replied, considering his next words carefully. "She worried me that night, and now that I know that this asshole is back in the city, I want to understand everything about him." Silence, that wasn't entirely comfortable, settled around them as Elise regarded him for a long moment before tucking the folder against her chest. "We have to get a couple things straight first." Of course, she got right to the point. He liked that about Elise and was happy that Archer found his match. "All right," he said, refusing to shift in his seat under that probing stare. She tapped her hands against the folder. "I'm very protective of Hazel. I'm sure you're already aware that her mother is a wretched woman, and her father is pretty much absent." He nodded. "I'm aware." "Then you won't be surprised when I tell you that everyone Hazel has ever loved has been cruel to her." Kieran's stomach knotted. "But not you?" "No, not me and not Zoe," Elise confirmed. "I will never let anyone hurt her again." "Good," he said. "I'm glad for it, and I'll be next to you to ensure the same." She cocked her head. "With all that said, I'll ask again. Why do you want this file?" "I already told you I want to protect her." "To protect her from Bryce?" "Yes." "Why?" His jaw muscles twitched, and he took a long breath in, exhaling slowly. "What exactly are you getting at, Elise?" She placed the file on her desk, putting her hands on top. "I want you to think about what you're doing with Hazel. Before you jump in and be the hero that Hazel undoubtedly will see you as, I want you to really think about why you're doing this for her. Is it because she's your friend?" "Of course, she's my friend. You all are." Elise frowned, pointing to the folder. "Then leave this with me. Between Archer and me, we are better equipped than you are to deal with Bryce and make sure he stays out of Hazel's life." Kieran dropped his ankle, rested his arms on his knees, and held her stare. She wasn't wrong. A PI, and Archer with his military background, were better equipped to keep on top of Bryce. But that grated on Kieran's nerves. I know you want me to give you assurances about where I stand with Hazel, but you are not the person I need to figure that out with. I came here today with the intention of keeping her safe, and I'm not leaving without that file, Elise." 1 second passed, and another. Then her mouth twitched. Obviously, he'd said the right thing, or she simply believed he had good intentions, since she finally offered him the folder. "I reopened it when I learned that he came back to town. I ran some checks on him." Kieran scanned through the documents. "No criminal record?" Leaning back in her chair, Elise snorted. "No one with the money Bryce Bloomberg has would ever have a criminal record. His family would bury anything before he ever got arrested." Kieran looked up at her. "Has he done anything that would merit an arrest?" "Not that I've been able to uncover," she said with a shrug. "But if you keep looking, you'll see that breaking women's hearts is his MO. 3 of his exes have had abortions and large financial deposits into their accounts afterwards." Kieran flipped the pages, revealing hundreds of text messages between him and women. "Is this from his cell phone?" Elise nodded. "I'm impressed by your skill, Elise, truly," Kieran said, earning a small smile from her. He closed the folder to read over later, absorbing what he'd heard and what he hadn't. "Give it to me straight. Is there anything to worry about with this guy?" Elise paused, her gaze flicking to the ceiling before returning to him. When she spoke again, her voice was tight. "The only thing to worry about is Hazel's mental health with him back in the city. She really shut down after he was so cruel to her. It took her a long time for her to even smile again." Kieran couldn't imagine Hazel without a smile. "What will you do if you see him again?" "Claw his fucking eyes out," she snapped. "The only reason I didn't seriously maim him back in high school was because Hazel begged me not to. She was so fragile back then. Now," she shoved her chair against the wall. "Well, now, Bryce better stay out of my way." Kieran's too. He gave a nod of understanding and got up, holding up the file. "Thank you for this. I'll return it once I'm done." "All right." He had his hand wrapped around the cool, smooth doorknob when Elise said, "Oh, and Kieran?" He glanced back. "Do you remember what I did to Archer when he annoyed me?" She had signed Archer up to every woman's magazine known to man. Archer had spent weeks trying to get out of the subscriptions. Even now, Archer still received some magazines in the mail. He'd grown tired of arguing with the publishers. "I remember." "That is child's play to what I'll do if she sheds one tear because of you. Got it?" He grinned at the deadly promise on her face. "Yeah, I got it." Because he understood her ferocity where it came to Hazel, as that fierce sense of protection consumed him, too. It hadn't even hit 9:30 in the morning, and Hazel wished she could scrub her ears out as she left the meeting room, her stomach roiling. Morning meetings were always intense, with Chelsea putting the fear of God in someone if they weren't doing their best job. But today, her coworkers were closing in on Phoenix, and fast, and that had made her very, very worried. She sat behind her desk, staring down at her keyboard, trying to figure out her next steps. She was a reporter, paid to hunt down truths and tell stories about it. She simply didn't know how to keep stories buried. She had no idea how much time had passed while she thought up idea after idea, dismissing them just as quickly, when there was a knock at her door. Not a second later, Elise and Zoe stormed into her office, shutting the door behind them. Before Elise could even sit, she said, "Tell us everything." Hazel stared at them. How did they know about her meeting this morning? "You've heard, then?" "We haven't heard shit," Elise said in a clipped voice, taking the client chair on the left while Zoe sat in the right. "But I know something happened between you and Kieran, so tell us all the juicy details." Hazel blinked, trying to catch up. "How did you find out?" "Huh," Elise exclaimed, nudging Zoe with her elbow. Told you.
Oh my goodness, Zoe said, clapping her hands together. I never thought you two would actually get together. Why didn't you tell us? Because she had needed time to process it all. Instead of admitting that, she said, I was planning on it, but things have just been busy, and I didn't want to do it over the phone.
Hazel, Elise said firmly, something this important is something we talk about right away. Hazel laughed as Elise and Zoe leaned in, wild with anticipation. Before I tell you what happened, tell me how you even found out. Did Kieran tell the guys? She couldn't imagine that. No, of course not, Elise said, her eyes twinkling like she'd solved the greatest mystery. But I suspected something was up when Kieran showed up at my office today, asking to know everything about Bryce. Hazel's smile fell. Why was he asking? Because he likes you, obviously, Elise said. And let me tell you, he's gone into full protective alpha mode. He wanted to know everything I had on Bryce. Well, this she wasn't expecting. What do you think he wants to do with the information? Zoe answered. From my experience, this group of men are all very protective about the people they care about, including each other. You're part of their family now, so you get wrapped into that protection. It's just how they work. Oh, Hazel said, processing. Having others watching out for her, not telling her what to do or how to act, and simply wanting her to be safe and happy? You know, it's not terrible to have them looking out for me. Zoe smiled. Not at all. They're good men, and we're lucky to know them. We are, Elise agreed with a brief nod. Then she waved Hazel onward. Stop stalling, tell us what happened. Hazel looked outside her office. No one was walking by. Everyone was tucked away, working hard, after Chelsea's morning smackdown. She faced her friends and told them every single detail, from the second she and Kieran made their deal up until she jumped him in the bathroom, but keeping the details and her orgasm out of the conversation. Whoa, Elise said when she finished, leaning back in her seat. Zoe nodded slowly, her eyebrows up at her hairline. So, what exactly does this mean for you two? Hazel pondered and shrugged. It means our friendship just turned into one with benefits, she barely managed to say, loathing the heat rising to her cheeks. We haven't talked since. Kieran just got off a 24-hour shift, but tonight I'm taking him on our fake date, as promised, which I still have to plan. Both her friends stayed silent for a few seconds, and Hazel laughed. It's all good, you know. I'm the one who made the move on him, not the other way around. She realized they needed to hear what she'd come to figure out. I've tried to get over my trauma by dating or being with others, but the other night in Phoenix, it's like the atmosphere helped push back all my fears. Zoe nodded. I get that. It's intoxicating. It is, Hazel said. And Kieran is a really safe place for me. I trust him, and there are clear boundaries there. He doesn't want a relationship, so it helps keep my heart out of it. I want to feel that. Pleasure, Elise offered. Hazel's cheeks burned, and she couldn't find the courage to say the words, so she nodded. Another pause. Then Elise gave a sweet smile, so rare for her. I'm glad you've got him, then, and you're doing something for yourself that feels good and is making you happy. That's all that matters. Truth, Zoe agreed. Thanks, Hazel said, and then shrugged again. I don't even know if it's going to happen again or if things will go further, but I'm trying not to overthink it. I've done that for way too long. Zoe began smirking. What? So, how was it? With him, I mean. The kiss? Zoe asked. Hazel dropped her hands on the table.
He kisses like a god. Elise and Zoe burst out laughing, and Hazel joined them. I never would have believed a kiss like that could be real. When he kisses me, it's like I go somewhere else. Elise grinned. He's experienced with intimacy. They all have some serious skills. Zoe laughed. Indeed. Hazel felt a lightness wash over her she'd never really felt before, and for the first time ever, she realized things were good. She didn't have everything figured out, but that was okay. She suddenly felt like she didn't need to know what would happen next, and she wasn't nervous to talk with Kieran about it later. He'd respect her and listen to what she had to say, and most of all, she knew he'd do whatever she needed because he was a good friend and cared about her. He could separate sex and pleasure from emotions, so she would too. Also, he could help her get over this trauma, to be free again, to want and enjoy being touched, to hopefully one day find a man to love. Okay, she said slowly, changing the subject to things far less enjoyable. Speaking of those guys, how angry do you think they'd be if I asked you to do something that required digging? What kind of digging? Elise asked. In our morning meeting today, I got bad news, Hazel explained, leaning back in her chair and stretching out her back. While neither Gia nor Clive have confirmed yet, Clive mentioned that he has a source who's willing to talk about the club for cash. Zoe's mouth pinched. I'll have to tell Reese. I think this can't actually wait, and you need to call him, Hazel said, and to Elise she added, Archer, too. Get them on the phone so we can talk this over. As they put in the calls, getting Reese and Archer on speakerphone, she took a sip of her lukewarm water. When both men were on, Hazel confirmed, Reese and Archer, are you there? Yes, Reese responded. Archer said, I'm here. Great, Hazel said, then drew in a deep breath. I really hate to give you this news, but things are looking grim here. Clive and Gia are closing in fast. This morning I've heard that Clive has a source who's willing to talk. This isn't what I want to hear, Reese muttered, causing Zoe to frown at the phone. Hazel's head hurt. Even if the club's exposure wasn't her fault and she hadn't known the guys before, she felt responsible. Archer asked, How long do you think until the story breaks? I'm not exactly sure, Hazel said. What I do know is that I'm going to try my very best to get that name, so you can approach him or her before Clive does. But Clive is being very tight-lipped about all this, because it's a competition now. Elise raised a brow and asked, Because your editor has offered a reward? Yes, exactly, Hazel confirmed. She drew in another deep breath before continuing. He'll only share that information if he thinks it can benefit him somehow. They were friends, but they were also competitors. I'll need all the help I can get on this one. To Elise, she said, Get Penny on this? Penny was Elise's incredible hacker friend, who Hazel really liked. She was funny and wickedly clever. See if she can get into his phone and emails to see who he's talking to, so you can intervene quickly. I can do that, Elise said. She looked at her phone. Archer, it might be helpful if you send me a list of participants from the last 5 years. Reese cut in. Last time it was members who exposed the club. I know, Elise said, but we already have all the information on the members. She'd gotten that when they originally dug into the club for Zoe. Silence. Then Archer muttered, It would pain me how fucking smart you are, Elise, if I didn't love you so much. Laughter filled the room. Reese said, Let me know if you need my help, financial or otherwise. Archer, keep me in the loop on any developments. I will, Archer said. Hazel, let's keep in close contact. If you hear anything, call me directly. Will do, Hazel said. Excellent, Reese added.
I owe you a great deal, Hazel. What you're doing for me, for the club, for all of us, won't be forgotten anytime soon. I'm glad to help, she replied, especially because she was the reason they were in the spotlight in the first place. Please don't thank me. They said their goodbyes, and by the time the phone calls were ended, Hazel felt much better than she did after the meeting. Determined to enjoy the rest of her day, she reached for her cell phone next to her monitor and began typing. Elise asked, "What are you doing now?" Hazel grinned. "Planning the best fake date known to man to repay Kieran for the incredible night he gave me." Chapter 8. The text had come from Hazel late in the afternoon. "Meet me at Pier 84 on the Hudson River at 5:30. Wear workout clothes and sandals." Kieran had arrived right on time and found Hazel staring out at the water, 2 kayaks with paddles resting on the ground beside her. She leaned against the railing, wearing tiny shorts and a tight tank top that made his groin tighten as he approached her. Not only did she look incredible, but he bet she smelled good, too. "Kayaking on the Hudson River," he said, sidling up next to her. He grinned to himself when her floral scent infused the air. "I would have opted for dinner and a movie, which I guess would have been wrong, too." She laughed, turning to him. "Always do the unexpected. Women like that. Even better if you know what the woman likes, then you can plan the date around her interests." He regarded her closely, looking for any signs of nerves or regret after their night together in Phoenix, but only saw her usual cute shyness as she stole quick looks and blushed, and was glad for it. They'd need to talk about what happened, but he didn't feel it was necessary to bring that up now, so he studied the kayaks, which had Hudson River Kayaking written on the side. He looked back up, finding her attention glued on him. "Have you been on a date like this before? Is that why you thought of it?" "No." She glanced to the water again and then back at him. "I've never planned a date before, but this is what a date should be about. At least I think so. Something fun and adventurous, something you can experience together, not just sitting there talking about yourselves." "You're right, it is," he agreed, imagining the type of men her mother set her up with. People who were raised with money, went to private schools, and probably thought Kieran's yearly income was pocket change, even if his grandfather had left him enough money to keep Kieran comfortable. "Well, I'm ready for whatever you've got planned." "Great," she said, tossing a life jacket at him. "Let's get the boats in the water." They got zipped into the jackets quickly, and he helped her get into her kayak before he slid into his. He studied her as she steered easily and glided the kayak across the wavy water of the Hudson, indicating she'd done this route many times before. He sent his paddle deep into the water and pushed off, gaining speed to reach her as she kept a steady pace moving down the river. When he glided in next to her, she asked, "So I've got good news and bad news. What do you want first?" He weighed his choices, the boat rocking against the wavy water. "The bad." "I always pick the bad first, too," she said, and then she told him about her coworker Clive finding a source, apparently willing to talk about the club, and how Archer and Elise were on the case now to discover the identity of the mole. "All right," he said, after a moment of processing, and trusting Archer and Elise to swiftly handle the matter. "What's the good news?" The water dripped from her paddle. "Clive doesn't have your name yet?" He snorted a laugh. "Is that really good news?" "Yes," Hazel said, maneuvering her paddle into the murkier water. "Anything is good news until it's bad news." "I guess that's not a bad way to look at it." He leaned against the backrest, cutting his paddle through the water. "I don't doubt Elise will find out who's breaking the NDA. She usually finds secrets out pretty quickly." She glanced out ahead of her, her paddle rhythmically stroking the river. "Would it be really bad for you if your name got out there?" "Honestly, I don't know." He considered and then corrected himself. "My team would have my back, without a doubt, but it could hurt my chances of promotion and the charity. I suspect the board would want me to step down." "Then let's hope it doesn't get out."
They continued down the river, moving swiftly, birds calling overhead, until she gestured for him to go right toward a park he'd never been to before. When they reached the rocky shore, she hopped out of her kayak, and he followed her, pulling his up on the land. He stood by and watched as she took out a locking system that not only locked the kayaks together, but locked them around a tree near the shoreline. "Ready?" she asked, turning back to him. Intrigued, he admitted. She seemed to have planned every little detail of their evening out, and he'd never had anyone do that for him before, making him realize he never would have thought of something like this for a date. She headed up the small hill. Mature trees and meandering paths led to grassy areas where people were lying on blankets, reading books, and throwing footballs and frisbees. The moment they reached the top, the surprises kept coming. To the left was a large open field where people were talking and relaxing. To the right were 6 food trucks, and the delicious aroma coming from them hit Kieran like a brick wall. "So, usually you'd pick a restaurant on a date," she said. "But I always think it's good to give a choice in case you get it wrong. As you learned the other night, women don't like pushy men, so give them options." Thinking of others seemed like second nature to Hazel, and Kieran really liked that about her. He figured he should probably do more of that himself. He scanned the food trucks, and knowing more about Hazel now, he suspected she'd love the one to the far right. "Tacos sound good." "Perfect." In quick time, they ordered their tacos, immediately engulfed in the aroma of grease and spices coming from the food truck. Hazel paid for her meal. He paid his bill. It still felt wrong, but he kept the thought to himself. Once their dinner was ready, he gathered up their trays of food and she grabbed their drinks. Hazel headed back toward a spot on the hill where no one was sitting, but as they sat, he understood why she came here. The view of the river, as far as the eye could see, was breathtaking. Water splashed over the rocks at the shoreline. "Have you always liked being on the water?" he asked, handing her the tacos. "I love it," she said, crossing her legs and setting her tray on her lap. "Whenever my mother became too much or I just needed air, I always took my kayak out." He gestured to theirs. "But you rented these ones?" "When I left my parents' house, I didn't take anything with me." She hesitated and then shrugged. "I wanted everything to be mine, you know?" "Your mother used the gifts she bought you as leverage over you," he guessed. She nodded, picking up her taco. "Exactly, and I got tired of that." "I totally understand," he said, biting into his taco. "My parents did something similar. They used the gifts more as an I love you more tactic." "That's terrible." She took another bite, chewed, and then asked, "Was it hard to separate yourself from your parents?" "Not at all," he said, hesitating at the steady slap of a passing jogger's footsteps. "But my situation is very different from yours. My parents moved on with their lives and began new families. It was pretty clear that all I was to them was a horrible memory of each other." "I hate them," she said, then snapped her lips shut like she hadn't meant to say that aloud. He arched an eyebrow at her. "Don't stop talking now." She picked at the fish that had fallen out of her taco onto the wrapper. "I just meant that I hate them for treating you that way. You don't deserve that." His fingers twitched to reach out and tuck her hair behind her ear, bringing her attention to him, all to read her sweet eyes. "Thank you for hating them on my behalf." Cheeks bright red, she glanced up through her thick lashes before turning back to her food. Squirrels chattered and rustled through the bushes next to them, while he devoured 2 tacos in the time she finished her first. As he reached for his water, she asked, "Why did you go see Elise about Bryce?" He'd wondered if Elise would mention it, and he wasn't really surprised she did. He swallowed his sip and then twisted the cap back onto the bottle, setting it next to him. "Someone hurt you deeply, and now he's back in this city." She was quiet a moment while a dog barked off in the distance. "Thanks for looking out for me. I really appreciate that you've got my back." "You don't need to thank me, Hazel," he said immediately. "Believe me, had we learned about Bryce earlier, he'd already be warned to stay clear of you." She lifted her chin. "I really don't want a big fuss about it or anything." "Why not?" Why don't I want to make a fuss? Tightness radiated through Kieran's chest, making his voice taut.
Yeah, exactly. Why don't you want to make a fuss when it comes to Bryce? That bastard made quite the fuss in your life and didn't look back. Sometimes you need to make a very loud fuss, and this warrants one.
She looked away at the kids throwing pebbles into the water. I don't want to make trouble for him or bring any of you into this. He wiped his fingers on his napkin and then couldn't help but take her chin, capturing her gaze before he dropped his hand.
1, you didn't bring me into anything I didn't want to be brought into. 2, we all care about you, Hazel, and that prick doesn't get to feel comfortable when you feel uncomfortable. 3, he hurt you in one of the cruelest ways I've ever heard, and the only trouble he will feel is karma, which is rightly deserved.
I know you're right. I just thought this was behind me, you know. She sighed heavily, opening the wrapper of her second taco. Did anything surprise you in Elise's file?
Not really, he answered, opening his third taco. Once a prick, always a prick.
Bryce truly is a horrible person. Not just to me, but all those women his family paid off when they got pregnant. It's just terrible.
It is.
She ate a bite of her taco. What are you going to do with the information you learned about him? He held her gaze.
I won't do a damn thing if you tell me not to.
What if I said you could do something?
He'd already considered all the ways he'd enjoy breaking that asshole's face. I'd make him as uncomfortable as he makes you.
She visibly swallowed, raw emotion reaching her face before she glanced away to the water again. That gutted him. It felt wrong. He also didn't want to ruin this night she planned with painful memories. To shift the subject, he said,
We should talk about what happened between us.
I know, she said, still staring out at the water, her cheeks deepening in color as the seconds ticked by. With a deep breath, she turned to him and said, I know who you are and what you want and don't want. I'm not expecting anything more than we already discussed. All right, so that cleared up where her thoughts lay, but she surprised him. Again. Hazel had always been the shy one, the cute woman who blushed at everything. But when given the chance, and when she trusted a person, she was clear and strong in her thoughts. He liked that. Liked how she only showed her true self to people who deserved to see it.
Our plan also changed the other night, though, he reminded her.
It did, she agreed, barely able to hold his gaze. Are you not okay with that? He let out a breathy laugh.
I'm most definitely okay with what happened, but are you looking for more of what we experienced now?
Color crept all the way down to her chest now, but she drew in a deep breath, then said quickly, You're just skilled with all that. And the other night in Phoenix, I felt so overwhelmed by what I was feeling that it's almost like it
exploded, he offered.
She nodded. For so long after Bryce, I've been scared to let anyone touch me. Every time I've tried to date, it's incredibly awkward and I get nervous. But I trust you, so it feels safe. And, well...
You're attracted to me?
She wasn't even breathing now, and he swore he could see her heart rate pulsing rapidly in her neck. Not for a relationship, since we're worlds apart there, but...
Sexually?
She dropped her face in her hands. Oh my God, I can't get through this. He laughed, taking her hands away. He'd never seen her blushing so deeply before, and, damn, he liked it.
I know this is hard for you, but mixing pleasure with friendship is the exact kind of relationships I have. And believe me, Hazel, the sexual attraction is mutual.
She gave him that shy smile he liked so much.
That all said, how about a new deal? I will show you pleasure, and you'll show me life outside of Phoenix. Does that sound good to you?
Yes, she said, slightly breathy. But I think we need a rule. Outside Phoenix, we stay friends. Only inside Phoenix, we...
Play,
he murmured. She shivered and then nodded, licking her lips. He fought the urge to claim that mouth.
Agreed. Boundaries are the best way forward.
He understood why she needed them. She wanted to protect their friendship and to make sure things didn't get awkward because they lived together. He respected that and wanted to do the same, except he wanted to watch her break apart in his arms again, too. "Good. A new plan, then," she said, the color fading on her cheeks. He gave her a heated grin in return and watched her gaze darken with lust. This rule they set might be harder to keep than she realized. Respecting the agreement, he turned to his remaining 2 tacos. "Speaking of Phoenix, Reese and the others stayed away the night you came to make you more comfortable." "Did they really?" He nodded. "They'll continue to stay away if you want, but I'm sure they would all like to return. Would you be comfortable with that?" She searched his eyes for a moment, scrunching the paper from her taco into a ball. "It'd be a bit selfish of me to enjoy myself there and not let the owner come." He wouldn't sway her decision one way or the other, and neither would Reese, Hunt, or Archer. She gave a crooked smile. "I won't lie and say it won't be weird for me to see our friends having sex. In fact, there's a very good chance I'll die on the spot. But this is about pushing me out of my comfort zone and doing things differently now, creating my own life. It doesn't feel right to keep them away, so yes, I'm comfortable with that." "I'll be sure to tell them," he said, pleased by her choice. It felt wrong to him, too, to ask everyone to stay away, regardless that they would happily do so in a heartbeat. "This weekend, then, we return to Phoenix alongside our friends?" The color returned to her face. "Yes, I'd like that." "Me too," he said, before he tore his stare away, worried if he kept looking too long, he'd say screw the rules. By the time they threw away their garbage, the sun was beginning to set, and Hazel was hurrying back to the kayaks. He thought she was rushing to get home, but again she surprised him, heading further down the river, until she suddenly turned her kayak around, putting her paddle on top of it. "This is what I wanted you to see tonight." She gestured forward. Kieran circled his kayak around hers, overwhelmed by the stunning sunset over the skyline. "This is what dating should be about," she said. "Going on adventures, eating delicious food, exploring the world, enjoying each other." As he stared at her, he realized the sunset's beauty was nothing compared to Hazel's. With the light of the golden hour shining over her, he'd never seen anything or anyone so breathtaking. "Thank you for this tonight," he said. "You're welcome." As she stared out at the city skyline, taking in the pinks and purples, for the first time he truly saw her beneath her warm smile. Chapter 9. By the time the following weekend rolled around, Hazel could barely contain the excitement rattling through her, turning her insides to mush. Kieran hadn't come home after work, instead heading straight to Reese and Zoe's condo on the Lower East Side for their weekly tradition of a Friday night poker game. Hazel ended up doing laundry and cleaning to keep herself busy before she had to get ready for Phoenix. The work week had gone by without any new developments in the search to identify the people in the photograph or to locate Phoenix. With each passing day, Hazel breathed a little easier. It turned out that Reese needed more than Kieran's word on Hazel's comfort level with the group joining them in Phoenix, so she'd met them for dinner the night before. After she insisted, not once but 3 times, she could handle seeing her friends at Phoenix, Reese and Zoe let the matter go. Reese had explained that he understood her and Kieran's arrangement to play only in the club, and had allotted them a private room to use, since sex in the public areas of the club was prohibited. When Hazel left their condo that night, she felt good about her decision, even if she was secretly, or probably not so secretly, dying of embarrassment from even having the conversation. But her confidence began to waver when she entered Phoenix, the door shutting behind her with a click, and she found herself staring at Hunt's very naked body. He wore a dark silver gladiator half-mask on his face and a condom on his massive cock, and nothing else. Before him, a curvy blonde woman was blindfolded with a long black silk tie, and she was laid out on a silver velvet chaise with cherry wood and gold accents that appeared to have been built in medieval times. The crowd was silent, circled around the couple in the center. Some had their arms around each other, some stole kisses every now and then. Some were simply transfixed, watching Hunt worship the woman. And that's what Hazel realized he was doing, absolutely worshiping every single part of her body. There was not a spot on her that he didn't titillate and tease with his mouth and tongue. Hazel had never seen anyone so aroused before, and the view stunned her with its beauty. The woman's back was arched off the chaise as Hunt knelt between her legs, his tongue gliding across a nipple before he nipped her. When she gasped a sound of raw need, Hazel felt that sound vibrate through her, and she became damp between her legs, suddenly feeling like her black lace panties and bra were too confining. Goosebumps raced across her flesh as Hunt slowly kissed his way down the woman's belly to her pubic hair, and then he gently lifted her far leg up on his shoulder so as not to block the view for the crowd. He licked her gently, and Hazel's shiver followed the woman's shudder, the feeling akin to that touch on her. "All right?" she gasped, whirling around, nearly banging into Kieran's chest. Her breath felt hot in her lungs as she slowly lifted her attention from his smooth, square chest to his wide shoulders, then to his strong mouth, which held a slight curve. "Yes, sorry. I'm okay," she whispered, her chest rising and falling quickly with her heavy breaths. Kieran studied her a moment. "What's most shocking about this?" he asked quietly, keeping the conversation private, gesturing at the scene. "That it's Hunt or the sex act itself?" She swallowed. "Do I have to pick just one?" His smile bloomed. "Has no one ever tasted you before?" "No," she managed to say. "Have you imagined it?" Dear God, if she could have melted into a puddle on the floor, she would have. She had imagined someone's tongue sliding across her, Kieran's, many times when she lowered her hand between her thighs and found pleasure. "Yes, I've imagined it." His eyebrows arched. "But this is more than you imagined?" "It's just intense, beautiful." "That's what watching others is all about," he murmured, heat and lust pouring off him in waves. "It's a far different experience when you watch pleasure. It awakens the senses in a way that's different from when you're partaking in that pleasure yourself. Yes?" She nodded, breathless. "Yes." The experience was unlike anything she'd ever experienced before. The pornography she'd watched when the need hit her didn't have this connection and the passion burning between them. "You're beginning to understand why we all enjoy this," he said quietly. "Now, as for it being Hunt, a friend, try to see past him." His gentle hands came to her hips, and he turned her around, placing her back to his hard chest. She shivered when his fingers grazed her shoulder as he moved her hair back, dropping his mouth by her ear as he went on. "Try not to see him as a person. Do you see how he's never quite giving her what she wants, not missing her reactions, so connected on a soul-deep level?" "Yes, I do see that," she rasped, acutely aware of his hard length pressing against her bottom. His voice lowered when she shifted against him, suddenly unafraid to ask for what she wanted. "There is a time to fuck and be wild, but then there is this, the art of pleasure." Hazel dragged in a rough breath as Hunt moaned, stroking himself, continuing to lick the woman. Kieran continued, "Do you see how connected she is to her pleasure, how she's reaching for more?" Hazel shivered as the woman gasped, arching into Hunt's tongue as he slipped it inside her, stroking her. "Yes." The woman's hands clenched at her sides, her toes curling as her moaning shifted, becoming intense and loud. She began to ride Hunt's mouth, circling her hips as he worked his tongue inside her. Kieran murmured, "Do you see how everything he's done is bringing her here?" Hazel moaned, unable to help it as heat pooled low in her body, overwhelming need flooding her. "Hazel," Kieran growled, his fingers digging into her hips in a fierce hold, making her realize she was wiggling her bottom against his cock, so she stopped. He tisked in her ear and said, "Don't stop." She shifted against him again, and he growled, low and deep in her ear, the sound causing a deep shudder to rock through her. She turned then, suddenly unafraid to act on this crush she'd felt with Kieran from day one. She did understand being driven wild. He did that to her every day, with words and those smoldering eyes of his alone. She wanted him, and she had never wanted anyone, but she wanted Kieran. She wanted his touch, his mouth, his pleasure. She shook with the force of her need as she raised her eyes to meet his, excitement and thrill turning her insides to mush. Nothing could have prepared her for the hungry, dark gaze staring back at her. Breathless, she ran her hands up his six-pack, which bunched and flexed beneath her fingers, and kept going until she cupped the back of his neck and brought his mouth to hers. In this space, she felt free, felt empowered enough that she took control of the kiss for all of one moment before his hand met the small of her back and he brought her stomach up against the hard length of him. He groaned against her mouth, tangled his hand into her hair, and deepened the kiss. She felt eyes on them, but she couldn't bother to care, so lost in the skill of Kieran's mouth. With every long lick of her tongue and rough move of his mouth, she leaned closer, wanted more. Kieran groaned, low and deep, before he pulled back and dragged his thumb over her bottom lip. "What do you want?" Up against his strong body, hard cock, and drenched with need, the choice was easy. "I want to feel how she feels." The smile he gave was positively sinful as he slid his hand down her arm until his fingers were laced with hers. "Then let me show you." Kieran had led Hazel down the hallway to the private room that Reese had allotted for them to use tonight. The club had more than a dozen private rooms, some larger, some small as a wine cellar, but each had its own ambiance, and members could request furniture or props to stage whatever fantasy they wanted to indulge with their partners after watching the shows. When Kieran had called earlier to get the room ready for tonight, he'd requested only one thing: the peacock-colored velvet wingback chair. He'd always thought the chair looked sexy with the dramatically high back, rolled arms, and tufted upholstery, but he also knew Hazel would look beyond sexy in it. He had left Hazel in the hallway for a moment, heading to the stockroom of sex toys and any other thing a member would need, and he grabbed the long white silk scarf before heading back to her. He found her looking as aroused as she did when he arrived, and it took all his strength not to take her right then and there, screw the props. She'd been trembling, watching Hunt, and Kieran had been transfixed by her, wanting to taste all that rich desire she offered up to the world. "Turn around," he asked gently when he reached her. She obliged him, and he added, "Take your mask off." Once she had it lowered, he placed the scarf across her eyes and tied a double knot. If she couldn't watch him, she couldn't think about it. He moved back around her, watching her chest rise and fall. Part nerves, part excitement, he was sure. "Follow me," he told her, taking the mask from her, lacing his fingers in hers and opening the door. He took in the wingback chair in the center of the room, surrounded by old limestone curved walls. Kieran had asked Reese for this room especially because of one feature: the mirrors midway up the walls. Once he removed the blindfold, he wanted Hazel to see herself when they were together, to see how beautiful and sexy and incredible she was. Once he led her to the chair, he dragged his fingers across her arm, savoring how she trembled into his touch. After he guided her to the chair, he instructed, "There's a chair here. Take a seat." She went to sit at the back and cross her legs, and he tisked, "Scoot forward, right on the edge." He didn't worry about her legs pressed tightly together. She'd spread them soon enough for him. Any other woman he'd tease and torment, but with Hazel, he knew she didn't need that. At least, not yet. Before her, he went on one knee and took her chin, immediately sealing his mouth against hers. She tasted sweet and fresh and something much richer that made him want to roar up to protect her. He licked at her lips and she opened for him, and he tasted all of her mouth, devoured all the sounds she was making. And then those gorgeous legs spread slightly for him, and he trembled against the need to touch that heat. Breaking off the kiss, he licked down her neck to nibble her ear, and her hands came to his shoulders, stroking him. Christ, he liked when she touched him like that, like she'd been thinking about his body and was finally fulfilling a need. He swirled his tongue over the sweet spot where neck met shoulder, and he smiled at her shiver as he kissed her collarbone and then the top of her breast. He considered stripping her of her lingerie, but decided for her own comfort to leave it on this time, and the view she offered was one he wasn't ready to give up. Innocence meets sensuality was something he didn't know he liked until now. She gasped as he dragged his tongue across the top of her breast. Determined to make those moans louder, he tucked his finger into her bra and tugged the fabric beneath her swollen breast, her puckered, rosy nipple begging for his mouth. With a light touch, he ran his tongue across the taut peak. She hissed and arched her back, offering him everything. And damn, he liked that too, because he knew that all these sensations were new to her. Giving her what she wanted, he sucked her nipple up to the roof of his mouth. Her hands threaded in his hair, her hold fierce as if to pin him there, so he stayed. He flicked and sucked and teased her, and then he tugged the other side of her bra down and teased the other breast until she was squirming and panting. Her legs spread a little wider. Taking her cue, he dropped to both knees and kissed her stomach, her thigh, and kept going as he lifted her leg, kissing all the way down to her ankle before he kissed his way back up and tucked his finger into her panties. Her breath stopped then, nerves clearly rattling her, so he moved slowly, let the anticipation drag out as he exposed her sex. For a moment, he became lost in her. She shaved her pussy, except for a triangle shape of soft hair, all pointing to where she wanted him most. Christ, he wanted her too, and his cock throbbed to feel that heat tight around him. When she whimpered, he looked to her. She had her bottom lip in her mouth, her cheeks flushed deep red. He turned his head, kissing the side of her thigh, moving gingerly up and up and up. Her legs spread wide now. He grinned at the plea he would not ignore. His cock swelled painfully hard when he blew across her pussy, and she gasped, her head falling back. "Is that where you want my mouth, Hazel?" he murmured, the scruff on his cheek brushing against her inner thigh. She trembled, gripped the armrests, her knuckles white. "Yes." He grasped her hips, tugging her bottom until it was right on the edge of the chair, and then he gently slid his tongue over her glistening sex. She shook, a hard quake, an urgent request. He didn't draw it out. He swallowed her taste, groaning in pleasure at the very sweetness of her, and stroked out again, across her swollen, hot flesh. He never stopped, never paused, moving up closer to her clit. She wiggled when he reached the source of her pleasure, her moan turning to a whimper as he found a rhythm that left her panting. Right as she tensed to fall into her climax, he broke away to remove her blindfold, letting her see what he saw in the mirror, her spread wide with him kneeling between her legs. She blinked twice before her cheeks turned a darker shade of red. Her breath hitched and stopped completely when she took in the room of mirrors. "Are there people watching us?" she whispered, locked onto the mirrors. He ran his palms up her smooth calves, not feeling a tense muscle in her body. Taking a chance that his instincts were right, he murmured, "Yes, there are, and you are beautiful." She shuddered, her breath coming out heavy, rough. He lowered himself back between her thighs and slowly licked from bottom to top, and she immediately threw her head back and moaned, her hand holding the back of his neck, a request for more. So he listened, focusing his attention on her clit, swirling and nipping and sucking her into pleasure. Soon she began riding his face, desperate to get there, but he was rock hard, need fueling him the same as her. He backed away for a moment and opened his pants. Her half-lidded eyes widened as his pants fell to the ground at his knees and his rock-hard cock sprang free. Not letting the heat between them die, he reached for the lube beneath the chair that he'd asked to be left there, and he poured it over his cock before tossing the container on the ground. With his free hand, he stroked her clit in small circles, and she whimpered wildly. But her focus was locked on his hand fisting his cock, stroking, matching the rhythm of his fingers. She never stopped watching his strokes as he lowered his finger, sliding one inside her, and he groaned, jealous of his own damn finger. She was so tight. One day he'd replace his cock with his finger, and he yearned for that day to come, but this, for now, this was enough. He shifted his finger gently until she got louder, and then he inserted another. Pleasure overwhelmed her, and he stroked his cock harder, faster as he moved his fingers. But then her eyes met his, conveying her urgent need and desperation as her legs began trembling. He grunted, overwhelmed by the magic passing between them, and rose, pressing his one hand against her pubic bone and angling his fingers to reach where she needed him to go. "Hanging on the edge, aren't you?" Tears of pleasure filled her eyes, and she squeaked a cry, nodding beyond words. He gritted his teeth and then gave her everything he had, moving hard and fast, up and down. Hazel's arms straightened as she lifted her bottom off the chair and screamed. Her arousal running down his hand, he let her come down from the high only to send her there once more. When she crashed the second time, she laughed, staring at how she'd soaked the chair. "Holy shit," she breathed. Kieran only saw the happiness bursting across her face, the sweet innocence that was undoing him. That, matched with listening to her come undone while watching her soak his hand, had all been too much. He cupped the back of her neck, fisting his cock again. "Keep your eyes on me, just like that," he growled, absorbed in her, as he none too gently stroked himself into pleasure. Her hands came up to his hips and then grazed over his abdomen, and that was all it took for heat to roar through his body before he was spilling his seed onto his hand and her thigh with a deep grunt. Breathless, he leaned over, his forehead resting against the top of her head. "There aren't people watching, are there?" she asked a few moments later. He pressed a kiss to the top of her head and then met her gaze. Kieran fell into the pureness seeping into the air between them. He'd slept with many friends over the years, but this felt different, special somehow. "No, there aren't, but you liked the idea that there were others watching you, didn't you?" A pause. No shame, no regret, no hesitation crossed her face when she answered with blushing cheeks. "Apparently I did." He arched a brow at her. "Should we consider the idea for down the road?" Another pause. Then she laughed. "I can't believe I'm saying it, but yes." Chapter 10. The next morning, Hazel watched the leaves of the tree outside the bedroom window dance in the breeze. Ever since she'd awakened, thoughts rattled inside her head. First, watching Hunt have sex didn't bother her, and that was surprising. She felt happy for him. Hunt was good, and he deserved good things to come into his life. Second, apparently she got off on thinking people were watching her. More importantly, a thrill shot through her at the idea of experiencing that for real, to see and feel those watchful eyes on her. Third, last night it had become blatantly clear to her that Kieran's hand touching her wasn't enough anymore. She yearned for something much more enticing, the hard, thick length she'd seen last night, as if he was tempting her to ask him for more. Lastly, when she crashed from the high that he sent her on, her heart was reaching for something that Kieran hadn't offered up, emotion. She really liked him. She couldn't help it. Kieran was passion and intensity, but he was a good person and made her feel safe. The other night on their fake date, she felt happy. That night marked the first time in a long time she'd enjoyed herself with a man, and she couldn't help wishing it was real, that he could care about her more than a friend. And she couldn't deny that she felt tangled up in him now, and as much as she was trying not to let it happen, she felt a connection to him. One that he didn't feel, at least not as deeply as she did. But she also didn't want to not experience this new side of herself either. All she needed to do was keep her softening heart out of it. And all those heavy thoughts led to a headache. So she'd stayed in bed for the last hour while she stared at the leaves flickering outside her window. But at the ringing of her cell phone, she grabbed it off the nightstand. Zoe. "Good morning," Hazel said into the phone. "Morning, sunshine," Zoe replied in a chipper voice. "I'm checking in to see if you've died of embarrassment from last night or if you're still living." Hazel adjusted herself back against her pillows. "I'm still alive. Were you there? I didn't see you." "We were," Zoe said, "but you didn't notice us." Hazel remembered being transfixed by Hunt. "I might have been a bit stunned." Zoe barked a laugh. "I've been there, Hazel, trust me. But you're happy?" "I think so," Hazel replied, but then realized she shouldn't have answered so quickly. "There's just a lot of emotional stuff mixed in with all the good stuff, so it's making my head a little woozy, but it's nothing to worry about." "Just take it one day at a time. Everything you're seeing and this new life you're experiencing with Kieran is a lot. Life-changing, really. I know when I first went to Phoenix, it was like I walked in the doors one person and left another. So just let yourself feel what you feel, and don't forget that I'm here if you need to talk." Warmth touched Hazel's chest. "Thanks. If I ever get my thoughts straight enough to talk, you know I'll call." A pause. "Well, luckily for you, we leave for Miami tomorrow morning. A girls' trip is just what you need to get your head straight." "It most definitely is," Hazel agreed, then began making a mental list of gag gifts she needed to pick up today for the dual bachelorette parties for her best friends. "What time are we leaving for the airport?" "Reese surprised me today and said he chartered a private plane for our trip. The pilot will take us to Miami first, so we need to be at Teterboro Airport in New Jersey for 9 o'clock. The plane will take the guys to Vegas after that." "A private plane? How spoiled are we?" "Very spoiled. He's definitely going all out. And I'm letting him because, hell, we only get married once." Zoe and Reese were soulmates, perfect together in every way, and Hazel's heart grew 2 sizes for her friend. A sudden ringing of the doorbell had Hazel sliding out of bed. "Listen, Zoe, I gotta run. Someone's at the door. What time should I be ready for you?" "It's a bit of a drive to Teterboro, so let's say 6:30, just so we're on time." "Can't wait." "Me too. Talk soon." They said quick goodbyes, and Hazel ended the call, tossing her cell onto her bed, and then hurried to her closet. She threw on a robe over her bralette and shorts and then rushed to the door, passing Kieran's room. Images of him sleeping naked flashed across her mind, bringing heat to all the places he touched last night. After she headed down the staircase, she flung the door open, only to realize she shouldn't have opened it in the first place. "Good morning," her mother said, stepping into the townhouse without being welcomed inside. "Good morning, Mother," Hazel said, shutting the door behind her. "You do realize the time," her mother snipped. Hazel glanced at the stereo system on the television stand. Damn, how long had she been lost in her thoughts? "It's 9 o'clock on a Saturday. I can sleep in, you know." Her mother kept her shoes on, surveying the space like she expected a mouse to jump out at her. "You are wasting your life away. You should be furthering yourself. There are courses you could take. Is there a reason you've come by?" Hazel injected, not wanting to get into all the things she was doing wrong in her life. Her mother's brows rose at Hazel's clipped tone, but the surprise only lasted so long, replaced by a scowl. "Do you have something to say to me?" "Not that I'm aware of." Hazel plopped down on the couch, tucking her legs in underneath her. A frown. "What happened on your date?" "Nothing happened. He was a nice enough guy, but there wasn't any chemistry." How can there be no chemistry with anyone? Hazel shrugged. Her mother came around the couch, nearly snarling. Do I need to remind you that you're not getting any younger? Do you want to be called a spinster? Fury began to claw at Hazel's chest, but before she could snap out a response, she heard a creak behind them, followed by her mother's gasp. Kieran walked into the room in jogging pants that hung low on his waist, showing off every tight and toned muscle of his torso. His hair was messy from sleep, and dear all that was holy, he was drop-dead gorgeous. He gave Hazel a sly smile like he knew it, too. "Good morning, Gabrielle," he said to her mother, his focus on Hazel where she sat on the couch. When he reached her, he leaned over the back, wrapping his arms around her in a gentle hug, and she fought a shiver. "Still feeling good about last night?" he whispered in her ear, just for her, like that's all that mattered to him this morning. "I am," she said quietly, having also reassured him last night, more than once, that she didn't regret what happened between them. She heard a smile in his voice. Good. When he leaned away, his cheek brushed hers. This time, she couldn't fight the shiver, and she saw his smile widen. Her mother's face was bright red. "So, when did this happen?" she demanded, hands planted firmly on her hips. Kieran straightened and said, "Did you come by for a visit, Gabrielle, or are you just here to berate Hazel?" Gabrielle sputtered. "Excuse me?" Kieran placed a hand on Hazel's shoulder, his voice taking on a harder edge. She realized now his hug wasn't only to check in, but to stand against her mother. "If you're here for a visit, I'll put on a pot of coffee. If you're here to berate her, then it's time for you to leave." Hazel cringed, watching her mother's face turn a darker shade of red. "I have never been treated like this in my life. Who do you think you are?" she shot at Kieran. To Hazel, she sneered, "Are you going to let him talk to me like that?" The room began squeezing in on her, but she forced the words from her dry throat. "It's Kieran's home." A pause. A long, angry pause. "I see," her mother said coldly. Kieran moved to the door, whisked it open, and then offered her mother a warm smile. "It was lovely to see you, Gabrielle, as always. Next time, perhaps a phone call before your visit would be helpful." Gabrielle glared before lifting her chin and striding outside, without another look back at Hazel. Kieran shut the door behind her and locked it. "She's just way too much this early on a Saturday." When he turned back to Hazel, she blinked, then managed to say, "I can't believe you just did that. No one has ever done that to her." "You should do that to her," he said. "Set your own boundaries and show her what those boundaries are. As much as I don't deserve my shitty parents, you don't deserve yours." Hazel couldn't form coherent thoughts. What he said was true. She was torn between feeling terrible about her mother and wanting to fist bump Kieran at the same time. But when the confusion began to clear, all that remained was the knowledge that even though last night made her feel happier, freer, she couldn't outrun her life. "Hazel." She snapped her head up, discovering Kieran standing closer to her. His gaze was firmer now, and she believed he meant what he said. A part of her melted and seemed to reshape into something softer under his fierce stare, but the tender part of her heart only remembered how much it hurt to trust someone. "Sorry, what were you saying?" "I'm heading to one of my team's 6-year-old daughter's birthday party this afternoon," he said, shoving his hands into his sweatpants. "Since you've already proven you are very good at peopling, I could really use your help picking out a gift and surviving the party, if you're up to tagging along." Hazel tried very hard not to look at the mighty bulge at her eye level, and she failed miserably. A birthday party?" His throaty chuckle lifted her attention to him. "Yes, Hazel, a 6-year-old's birthday party. You in?" She swallowed, refusing to look back down again, and remembering her side of their deal that she'd show him life outside of pleasure. "Sure, yes, of course, I'd love to come." "Glad to hear it," he said, and then promptly winked. "I better go get changed into something else, or you might start breaking the rules." "Ha, very funny," she called after him, her face burning like she had a fever. His low chuckle followed him before his bedroom door shut and the shower turned on a moment later. Only it wasn't funny at all. She most certainly wanted to break every rule in her rulebook to get those sweatpants off him. Later that afternoon, Kieran pulled his truck to a stop beside the 2-story brownstone in Brooklyn and cut the ignition. Tension still rode him. He'd endured a semi-hard-on from earlier when Hazel stared at his cock like she wanted to rip his sweatpants off, and he had rid himself of it in the shower, imagining her mouth on him. The tension he couldn't run from was this morning's visit with her mother. When Gabrielle spoke to Hazel with such disrespect, it took everything inside Kieran not to explode, and he couldn't explain the rage, even to himself. He looked to Hazel sitting beside him, breathed in her floral scent. Her hair was in big waves around her face as she stared up at the house, and he'd never felt so protective, so determined to make sure she smiled. He'd never had a relationship like this with a woman, and it felt good, he realized, as he withdrew the keys from the ignition. When his cell phone rang, he grabbed it from the cup holder and saw the call was from Archer. He lifted the call to speaker and placed his cell on the dash. "Hey, Archer, you're on speakerphone. Hazel's here." "Hello, Hazel," Archer said. "Elise is here, too." They all exchanged greetings as Kieran unfastened his seatbelt. When they went quiet, he asked, "What's up?" "We've got some good news for you," Elise reported. "We found out who the mole is. His name is Daniel Bishop." Kieran mulled over the name. It sounded familiar, but he couldn't place it. "Remind me who that is?" Archer answered. "He was one of Reese's bartenders who participated in a couple shows a year ago. Reese had terminated him when we learned he was using cocaine in the club." "Ah, that guy," Kieran drawled. He'd been the one to catch Daniel in the bathroom, snorting a line off the sink. Hazel asked, "Have you approached him yet?" "Reese and I will be paying Mr. Bishop a visit this afternoon," Archer replied. Hazel sighed. "Good, that's really good." "It is," Kieran agreed with a nod. Not only for himself, but he could tell Hazel felt guilty that her editor wanted to exploit the photograph of him. He got that. He wanted to protect her, too, especially from her ex-boyfriend, who thankfully hadn't crossed her path again. "Well, I should say it's good for you," Hazel said. "Not so good for Clive, who thinks he's about to be 20 grand richer." Kieran nearly reached for her hand to comfort her before stopping himself, clenching his fingers tight against his leg. Instead, he glanced at his phone and asked, "How did you find out it was Daniel?" "Every conversation Clive and Daniel had was over email," Elise explained. "It was all laid out for us." She paused for a moment before she went on. "Also, Hazel, that reminds me, you need to bring me your laptop after we get back from Miami." "Why?" Hazel asked. "Because the security at your work is absolute shit. Let me tighten that up for you to make sure you're all safe." Hazel frowned at the phone. "It's that bad?" "It's like the doors were wide open and we just walked right into their servers." "Geesh," Hazel said, tucking her hair behind her ear and drawing all of Kieran's focus to her. When she spoke again, he couldn't look away from her mouth as she said, "Okay, I'll bring it to you for sure. Thanks." "No worries," Elise said. Then her voice lightened as she added, "For now, all is well and neither of you have anything to worry about." "Excellent news," Kieran said, tearing his attention away to avoid another erection he didn't want to endure. "Thanks to you both." "We'll talk soon," Archer said. Then the phone line went dead. "Thank goodness they stopped him," Hazel said. "Did you have any doubt?" Kieran asked. "I shouldn't have," she said, then reached for her door handle. "But bad things happen all the time." His chest took a hit, and he wished her instincts didn't always go straight to the worst possible scenario, even if he understood why her mind took her there. He grabbed the gift bag from the back seat, a frilly bag that held a bloom doll, which Kieran had learned was a plastic flower pot that once watered, grew a doll with funky clothes and hair. Hazel had assured him Adam's daughter would be madly in love. "Ready?" he asked her. She nodded. Bring on the birthday cake, he chuckled, striding next to her as they approached the house, not blind to her appearance today. You look really pretty, by the way. She wore a white fitted sundress that had little green flowers and showed off just enough cleavage to keep him looking. Thanks, she said, with a smile that he really liked on her. Hopefully I'm not too dressed up. You're perfect, he said. He liked this smile even more. When they reached the front door, they met a note taped to the door that read, "Party's in the back, come on inside." He opened the door for her, and he followed her inside until they reached the backyard. Then she settled in behind him as they went outside. The yard was a kid's paradise. A clown entertained a dozen kids sitting in front of him, and a few were in the jumping castle. Not unexpectedly, his team all turned at the presence of a woman next to him, some gaping. Don't let any of them ruffle your feathers, he told Hazel, leaning down to her. They're a rambunctious bunch. Okay, she said, and then she smiled out to his team. Unsurprisingly, Harry Coulson, the other captain up for a promotion, sauntered up. He was a good-looking guy who had charm and a physique that came from long hours in the gym. He also loved the ladies. I'm not sure if you know... Coulson paused. Hazel, she said. Coulson grinned. Hazel, pretty name. Thank you. He winked at Kieran, and Kieran snorted as Coulson leaned in to Hazel. As I was saying, Hazel, I'm not sure if you know this, but Black rarely brings a lady around. The reason for this is because he's insecure about me being better looking, and he's worried you'd have a change of heart over him and choose me instead. Coulson was also the guy on the team who loved a good competition. Kieran barked a laugh. Dream on, Coulson. But to stop that line of thinking, he said, Hazel and I are friends, and as her friend, I'd tell her to stay clear of your slimy, smooth-talking ways. Oh, Coulson said. Friends, you say? Well, then, Hazel, please let me take you to get a drink. He offered his arm. Hazel's cheeks were gorgeously pink, but she accepted his arm and let him lead her toward the coolers. Kieran stared after them, only realizing a second too late that he was frowning, and Coulson saw it, grinning in return. Shithead. Next time they ran together, Kieran would run harder. No one on his team had his stamina, but they also weren't training for the Ironman. A firm tug on the gift bag in his hand was followed by a sweet voice asking, Can I open it now? Kieran glanced down to Fiona, Adam's daughter, and the birthday girl. She wore a sparkly dress with a unicorn on the front, and her curly hair was wild and cute. Of course you can, Fiona, Kieran said, releasing the bag. You're the birthday girl. You can do whatever you want. Mary, Fiona's mother, rushed over from the other side of the yard and gasped, Fiona, let's put it with the others and open it after cake. The tissue paper went flying out of the bag, and Fiona screamed, It's a bloom! I got a bloom! She took off toward the other kids in the bouncy castle, yelling about her bloom. Kieran captured Hazel's gaze over the cooler, and she mouthed, Told you. He inclined his head. He barely understood women, so a little girl was way out of his league. By the time Kieran put all the tissue paper back in the gift bag and set it aside, Hazel returned, offering him a beer. As he accepted the beer with thanks, Coulson said, And here I thought that beer was for me. Kieran thought she might blush darker, but instead she grinned. Sorry, but there's only room for one haughty firefighter in my life. His team burst into laughter, and Kieran joined them. Come on, Kieran said, placing a hand against the small of her back. Let me introduce you. One by one she met his other family, and with every person she met, and who promptly adored her, he felt a lump rise in his throat. He never blended this crew and his Phoenix crew, and what felt comfortable this morning suddenly didn't. He'd just felt so damn bad for Hazel after her mother showed up. He didn't want her to spend the day alone. But as he took in her laughter and the easy way she fit in, he let go of the weight of panic in his chest and forced himself into the moment.
Her being here with him felt good, and he wasn't sure what to make of that. She turned to him and smiled, a smile just for him, and any remaining tension left him as he smiled back. Chapter 11. The following morning had been a rush of waking up early and getting to the airport, and in all that rush, Hazel hadn't gotten the chance to say goodbye to Kieran. She'd nearly knocked on his door, but chickened out at the last minute and quickly left, locking the front door behind her. He'd stayed on her mind the rest of the day, even after they arrived in Miami, and was still firmly there when a sparkler lit up Hazel's berry vodka and Chambord cocktail as the waiter set it in front of her. She'd never felt so thirsty after soaking up the sun all day at the beach, and her nose hurt, a little burnt, but the sun had been good for her. All the vitamin D had given her a burst of happiness. Considering this morning she was trying to reconcile her growing feelings for Kieran without making things complicated, she tried to embrace the happiness and relax. When they'd arrived in Miami, she'd learned from Zoe that Reese had found an Airbnb in South Beach, right on the water, and Reese had given them another surprise by having a chef and a waitress spoil them rotten all day long, bringing drinks and food right to them while they swam in the ocean. Tomorrow they'd spend the day snorkeling in the Biscayne National Park, followed by an afternoon at a spa. So far, spoiled felt good. Zoe was beaming when the waiter finished setting the drinks in front of them at the rooftop restaurant on Ocean Drive. "So, how are things going with you and Kieran?" she asked. "Things are great," Hazel said, tearing her focus away from the sparkler to Zoe's face, which was a little burnt too. "It's so odd because it's unlike anything I would have ever imagined. He's like my personal pleasure teacher and a really good friend at the same time." Elise laughed. "That sounds like a pretty good arrangement to me." "It is," Hazel agreed. "It's exactly what I need right now. It feels like there's such a big weight off my shoulders. It's hard to explain." "Try," Zoe pressed gently. Hazel considered, taking the sparkler that had died out from her drink, setting it on the table, and admitted to her best friends. "My whole life has been full of expectations. Even dating feels like an expectation. But with Kieran, there aren't any. We're friends, good friends. And I'm discovering sensuality in a way that puts no expectations on me. I don't have to worry about him or his feelings or if he's liking this or that because he doesn't expect that of me. And that's a really nice and freeing feeling." Zoe hesitated, then asked, "But what if there are more than just friends feelings going on there?" Yeah, that was the problem. "I can't let myself think that way." Elise's head cocked. "Why not?" "Because hope is a very dangerous thing," she admitted. Loud laughter came from a few tables over, and when they quieted, Zoe frowned and said, "That's a terribly sad admission, Hazel." "I know, but it's the truth, regardless. While we are growing closer, and I like that, I want to get married and have kids one day. Kieran's already told me he doesn't want that." She paused, choosing her words carefully. "He's being really good to me. He's made the line very clear. I want to just appreciate what we have together, and I don't want to compromise our friendship. Does that make sense?" "It makes perfect sense," Elise said. "It's taken you a long time to trust anyone again. And as much as I like Kieran, he comes with big red warning signs about commitment. The last thing you need is to get your heart tangled up in him." Zoe looked like she was about to disagree, but instead, she smiled. Hazel pushed on. "He's supportive and sweet and caring in ways he doesn't need to be. Okay, sure. It's hard sometimes to remember that I'm not supposed to want him outside of the club, but that's on me, not him." "Again, makes sense," Elise said. But Zoe cocked her head, raising her eyebrows a little, and Hazel shifted on her seat against the weight of those words. Maybe she wasn't totally confident in what she was saying.
She did like Kieran more than a friend, but admitting that would get her nowhere but hurt. To make that clear, she said, I want to feel grateful for all that Kieran's bringing to my life and not wish for things that will never happen. Zoe's expression softened, and she nodded. I get that. So, Hazel said with a sigh, directing the conversation to another place, since she did not want to make this night about her and keep it to the happiest time in her best friends' lives. Before you start drinking, I have surprises. Oh? Elise asked. Hazel reached into her purse, pulling out her bag of goodies. She took out the 3 straw penises and plopped them into their drinks, sending her friends into fits of laughter. Then she settled the sparkly tiaras that read Miss to Mrs., one on Zoe and the other on Elise. She knew better than to push any further than that. Both friends would have flatly refused some of the ridiculous gag gifts Hazel had seen at the store. But they weren't expecting the game she had for them at the bar that night, the Bachelorette bucket list, where each had to complete hilarious dares. Hazel's favorite one, get a guy to tell you you're sexy in a different language. There, she said, stepping back, admiring her work, and lifting her phone to take a picture that she planned to put up on Instagram. Say bride. Bride, Zoe and Elise said in unison, holding up their drinks with the penis straws. Hazel laughed, taking the picture. As she lowered her phone, it rang. She looked at the screen. Oh, it's Kieran. Don't you even think about it, Hazel Rose, Elise warned her. It's girls' night. No boys allowed. Hazel stared at her ringing phone, his name like a beacon of light she couldn't ignore. But what if something's wrong? She looked up at Zoe. Something could be wrong. Zoe shrugged. Hazel hit answer before she could really think it through. What's wrong? She asked into the phone. Kieran's low voice made her shiver. Nothing, except that I'm a couple beers away from drunk, he said. Elise glared at the phone in Hazel's hand. Nothing's wrong, is it? She demanded. Hazel shook her head, placing her hand over the phone. I'll be quick, promise. She left her friends muttering promises of death to Kieran and headed over to the railing, staring out at the waves crashing up on the shore off in the distance. Sorry about that. What's going on? We're waiting for a poker game to start, but I thought I'd call and see how things are going with you. Heat rose to her cheeks that he was thinking about her at all, but she tried not to read too much into that. With her past, he was surely worried about her emotional state now that he'd brought her into Phoenix. We're good. Eating dinner now. Then we'll be heading to a club to dance until someone breaks an ankle or they kick us out. His deep chuckle filled the phone line. Please don't do anything that will end with me coming to bail you out. Hazel looked over her shoulder, watching as Zoe and Elise cheered shot glasses of tequila and then downed their shots. It's not me you have to worry about. A pause. Well, it's not them I'm talking to right now, is it? She halted at the warmth in his voice, the affection. You don't have to worry about me. I've already asked the waiter to give me water shots instead of booze, so at least one of us is sober. Smart, he said, but don't forget to have a little fun, too. That won't be a problem, she said with a smile, watching as Elise and Zoe burst out laughing. You've never seen Zoe and Elise completely shit-faced. They're hilarious. I can only imagine, he said. All right then, so you're good and having fun? I am, and yes, are you? Fun times are being had. Another long pause. I won't keep you then. Enjoy your night. See you at home Tuesday night. See you then. She ended the call and stared at her cell phone. She tried desperately not to read too much into his call, but if she didn't know better, she'd think the proud bachelor, dater of no one, was missing her. Missing Hazel already, huh? Standing at the main bar in the Bellagio's poker room, Kieran slipped his cell phone back into his pocket, glancing at Hunt with a snort. They'd arrived in Vegas a couple hours ago, and even though it was late, the city had only begun to awaken. It's not like that. Hunt smirked as he offered him a beer. Just calling her to say hello, then. Kieran took the beer with thanks and turned back out to the poker room, a separate room from the main casino, quieting the dinging of slot machines. The crystal chandeliers created soft lighting over the oval poker tables and leather seats. The room smelled like money and a lot of it. "I was calling to make sure everything's good," he said, not sure why he even felt the need to explain. "I stepped into her life and shook it up, and I'm feeling the duty of that. Nothing more, nothing less." Hunt stared at him for a long few seconds, then burst out laughing. "What?" Kieran growled. "You're so full of shit, and you don't even see it," Hunt said, his lips against the rim of his beer bottle. "Why is Kieran full of shit?" Archer asked, sliding up next to Kieran. He held his hand up to the barkeep and pointed to his beer, then held up 2 fingers. The barkeep accepted the order with a nod and turned to the beer fridges. Hunt leaned sideways against the bar, gesturing at Kieran with a flick of his chin. "This fool thinks he's not missing Hazel, even though he just called her." Archer smirked. "You didn't even make it 24 hours without checking in." Kieran nearly rolled his eyes, but he'd be damned if he'd let them get to him. "You haven't called Elise?" "That's a negative," Archer said. "She'd kill me if I did." The bartender delivered the beers. "It's girls' night. I know better than to interrupt that." Kieran sighed. When would he ever get anything right with women? "I shouldn't have called?" "Let's see what Reese has to say about it," Archer said, turning away with beers in hand. Kieran ignored Hunt's low chuckle at his back as he followed Archer to the high-stakes poker table where Reese waited, taking a long drag from his cigar, then blowing smoke around him. Their game was to start shortly, and Kieran suspected they'd keep going long into the morning. Tomorrow the plan was to hit the speedway and race both foreign and domestic cars, visit the gun range to shoot high-powered weapons, take some ATVs off-roading through the Mojave Desert, and then back to the casino for more poker. Kieran doubted they'd sleep much, but he didn't doubt it would be worth his hellish workday after they were back. As Kieran took his seat at the poker table next to Hunt, Archer said, "Kieran called Hazel." Reese froze in the middle of taking another drag of his cigar. "On a girls' night?" Laughter erupted around Kieran, but he wasn't laughing. "I was just checking in. Why is that so awful?" Reese accepted his beer from Archer. Turning to Kieran, he added, "I suppose you haven't learned about girls' night, but it's like jumping into shark-filled waters. You don't belong there. They know it, you know it. And if you don't get your ass out of there fast, they'll bite." Kieran snorted. "Hazel doesn't have any bite in her." "That's true, she doesn't," Reese agreed with a nod. "But her 2 best friends do, and believe me, you don't want to be on the receiving end of that." Archer laughed. "You really don't." Kieran took his cigar off the table and lit it, the scent of burnt coffee with a hint of sweetness filling his senses. He'd pay for the cigar when he trained next after the trip, but life wasn't worth living without indulgences. When the smoke cleared, Kieran caught Reese's deep regard, and he wasn't surprised when Reese asked, "What's going on with you 2, anyway?" "Nothing's changed between us," Kieran answered, setting his cigar in the ashtray between him and Hunt. Hunt coughed. "Bullshit." Kieran glanced his way, arching a brow. "Got something to say, Hunt?" Of course, Hunt just grinned at the challenge. "Always, but do you want to hear it?" Kieran knew he would regret egging Hunt on, but the challenge in Hunt's gaze had Kieran wanting to meet it with a challenge of his own. "I've never stopped you before." Hunt took a long drink of his beer before setting the bottle down in the drink holder on the poker table. "Has Hazel found a new place to live yet?" he asked. "No, she hasn't found anything that suits her yet," Kieran answered hesitantly, not sure what Hunt was getting at. Apparently he wasn't the only one, since Archer cut in and asked, "Have you pressed her to find something?" Kieran asked, "What kind of asshole would it make me if I kept asking her when she was moving out?" Hunt shrugged. "Not an asshole, considering your offer was only temporary." Kieran looked between his friends, saw the gleam in their expressions.
What exactly are you getting at? He asked. What I'm getting at is, Hunt said slowly, that hard challenge returning to his gaze. This seems pretty convenient. You offer up Hazel a place to stay because you're a nice guy, which we all know was a sly way of bringing her closer so you can get to know her better. You find a way to indulge her, all the while posing it as an offer to help her. He raised a single brow over stormy eyes. Like I said, convenient. Kieran expected nothing less from Hunt than the hard truth, nothing less from any of his close friends. He blew out a long breath, sitting back in his chair. I've used every advantage I've had to enjoy her without hurting her. Hazel and I created rules, boundaries, and we're sticking to them. But that doesn't mean I can't care about her and our friendship. Unexpectedly, Reese snorted. How real are those rules, though? They're real and firmly in place, Kieran confirmed. Archer cocked his head. Are they? Or is it simply that neither of you have broken them yet? Kieran glanced from Hunt to Archer to Reese, and they all stared back at him. And suddenly he realized Hunt was right. He was full of shit. He could wrap it up in a nice, pretty bow and call it a deal between them. But the fact remained, he wanted to spend time with Hazel. He wanted to touch and lose himself in her. That had never happened before, not with any woman. He paused, and then gave up finding the right words and said it bluntly. All right, you win. I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing, or what the fuck is going on between us, but I wanted to call her and check in on her, so I did. Hunt beamed as he tipped the top of his bottle toward Kieran. That's the first honest thing that's come out of your mouth regarding Hazel. Kieran humphed. Reese smiled. That, Kieran, is the most important lesson where it comes to women. We never know what the fuck we're doing. Learn that, and you'll be just fine. Archer barked a laugh, nodding in agreement. Ain't that the truth? He reached for his beer, but his cell phone beeped. When he took it off the table, he chuckled at whatever he saw on the screen. He slid it across the table to Kieran. You've awakened the sharks, he said. Kieran lifted the phone. Tell Kieran if he calls Hazel again on our girls' night, I will sign him up for an embarrassing amount of women's subscription boxes that he will never be able to cancel. Archer's cell beeped again, and another text popped up. P.S. Kieran, if you're reading this, Hazel is having a blast. Stop worrying about her. But he was worrying about her. When he slid the cell back to Archer, he said, Elise is threatening me with subscription boxes if I call again. Archer smiled proudly. A threat I'd take very seriously. Kieran chuckled. Reese took a puff on his cigar, and once he exhaled, he offered, You don't have to have it all figured out, you know, but you're not doing yourself or Hazel any favors by not admitting what's going on between you two. Yeah, but admitting that something was shifting between them wasn't so simple. And then what? He asked them. Once I admit that I'm feeling something for her that's unexpected and unusual for me, where will that get us? We're a world apart in what we want out of life. Archer shrugged. Either you'll land somewhere good or somewhere that has you parting ways. The very thought of not seeing Hazel in his kitchen every morning chilled him. Not seeing her smile, her blushing cheeks, her love for adventures, he couldn't even fathom it. I cannot, he firmed his voice, will not risk hurting her. It won't happen, no matter that I'm invested. Reese held Kieran's stare. But what if you can do something better than not hurting her? What if you can make her happy? Silence descended. Apparently, his friends had a lot to say that they hadn't been saying. Chapter 12. 2 days later, sporting a tan and still able to smell the salt from the ocean in the air, Hazel stared up at the shadows on her ceiling, pretending she wasn't waiting for the click of the door.
She and the girls had arrived home from Miami this afternoon, both Zoe and Elise more hungover than Hazel had ever seen them. Zoe had barely said 5 words the whole flight, and Elise had run to the bathroom to vomit not once, but twice. Hazel had played nurse the whole way home, glad they both had enough fun that she was sure they'd laugh about their ridiculous behavior for years to come. Thunder boomed off in the distance as she huffed, sick of tossing and turning, and flipped onto her side, checking her clock. 11 o'clock. Kieran should have been home a half an hour ago. She sat up, reaching for her cell phone to text Zoe and see if Reese was home, when the front door opened. Hazel stiffened, her racing heart rate the only sound. Then came footsteps, not soft footsteps intending to not disturb, but loud, intent footsteps, and they stopped right outside her door. A long pause, and Hazel held her breath, but gasped at the knock. "Come in," she called. The bedroom door opened, and a flash of lightning lit up Kieran, who was soaked from head to toe. Another boom of thunder startled Hazel, but she settled as Kieran approached the bed. Silently, he took a seat, bowed his head. "I missed you," he said quietly, as rain pelted the window. But those words weren't quiet in her head. They were roaring. He glanced at her sidelong. "And I'm not sure what to do about that." "What do you mean?" Her breath was trapped in her throat as he leaned in, sliding his finger across her jawline. "I missed you," he repeated. "I've never missed anyone, and I missed you, Hazel. I wanted to be with you, here, and that feeling is very new to me." She tried to respond, but he sealed his mouth across hers. He kissed her in a way he hadn't before, with every slow swipe of his tongue and every brush of his strong lips. She realized she was kissing Kieran, not a fantasy they were creating, not the man doing right by her, introducing her to pleasure, but the man who opened his heart to no one. He gathered her in his arms and pulled her onto his soaking wet lap, continuing his raw kisses that left her feeling weightless. She broke off the kiss. "We're breaking our rules." "I know," he said, his voice rough. "But I don't fucking care." She wanted to believe him. "I trust you, Kieran." Another flash of lightning lit up the room as he tucked her hair behind her ear. "I know you do." She waited for the loud boom of thunder before she went on. "Then I'll trust you to tell me the truth about what is happening here. Is this us having fun, or is this something more?" His hand shifted, cupping her chin. "I think we've known from the beginning that this was more than just fun. And I think we both know that I was making any damn excuse I could to be around you." His fingers grazed her jawline, and she shivered as he added, "to touch you." She'd never let herself believe this could happen, but that small part of her that kept hoping and wishing was suddenly jumping to the surface, ready to take this step with him. "Are we together?" She nodded. He brushed his knuckles across her cheek. "If it's all right with you, I'd like to let things go where they want to go, and things so far between us seem to want to go in that direction. Would you be okay with taking this slow and seeing where we end up?" "Yes, I'm okay with that," she whispered, moving closer, feeling his slight tremble. "But are you sure you want this?" Another flash of lightning lit up the room. "I'm sure that I missed you. I'm sure that I can't stop thinking about you. I'm sure that I don't only want you in Phoenix, but in my bed. I'm sure that I've never felt like this for anyone." He brushed his lips across hers, his stubble tickling her mouth. "I really like you, Hazel, and I want to try and get this right." "I really like you too," she admitted, sliding her hands over his strong shoulders. She didn't need everything from him right now. She just wanted him. And I'm tired of not admitting that. "You and me both," he said with a devilish grin. "Now can we stop talking and can I kiss you?" She laughed. "Yes." His smile turned heated before his lips met hers in a deep, passionate kiss that had her reaching for his wet t-shirt. She had it over his head a moment later. Her nightgown followed, and he growled something that spoke to her on a very feminine level when he discovered she wasn't wearing panties and she was drenched. "You trust me?" he asked, holding her stare intently. She absorbed the question, realizing it was valid. She should be afraid, nervous about taking this next step, but she wasn't. "You won't hurt me, I know that." She shifted against his hardened length. "I want you, Kieran." The smile he gave curled her toes as he gathered her in his arms and laid her out on the mattress before he opened his jeans and sent them to the floor, along with his boxer briefs. His cock sprang free, looking like the rest of him, hard and strong and capable of offering so much blissful pleasure. She acted before she could second-guess herself, wrapping her hand around the soft, velvety skin over steel. He stilled, and his low growl rumbled across her, dragging out an urgent need to pleasure him. She shifted against the bed until she sat on the edge, and not letting her nerves get the better of her, she licked the tip, sliding her tongue against the saltiness gathered there. "Fuck," he murmured, tossing his head back. She swirled her tongue around the tip, and his deep groan that followed had her taking him deep into her mouth. She glided her lips up and down, her hand following behind, the other hand exploring the curves of his strong thigh. He tasted like man. He felt like man. And she moaned against the hardness of him, the passion, the very knowledge that this man was now her man. "Is this good?" she whispered against his hardened flesh. He dropped his chin, sliding his knuckles across her cheek. "Incredible. Don't stop." So she didn't, not for a second. She gave to him all the passion he'd given to her. She touched every part of him she could touch. She kissed all his favorite spots and learned some that she never knew about. She worshipped every inch of his skin, not once, but a few times over. With every swirl of her tongue, deep suck of her cheeks around him, she gave all of herself, and relished when he began cursing, grunting, and trembling from the pleasure she gave him. But soon her soft, gentle movements weren't enough. She needed to unravel him, like he unraveled her. She bobbed her head just on the tip, her hand squeezing and stroking his shaft, earning her rich, throaty moans, until he halted her, thrusting his fingers into her hair. He withdrew from between her lips like it pained him to do so, his muscles flexed with tension. "When I finish, it'll be inside you." She shivered and read his loss of control, then understood that play in the Phoenix was slow and drawn out. But here, now, he couldn't wait. She didn't want him to, either. Sliding her hands up his strong arms, she offered, "You can have me." "That's the best thing I've ever heard." He grabbed his wallet from the floor and sheathed himself in a condom before sliding back between her thighs. His mouth returned to hers, and his kiss became the stuff of late-night stories between women, a kiss so mind-blowing it couldn't possibly exist. And yet, with every deep sweep of his tongue, she never wanted him to stop. Until the tip of his cock met her entrance, and she stiffened, acutely aware she had only done this once, a very long time ago, and Kieran was huge. He lifted his weight off her on one arm and placed his hand on her thigh, pushing her leg back further, opening her wider. "Okay?" "Yes, keep going." She gasped when he pushed slowly inside, the pinch of pain far worse than she remembered from her first time. His mouth returned to hers again, his kiss sweeping her away as her body adjusted to his girth. She froze when he pushed forward again, his mouth leaving hers to travel to her ear where he groaned, low and deep, sending ripples of pleasure alongside the bite of pain. Soon the pleasure stole over, and he began moving slowly until just half of him inside her wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. His mouth met hers again, his kiss becoming intense and breathless and urgent, And all the things she was feeling, too. She dragged her nails down his back of flexing muscles until she reached the curve of his backside. He heard her silent request when she grabbed him tight, and he didn't pause. He shoved all the way forward to the hilt, and she gasped in a mix of pleasure and pain, until his kiss soothed that away too, and then he was moving again, gently, slowly, until that wasn't enough, and she hooked her ankles on the back of his thighs, urging him forward. His response was instant. He lifted her leg over his shoulder and rocked into her, his body brushing against her clit, driving her higher and higher. So full of him, so stretched by him, she moved with him, thrust for thrust, grinding against him, soaring into her pleasure alongside him. He caught her nipple in his mouth, sucking deeply before his kiss traveled up her neck, his moan rough in her ear. More, more, more. Oh, Kieran, yes, she rasped. He went harder, faster. Nothing had ever felt so right, so perfect. Harder, faster, he pumped into her, his body a shield above her, his cock driving the force of his passion deep. Until it became too much, too intense, her toes curling, pleasure skyrocketing in every molecule. She cried his name again and writhed beneath him, feeling him tense and growl, and he unimaginably widened inside her, becoming harder and thicker and pressing her in all the right places. She clung to him as she broke apart around him, and when he roared, bucking and jerking against her, she shattered around him again. "Shit," he said sometime later, pulling her out of her haze. "I made you bleed." She glanced down between them, seeing blood on the bedsheets beneath her. "Are you okay?" he asked. She laughed, still catching her breath. "Believe me, I'm very, very good." "You're not hurting?" "No, Kieran," she said, cupping his cheeks. "I am anything but hurting right now." His smile was sweet and concerned in a way she'd never seen before. It occurred to her then that clearly Kieran had never been with a virgin, or someone like her, as close as you could get to a virgin. "In fact, I kind of like that I bled for you." "Why is that?" he asked, his voice warm and throaty. She brushed her fingers against his short beard. "It makes me feel like this is my first time, or at least what it should have been for me the first time." Lightning lit up the room again, and tears unexpectedly rose in her eyes when he wrapped her in his arms tight, her head resting on his chest. Yeah, this is how she'd remember her first time. Just like this. Chapter 13. 1 month had gone by, filled with moments of ecstasy and happiness. 1 month of gentle, slow sex in the mornings and intense, passionate sex whenever the mood hit. 1 month of adventures and laughter, inside Phoenix and out of it. 1 month of real dates, not fake ones. 1 month of waking up to Kieran's sleepy smile. 1 month of not looking for anywhere else to live since Kieran asked her to stop looking. 1 month of absolute pure joy. Until yesterday, when Hazel woke from the blissful dream she'd been living in and reality came sweeping back in, when Gia walked into Hazel's office and announced, "That 20 grand is mine." She dropped the photograph on Hazel's desk and pointed to the photograph, to Kieran. "I've got someone who will give up his name." Hazel's fingers stilled on her keyboard, and the quiche she had for breakfast suddenly felt all wrong in her belly. "How did you find that out?" There hadn't been a single development since Clive uncovered that lead, and Archer and Elise killed it. Even her editor had backed off, moving on to a sexy senator that had a habit of breaking women's hearts. Hazel thought Gia and Clive had given up, and she'd never felt so sick to be wrong. Gia dropped down in the client chair. "It's amazing what you can find out when you offer up cash." She crossed her legs, picking at her nails. "The only shitty part is I have to give up 10 grand. I gave $5,000 for the meet, and I'll give the other 5 once I get the name. Hazel's mind swirled, but she fought to get ahead of this. Why not just meet and give it all at once to get the name? Gia shrugged. My source is nervous. From what I hear, this club makes them sign an NDA, so they're waiting to see if they get caught talking to me. Shit. Wow, that's some security to make someone that nervous to talk. I know, right? But I got him. Gia grinned. I'm making the second deposit tomorrow morning, and then I'll get the name. Well, congrats to you, Hazel said, forcing a smile. Gia's expression warmed. To be honest, I'm surprised you didn't get this. You're always so good with digging up information. Yeah, because Hazel had Elise in her pocket, and Elise had Penny, a brilliant hacker. Hazel shrugged. Can't win them all, I guess. Guess not, Gia said. You'll get the next one. Hazel nodded. Bet on it. Gia chatted for a while about her incredible date last night, but Hazel just kept thinking about Kieran, worrying over him. This was her fault. The negative press would cause him to lose the promotion he was waiting to hear about. No doubt the charity would kick him off the board. Worst of all, she was the one that did that to him. It didn't matter that her learning about Phoenix brought her best friends the loves of their lives. Her printing that original story would ruin Kieran's life. She should have known this would happen. Happiness never lasted. She forced herself to chat easily with Gia, and they laughed enough that Chelsea came out of her office to glare at them, and Gia bolted back to her desk. Hazel shut her door and then returned to her seat, sighing heavily. The clock was ticking. She took a moment and breathed through the tightness. The room felt smaller than ever. She grabbed her cell phone and fired off a text to Archer. I need to speak to you, Kieran, and Reese. It's urgent. Her cell rang a second later, and Archer said, I'm texting Kieran as we speak, and I'm adding Reese to the call now. I'm here, Reese said a few seconds later. Archer said, Kieran just texted back. Let me add him to the call. Another couple seconds passed before Kieran said in a tight voice, What's going on, Hazel? I don't have good news, she said, watching Clive hurry past her closed glass door with a file folder in his arms. Gia's got a source that's going to give up Kieran's name, and if you don't find out who's behind this right now, she'll know his name by tomorrow morning. Shit, Kieran breathed. Hazel cringed at the concern in his voice, but she pushed on, telling them what she'd realized while Gia chatted her ear off. It's never going to end. Archer, you and Elise will find this person and stop them, just like before. But then Clive and Gia will continue the hunt, especially considering they've both been stopped before. It's only going to make them hungrier. So, I've been thinking about a way out of this, and I might have a plan. Reese said through the speaker on her phone. Let's hear it then. Archer, she said, you need to find someone who looks like Kieran who belongs to the club, either now or in the past, who doesn't mind if their identity is exposed. If we use them, I can get them a big paycheck for their story from my editor. That way, we can control the narrative of what the press hears about the club. We make the story as juicy as we want. We can even offer up hints about a location that will send everyone in circles. She paused to draw in a deep breath. My editor won't stop until she has one of the people from the photograph and a full story on the secret club. So let's give her a story in a manner that we control. A long pause followed. Reese finally asked, Thoughts on this, Archer? It's the best idea I've heard so far to get Phoenix out of the headlines, Archer said. I suspect no members will want involvement in this, but perhaps the financial reward might be enough to get a past participant to agree. That's what I was thinking, Hazel agreed. As long as you cut the hair the same and his physique is similar, with the mask, we can totally push whatever narrative we want. I like this idea, Reese finally said. It never occurred to me to use a decoy.
I've been in defense mode trying to hunt through current members, past members, and participants' emails and texts to see if anyone was talking. But this might work, Hazel. A smidgen of the heaviness left her chest. I hope it does. Archer said, I'll reach out to Elise now and get this other person dealt with. There will be a money trail, Hazel explained. Gia had to pay $5,000 for the meeting and another $5,000 tomorrow for the name. Reese made a low, annoyed sound and then said, We'll make sure your coworker gets her money back. Keep me updated, Archer. Thank you again, Hazel. No thanks needed, she replied. I hope all this gets put to bed for good. Reese said, You and me both. A click followed. We'll be in touch, Archer said, and another click. A long pause. Then Kieran's gentle voice came over the line. It's going to be okay, Hazel. Elise and Archer will stop Gia from learning my name, and your idea really sounds like our best shot at putting this behind us. But your promotion, Hazel said. The charity? Kieran's voice tightened. We've got to trust that our friends will handle this. It didn't seem that easy. Everything felt wrong. I did this to you, she said, her voice raspy. How did you do this to me? Her work phone began ringing, but she ignored it, dropping her forehead onto her hand. I'm the one who learned about the club and printed the article. Guilt, a world of it, suddenly pressed heavily down on her, making the air in the room seem thin. Stop it right now, Kieran said firmly. This has nothing to do with you. I take the risk by being involved in the club. That's on me, not you. Got it? Yeah, got it, she lied, for the second time today, her stomach twisting. We'll be fine, Kieran reiterated. Trust in that. She wanted to, but it was so damn hard. For weeks, everything had been good, perfect. Now, the ground felt unsteady beneath her. Listen, I know you're busy with training and all this crap is going on. The Iron Man was coming up quick, and Kieran had been training hard this last month. But can we talk tonight? Another pause. Everything all right? Yes, of course, she lied through her teeth. Again. I just need to discuss something with you. All right, he said, not sounding so sure of himself. I'm heading out now for a swim and a run, but I'll be back and showered for you when you get home. Stir-fry sound good for dinner? Sounds great. See you tonight after work. Bye. The line went dead, and Hazel felt empty as her work phone began ringing again. Even if she knew for certain that Elise and Archer would make sure that Gia wasn't a threat to Kieran's happiness, the news she was going to deliver to him tonight was. Later that night, after an exhausting shift with a stubborn house fire that took an hour to get under control and would still smolder long into the night, Kieran dropped his bike and gear off in preparation for the Iron Man the next morning. Even with having a shower at the station, Kieran still smelled the scent of smoke lingering on his skin. When he finally returned home, he opened the front door to find Hazel sitting on the couch. Hey, he said, shutting the door behind him and kicking off his shoes, ready to make dinner together and curl up and watch television until they lost themselves in each other before he went to bed. He had to get up at 4 a.m. Hunt planned to join him at the race tomorrow, and Hazel had taken the day off to cheer him on, too. He'd never been so nervous before a race. He knew part of that was he wanted to impress Hazel. Hi, she said, not looking his way. He frowned at her lack of eye contact, and the fact that she sat in a quiet room instead of watching television, making him wonder what she needed to talk to him about. He hoped he hadn't screwed up somehow and accidentally hurt her without knowing it. He turned back to the door and locked it, then faced her. She was wearing yoga pants and a t-shirt, her go-to attire after work, except she had a glass of water instead of the glass of wine she always had after a hard day at work. Considering today his name was almost revealed, he expected she'd have a drink. He tossed his duffel bag onto the floor. I haven't heard from Archer yet on an update. Have you heard from Elise?
No, not yet, but I'm sure they're working to put it to bed. He hesitated at the tightness in her voice, a coldness there he'd never heard from her before. He swore it sounded like fear. His steps slowed as he walked around the front of the couch, watching as her brow creased, her finger twirling in her hair, both things she did when she was upset.
Did you see Bryce today? He asked, ready to hunt that bastard down if he'd done anything to upset her.
She slowly shook her head, clearly surprised by the question. No, I didn't see Bryce today. He hesitated, wondering if perhaps she no longer wanted to go to Phoenix, and she was worried that she'd make him unhappy. His body went cold, his muscles tightening across his shoulders.
I take it whatever you wanted to talk about is why you're looking so upset?
She visibly swallowed and nodded, gesturing at the coffee table. He followed her gaze and the ground slid out from under him. His hand met the back of the couch as he gulped down a breath, his legs weakening beneath him. He wasn't proud his hand shook when he reached for the white stick with the pink lid. When he spotted the 2 faint lines, he knew what that meant, and time began to slow.
Is this yours?
Yes, she said, rapidly blinking. His stomach turned rock hard as he looked between her and the pregnancy test.
You're pregnant? He managed to say.
She gave a small nod. It appears so. The strength in his legs gave out, and he dropped in next to her on the couch, and he thrust his fingers in his hair, the world spinning around him.
Fuck, Hazel.
Her voice broke. I know. He tightened his grip on the test as he replayed every single time they'd been intimate, before he dropped it back on the table.
We used condoms, every time.
I don't know how this happened, she said, shaking her head, staring at the test, too. It's not like a condom broke or something. Her arms wrapped around her middle, holding tight. We were safe. This shouldn't have happened. And yet, the 2 lines declared it did happen.
How long have you known about this?
I found out this morning after I woke up and realized I missed my period, and that never happens to me. I'm like clockwork. So I went to the pharmacy on the way to work. She stared at the test like she couldn't believe it either. I can't really explain it other than to say I knew, so I bought 3 tests. They all came out the same.
Maybe it's wrong. Doesn't that happen?
Not with 3 tests, she said, and then shook her head slowly again. It's not wrong, Kieran. I can just tell that I'm pregnant. Her hand came to her belly, and the cold wave of reality hit Kieran, stealing the warmth out of his bones. She went on. I was going to wait to tell you, considering all that's going on with the club and your race, but I thought you needed to know right away.
It's good. Yeah, it's good you told me.
The responsibility pressing into him made the walls close in. He'd promised himself this would never happen. Sure, things with Hazel were great, really great, but they weren't settled, weren't ready for this. A child deserved more than that. They deserved a safe and stable home. Heavy, uncomfortable silence drifted in between them, and Kieran only saw those 2 faint lines that changed everything. A baby. His baby. He ran his hand over his face, knowing he was the one who had done this to her. He'd made the biggest mistake of his life, and Hazel and his child were going to be punished for it. You look like you're going to be sick, she eventually said. Please tell me what you're thinking. He tried to get a grip on something to ground him, but things were moving so quickly, he could hardly process what this all meant for Hazel.
I'm thinking this is my fault.
She glanced sideways, frowning. How is this your fault? We both did this.
I shouldn't have let this happen from the very start.
He was gutted at the realization of what he'd done to her, of what he'd stolen from her, the chance of a happy life with a husband who knew how to get it right.
I knew what I could give to you and what I couldn't when we made our deal. I knew you were the type of woman who would want more, deserved more, and yet I overlooked it because I couldn't help myself. You made me feel good, and I selfishly took and took from you. I did that to you.
Kieran, you didn't take anything I didn't willingly offer, she whispered thickly. He closed his eyes, desperate to get far away from here, to somehow make this right, to fix what he'd done.
But I should have known better. I should have cared for you better. The fact that I didn't only shows how fucking terrible I am at this.
Kieran, no. The room began to squeeze in on him, every sound in his house getting louder, the air in his lungs getting thinner. He shot to his feet.
You deserved for this to happen the right way, with someone who's good at this. You didn't deserve me.
What if I want you? She asked. Good bits, bad bits, confused bits, all of it.
You shouldn't want any of that, Hazel, he said, his voice rising with his anger at himself. This was his punishment for touching her when he shouldn't have. He'd promised to protect her, to not hurt her, but he'd only made her life harder. You're too sweet, too good. You deserve someone who wants marriage, to give you the fucking world, he told her, and hated himself for the way she shut down. But he couldn't give her all she deserved. He didn't know how to give her all that. I don't need marriage, she said, like she'd forced it out of her throat. He'd never hated himself more than watching her choose less, all to appease him. You may not need it, but you want it, he told her. You deserve that. You shouldn't settle, Hazel, ever. Not for me, not for anyone. She remained motionless on the couch. What does this mean for us? It's over? He couldn't risk making a wrong move, couldn't risk saying the wrong thing, couldn't risk making this worse, couldn't risk fucking this up so epically that she'd hate him forever, and the one person who would suffer was their child. It means I've done you wrong, Hazel, and I need to figure out how to fucking fix that. She fought tears as she again shook her head. You haven't done me wrong, Kieran. Not yet, you haven't. Just stay. We can figure this out together. I know it's a shock. It is for me too. But together, we'll be okay. We will get through this. I can't do this now, he said, taking a step back, reality crashing into him. He'd become the very thing he swore he'd never become, a parent who shouldn't become one. I can't. He'd become what he hated, a man who thought of himself over the woman he cared for. I can't have you hate me.
I won't hate you. I don't hate you. She jumped to her feet as he took another step back. Please, Kieran, don't go. Pain hit the back of his throat, his legs barely able to carry his weight as he did the one thing he should have done the second her lips touched his. He left her alone. Chapter 14. Hazel sat in Zoe's living room, furnished with a mustard-colored couch and chrome tables, sipping her piping hot tea, while Zoe and Reese were in an intense conversation in the kitchen. She breathed past the pain squeezing her chest. When she'd learned she was pregnant, after her clockwork period never came, she had nearly kept it to herself, especially with Gia closing in on Kieran's identity. But she felt alone. This past month with Kieran had been a dream, one she hadn't wanted to wake up from. But she couldn't have kept this secret, not from Kieran and not her two best friends, especially when she wound up at Zoe's in tears. Both Zoe and Reese took her into their arms, and the news of the baby, as well as Kieran's reaction, just poured out of her. That was half an hour ago. A hard knock sounded on Reese's door, and Hazel's heart leapt into her throat. But when he opened it to reveal Archer and Elise, tears welled in her eyes, no matter how hard she tried to fight them. She kept wishing, hoping Kieran would choose her, them, over his fears, but as each hour ticked by, she knew the chances of that were slim. Elise took one look at Hazel, frowned, and then said something quietly to Archer, who looked at Hazel and frowned too. When Elise spoke to Archer again, he nodded, then gestured for Reese to follow him outside. Zoe touched Reese's arm as he headed for the door. She said something to him, and his gaze met Hazel's. He gave her a comforting smile before he kissed Zoe and left. And Hazel simply wanted what they had. It was easy, comfortable, safe. Nothing about her life felt like that now. Feeling like her world was crumbling around her again, Hazel studied her tea. She'd never felt so raw, so confused. Kieran kept blaming himself, but this was her fault. She should have kept looking for a place to live. But she knew why she hadn't. She liked living with Kieran, being close to him. She knew from day one that Kieran would never want marriage or children, and he had good reason to feel that way. He didn't want to repeat his parents' mistakes. But she kept hoping, wishing that he'd change his mind. She'd never felt more stupid. People don't change. "Can I get you anything?" Zoe asked, returning to sit next to Hazel on the couch. "No, this tea is perfect, thank you," she said. Where did they go? Elise sat down on the coffee table in front of Hazel, placing her hand on Hazel's leg. "To find Kieran. No one can get hold of him." She hugged her hands around the mug tighter. The heat from the tea was much-needed warmth. "I just don't understand how this could happen. We were safe." "Condoms get holes," Elise said gently. "It's nothing you did or he did. Accidents like this just happen sometimes." But why? She wanted to scream. Things were good, so good. Why did that have to go away? "You must be so angry at him," Zoe said. "I don't know what I am right now," Hazel admitted, feeling like she was living outside her body. Everything was happening around her, yet nothing felt entirely real. "You should be fucking furious at him," Elise said, showing teeth. "He's being a massive asshole." If only it was that simple. Of course she was angry, hurt, a million things, but he was always upfront with me. Always. He doesn't want kids. This is probably the worst thing that's ever happened to him. "Yeah, well, life happens, and you've got to roll with it," Elise snapped, her hand tightening into a fist on Hazel's leg before she relaxed. "It's one thing if you were having casual sex, but that's not what was going on. You've been together for a month, doing everything together, spending all your time together, and the fact that you're crying tells me that you're devastated over his reaction. He did that to you, him alone. And I can't think of a single reason that makes him walking out and leaving you in tears okay." Again, it wasn't that simple. They didn't know Kieran's past. "I understand exactly what he feels right now," she explained. "I know how it feels to have your life spin out of control and to feel powerless." "Yes, but this is happening to you too," Elise countered firmly. The weight of the world rested on Hazel's shoulders as she slid her hand on her belly. "This isn't my life spinning out of control." She pressed her hand harder, feeling like she could almost reach inside of her and keep all this pain out. "This isn't me being powerless. Kieran gave me friendship and helped heal very broken parts of myself. I can't hate him for reacting to having his world blown apart. He never promised me anything. We were just taking it day by day. A pregnancy is a world away from what he agreed to." Elise just frowned, looking ready to object. Zoe offered gently, "But what about you having your world blown apart?" Her throat tightened more and more with each breath. "This isn't the first time my world has been blown apart, and it won't be the last, I'm sure. But I've been here before. I know exactly what I'm going to do. I'll get through today. Then I'll get through tomorrow, and the day after it, until I figure all this out." But trepidation trembled through her to even think past the next hour. to even imagine having this baby alone, to being a single mother, to break the news to her mother. Something Zoe obviously read since she took her hand, holding tight. "You won't be alone." Elise nodded in agreement. "No, you won't." "Thank you." Hazel smiled at her two best friends, but she felt empty, and she knew there was no warmth in her smile. "I should have moved out. No, I shouldn't have ever moved in. I should have gone on the pill." There were 1,000 should-haves crossing her mind. "Don't do that to yourself," Zoe said sharply. "Don't take the blame." "But I did this," she barely managed to say. "I kissed him. I made this happen, knowing that what we want out of life is very different. I've trapped him. And now I've risked not only my relationship with Kieran, but his friendships with all of you. I did this." Elise snatched up Hazel's other hand and said fiercely, "Hazel Rose, you listen to me right now. You have done absolutely nothing wrong. You deserve to be happy, and something grew between you and Kieran, and of course you acted on it." Hazel processed the words, absorbed them, and knew that her sadness wasn't only about Kieran's reaction or her own blame in all this. She heard her breath shudder, felt her soul weep as she admitted a truth. "Why do they always leave?" A sob broke from her throat. Why did the guys I fall for always leave me?" Fury burned in Elise's eyes. "You don't deserve it." "Then why does it keep happening if I don't deserve it?" She wasn't good enough for them to stay, and as much as she kept yelling to herself that it wasn't about her, that small voice kept telling her it was. Elise and Zoe exchanged a long look before they both threw their arms around her, and Hazel, like she'd done before over Bryce, wept her pain into friends. Why does this keep happening to me?" "It's not fair," Zoe said, holding her tight. But more than that reality was breaking Hazel apart. "I really like Kieran," she said, her voice blistering. I thought what we had was real, that we were real." "It is real, Hazel," Zoe said, squeezing even tighter, as if she could take Hazel's pain away. "Kieran just can't see it right now." Hazel leaned into their warmth, the safe hold of her best friends. "But what if he can't ever see it?" "Then you'll have us," Elise said, holding on to Hazel as if she planned to never let go. "You'll always have us." "Forever," Zoe said. Hazel let her sobs break free, succumbing to their embrace. Although as much as she loved Zoe and Elise, these weren't the arms she wanted holding her tight. In the financial district, Kieran sat at the bar of the classy lounge and sipped a scotch. The place, filled with crystal chandeliers and black leather luxury, smelled like entitlement, and the conversations around Kieran were of business and money. In front of him was a wall of glass, and through the glass, he kept a close eye on the one person he wanted to see tonight. It hadn't taken long to figure out who Bryce was after Hazel told Kieran his last name, and the guy had posted on his social media that he and his boys were having drinks at Rios, a hotspot cocktail lounge where Kieran would never fit in, since he didn't work on Wall Street. But he wasn't there to fit in. With every sip of his drink, he kept his focus locked on Bryce, who flirted with women like they were nothing more than toys to him. "This isn't your usual type of place." Kieran clenched his teeth, not bothering to glance next to him at Hunt. "Go home." He knew he didn't need to say more, since having a cop around Kieran right now wouldn't be a good idea. The waiter approached. Hunt waved him off before heaving a long sigh, sliding onto the high stool next to Kieran. "What exactly are you planning on doing here, Kieran?" The clinking of ice in a glass sounded too loud, too close, as Kieran's simmering rage sought an outlet. "I'm going to take my anger out on someone who deserves it." Who exactly are you so mad at? Hunt asked tightly. Because it better not be Hazel for being pregnant with your child. Kieran had never hated himself more, barely able to look Hunt's way, his throat thickening. You've seen Hazel? He could read the hard rebuke in Hunt's expression. She's worried and understandably upset and went to Zoe's after you left. His fists tightened beneath the bar. He not only failed Hazel, but failed all of them. And he didn't know how to right all the fucking wrongs. But that bastard, sitting casually like he hadn't once stolen something beautiful from Hazel, he knew how to deal with. He thirsted to deal with. I take it you're not happy about the baby? Kieran fought against saving the woman draping herself all over Bryce. She'd end up another victim to Bryce's cruelty. I'm not happy that I've put Hazel in this situation. He didn't know how he felt about the baby, but he knew how he felt about himself. He was angry at his parents, angry at Bryce. Now, I know I'm not an expert in relationships, Hunt said with a hint of amusement, but I'm pretty sure making a baby involves two people. Kieran took in every swipe of Bryce's hand over the woman's hip, every creepy smile he gave her. I knew better. I knew not to touch her. You and I even talked about it, and look what I've done to her. What have you done? Made her happy and given her a baby? Kieran snorted, his fingers tightening around the cool glass. Ruined her chances at having a child with someone who can give her everything she wants. You're not giving yourself enough credit, Hunt said after a long moment. Have you not seen how happy she's been lately? But is it enough? Kieran asked, glancing sidelong at his friend, not shielding the misery tearing him apart. Is what I'm offering her enough for a woman who wants the marriage, the family, all of it? You cannot tell me she imagined this was how she would have children. I stole a dream from her, and nothing you can say right now will change how fucking shitty I feel because of it. Hunt parted his lips and then shut them, frowning. Wishing Hunt would do as he asked and go home, Kieran returned his focus to Bryce, fire burning deep in his gut. After he'd left Hazel, he'd been driving around Manhattan, having no idea where he was going, until he came up with a plan to see Bryce. Now, Bryce wrapped his arm around a woman and whispered something in her ear. She giggled and nodded, and then he led her toward the door. Kieran downed the rest of his drink and then set his glass down. When he went to follow them, Hunt latched onto his arm. Don't do anything stupid. Kieran ripped his arm away. You don't want to be here for this, Hunt. His muscles twitched as he followed Bryce and the woman outside, walking faster to close the distance, the warm air cool against his overheated flesh. He could not take back altering Hazel's life, but he could fix the wrong done to her. The moment they rounded a corner and were off the busy street, Bryce took the woman to a darkened corner, just like the rat he was. When Kieran rounded that corner, he could smell the garbage further down the side street, could see Bryce groping the woman's breasts, and his anger exploded as he imagined those filthy hands on Hazel. In 2 steps he was on them, and grabbed hold of Bryce by his shirt, slamming him up against the wall. What the fuck? Bryce roared. The woman screamed. Behind Kieran, Hunt sighed. I guess this is happening. Kieran snarled at the woman. You should thank me for getting this filthy fucker's hands off you. Go. She looked at Bryce and then at Hunt, and then took off running back toward the bar, as Kieran pinned Bryce to the wall. My money's in my wallet, Bryce said in a shrill voice, weakness dripping from him like the bead of sweat running down his cheek. Take whatever you want. Kieran leaned in closer, his arms shaking. I don't want your money. What the fuck do you want then? His gaze cut to Hunt, assessing if he was a threat, but Hunt obviously didn't look ready to jump into the fight, since the prick's focus returned to Kieran. Kieran vision tunneled on the handsome face that fooled women into believing he had an ounce of moral fiber in him. Tell me what happened with Hazel Rose. Bryce's brows shot up. Hazel Rose?
Think very carefully before you respond, Kieran sneered, pressing the weight of himself into his fists around Bryce's shirt. If I hear a bullshit answer, you won't like my response. Fuck, man, she was my old girlfriend, Bryce wheezed, blinking rapidly. Why do you want to know about her? I want to know about her because I care for her, he said, each word drawn out through clenched teeth. And I want you to explain to me why you stole her innocence the way you did. All the color drained from Bryce's face, his skin ashen. Fuck. We were together a long time ago. We were in high school. Things were different then. Are they different? Kieran shot back, squeezing his fists tight, shoving against Bryce. Weren't you just about to fuck that lady in a filthy street? She wanted it, Bryce snarled in return. Hazel wanted it too when I gave it to her. For fuck's sake, Hunt muttered. Kieran heard the guttural roar that escaped him when his fist connected with Bryce's cheekbone, and the asshole was on the ground, whimpering like a damn baby. Get up, you motherfucker, he yelled, lurching forward, only to be stopped by Hunt. Enough, Hunt growled. Let me go. Kieran strained against Hunt's tight hold. I'm going to fucking kill him. Hunt grunted, squeezing his arms tighter around Kieran's chest. I can't let you do that, man. I see things went well. Reese's dry voice swirled in the air behind Kieran, but he couldn't see past the prick lying on the ground, flinching in pain. He couldn't see past the need to make that bastard hurt in all the ways he'd hurt Hazel, for all the ways he'd hurt Hazel too. He wanted Bryce to feel it all. Help, Hunt grunted, as Kieran broke out of Hunt's hold, managing a step forward. Something struck him at the back of his right leg, buckling his knee, and another pair of arms took him to the pavement. Archer pressed a knee to Kieran's back and said in a hard voice, Calm down, Kieran. Breathe. He couldn't breathe. There wasn't enough air. Blood flowed to his extremities, his strength building and building as he stared into the cowardly fear in the depths of Bryce's eyes, making Kieran want to rip his goddamn throat out. Cruel to women, a coward in a fight. Archer's knee dug in harder. You gotta hit in. This is done. With his head pressed against the pavement, Kieran stared at Bryce as the weakling got up on wobbly legs. Before he could run away, Kieran promised, You see Hazel, you walk the other direction. You try talking to her, and I'll kill you.
Chapter 15. Why aren't you at work? Gia asked the next morning when Hazel answered her ringing cell phone. Hazel leaned against a fire hydrant, standing on the sidewalk in the financial district, surrounded by skyscrapers that never seemed to stop. The fresh aroma of coffee being brewed carried in the air, along with horns honking and constant sound of people talking. I took a day off. She'd woken with Kieran on her mind. Her emotions were a wild mess, and she hoped he wasn't alone, punishing himself. But she was glad she'd originally taken this day off to watch Kieran's race. She needed to get her head on right. A pause. That's not like you. Is everything okay? Everything's fine, Hazel said, hoping to reassure her. I'm dealing with some personal stuff that couldn't wait until the weekend. Don't worry, I'll be back to work tomorrow. Okay, let me know if you need me. Hazel smiled, feeling much better than she did yesterday. At least she wasn't on the brink of tears this morning. She supposed she cried those out of her last night. Thanks, appreciate it. Always here for you, babe, Gia said. Before I let you go, the reason I'm calling is because my lead died a sad death. Believe it or not, the $5,000 ended up back in my bank account, too. Hazel acted surprised, raising her voice. I'm sorry about your lead, but I'm glad you got the money back. Yeah, me too, Gia said with a long sigh. I'm very relieved. It was risky giving that money to begin with, a risk I'm never taking again.
Lesson learned. Her voice shifted, becoming lighter. But good news is the bonus is back on the table. Clive said he's got nothing right now, so the chase is back on. Awesome, Hazel said. I better get cracking on the case then. Yes, you should. Tomorrow, right? That's right. Hazel said a quick goodbye and ended the call, shoving the phone back into her purse and letting out a big breath of relief. After Zoe's, Hazel had gone back to Elise and Archer's house for the night, and they told her that they'd not only found out the identity of the mole and stopped her from revealing Kieran's name, but that one of Archer's security team members, Ronan, had willingly offered to put his name out in the media to protect Kieran. When they'd shown Hazel Ronan's photograph, he and Kieran did have similar body shapes, and their jawlines were the same. Even Ronan's hair was the same shade as Kieran's. But the subtle differences would surely get overlooked considering the photograph was dark and grainy. Gia didn't know that tomorrow Hazel would offer up Ronan's name and reveal that there is no club, but that the photograph was taken at a private party. Hazel intended to split the bonus with Gia and Clive to alleviate her guilt behind all this, planning to tell them they all worked hard and deserved the bonus. There was only one more thing she needed to do to move on. Last night, she realized she had to do things differently this time around. She wasn't the same person she was before Kieran. She was better, stronger, and this time she had to do better, not only for herself but for the little one growing inside her. She pushed off from the fire hydrant, stepping through the crowded sidewalk and entered the high-rise. "Hi, my name is Amber Novak," she said to the big, burly security guard. "I've got an appointment with Tanner Financial." The security guard typed on his keyboard and then frowned at her. "I'm sorry, Miss Novak. I'm not seeing you in the system." She grasped her chest, raising her voice. "How can that be? I got a sitter just for this morning so I could come. I can't afford to hire her for another day. I just can't." She forced tears in her eyes. The guard shifted in his seat. Well, he watched her closely, his expression pained. "Go on up and talk to the receptionist. Emily's a nice lady. I'm sure they can fit you in." "Thank you so much," Hazel said, wiping her tears. "You have no idea how much I appreciate this." He nodded. "Have a good day, miss." Hazel smiled at him and then turned to the elevators and kept wiping at her fake tears until the elevator doors closed. With every floor she climbed, her heart raced faster. By the time the elevator doors opened, her heart nearly beat out of her chest. The receptionist was busy on the phone, her focus on her computer, talking about one of the partners' schedules. Hazel looked to the right, spotting only meeting rooms. A quick look to the left revealed offices. She quietly turned in that direction and walked like she worked there, or, at the very least, belonged. No one stopped her as she made her way down the hallway, glancing into each office. Each one was only a reminder that this could have been her life. Had she stayed with Bryce, she would have turned into that exact person her mother wanted her to be. She would have probably been miserable, and Bryce would not have been faithful. For the first time ever, she began to feel grateful. She kept on walking down the hallway until she found the office she was looking for. Before she lost her nerve, she stepped in and shut the door behind her. When she turned around, Bryce was staring up from the desk at her, and his face went pallid. "You should not be here." His gaze darted like he was looking for someone behind her. The room spun around her, heat blasting across her flesh, her strength barely hanging on. But she forced herself to press on, to never again allow him to make her feel less than she was. "I know I shouldn't be here, but I'm here, so let's get past that." She took a seat in the chair across the desk from him, waiting to see if Bryce would call security. He didn't move. She noticed a slight bruise under his eye and felt a little happy he'd felt some pain recently. "I was hoping we could talk." He wasn't even blinking. About what? About what happened between us? A heavy breath lifted his shoulders, and he blew it out slowly, shaking his head. I'm not sure what more I can say than what I already said to your boyfriend last night. Hazel bristled. My boyfriend? Yeah, the one who gave me this? Bryce pointed to the bruise near his eye. Like I told him last night, what happened, happened. It was a different time. I was a different guy. What do you want me to do about it now? Wait, she said, trying to catch up. My boyfriend came to see you last night and punched you in the face? Bryce leaned back in his chair, frowning. He came to a bar I was at and threatened to kill me if I ever talked to you again. He's lucky I didn't press charges. Like a veil lifting away, she began seeing that maybe she didn't have Kieran all figured out. When she thought Kieran had walked away, he'd gone to confront Bryce. That wasn't the action of a man who wanted nothing to do with her. That was the action of a man protecting her. She leaned back in her chair, staring at Bryce, thinking over how much pain he caused her. This weasel of a man. You destroyed me, she told him. His mouth parted, and she snapped, Shut your mouth. Do not say a word. When his lips closed tight, she went on. I couldn't trust a man after what you did to me. I couldn't even trust my own judgment. She stared right through him. She saw everything so differently now. I don't even know if you have it in you to care about that, to even feel a little bit sorry for the hurt you caused me, but I'm here to tell you, for myself, I actually feel sorry for you. When she saw a sheen in Bryce's eyes, she knew she hit the right spot. And why would you feel sorry for me? He growled. Because there must be something so empty inside you to have done what you did to me. His one eyebrow arched. Is there a point to you being here, Hazel? She rose and felt years of heavy pain leave her body as she said, The point to me being here is to tell you that from this day on, I'll never think of you again. And if I see you in a restaurant, in public, at a party, I will see you for who you are, and I'll be thinking how much I pity you. His nostrils flared. Is that all? Actually, I guess I should say thank you. For what? He growled. She looked around his fancy office, taking in his expensive watch and gold ring, the photograph of him next to a Lamborghini. For saving me from this life? His eyes, dead and frigid, narrowed, and she smiled before she left, knowing that any power he had was now hers. After getting up at 4 a.m, Kieran, along with Hunt, arrived at the transition area of the Ironman race. He could practically taste the adrenaline on the hot, humid air, the nervous and excited energy from the athletes waiting to begin the race. He saw another firefighter he recognized and wished her well in the race, but the rest of the athletes stretching and preparing for the race were strangers. Even so, there was always a rich connection at any race, the shared goal to kick ass. The Ironman race consisted of a 2.5-mile swim down the Hudson River, a 112-mile bike ride through New York and New Jersey, followed by a 26-mile run from Fort Lee to Riverside Park in Manhattan. He knew he could endure it. This wasn't his first race. However, last night had been a hell he wasn't sure he could endure. Hazel hadn't come back to his place, and his house had never felt so empty. He had never felt so empty. He didn't ask where she went, letting the unknown shred him like he deserved. Before leaving his house as the sun rose, he ate a bowl of porridge and put his wetsuit on halfway. When he made it to the race, he headed to the transition zone to check his bike tires. After that was all set, he stopped in front of the volunteers who used a Sharpie to add his race number down his calf. Then he returned to the beach to find Hunt waiting for him there. Feeling good? Hunt asked. No, Kieran replied, feeling the exact opposite of good. Hunt's frown was his only response, as Kieran thanked him for being there and then headed into the water to warm up. His body was tight, his swim jerky, and by the time he got out of the water, realizing he was as warmed up as he was going to get, he felt worse than he did when he woke up. Hazel's tears haunted him. Her sadness gutted him. Exhaustion beat into every muscle, and confusion spun his head in 100 directions. When he met Hunt on the shoreline, the adrenaline all but seeped into the air as Kieran's age category in the Ironman got underway. He'd done grueling workouts for months for this moment, but nothing about being at the race felt right. No longer was the race about proving anything to himself. He'd use the Ironman to punish himself, to go hard until his body gave out, to hurt in every place he could hurt, in every place he'd hurt Hazel. He reached for his swimmer's cap when Hunt's cell phone beeped. His friend took one look at the screen and muttered, "Oh, shit," before glancing over his shoulder. Kieran followed his gaze, spotting Elise storming toward him. Kieran steeled himself for her wrath, but he was not ready when she sneered, closing in on him. "You stupid, stupid man!" She slammed her hands against him, hard enough to rock him back on his feet. Behind her, he spotted Archer walking toward them, frowning. Kieran took it, deserved it. "How fucking dare you?" Elise spat. She shoved him again, rocking him back again. "How dare you come into her life, show her happiness, and then rip it away because you need time to process this? What gives you the fucking right to do that?" He stayed silent, taking what she had to throw at him. He deserved it all. "Staying silent, huh?" Elise growled, her lips pulling back, baring her teeth. "Well, hear this, Kieran Black. You are no fucking better than Bryce Bloomberg." The words were a blow he was not prepared for, and he felt the wound shatter his chest. She jabbed a finger at him. "In fact, you're worse. When Bryce happened, Hazel never knew pain, never understood how much it could break a person. But she trusted you, and you promised that you would not hurt her." Again, she jabbed her finger at him, her skin blotchy, neck corded. "Now you've done the same fucking thing. You've left her feeling like she's done something wrong." He felt shields he had up crash under that truth, and yet he couldn't open his mouth in reply. Elise shoved him once more, and he took a step back, desperate to escape. She glared up at him. "Last night, Archer and I listened to her cry all night. She's thinking about you and blaming herself for ruining what you had together, for making you unhappy, for getting pregnant when you never wanted children." His stomach roiled and he shut his eyes. "No," Elise snapped. "You don't get to shut down." Feeling a crowd around them, he remained frozen, staring at the tears forming in Elise's eyes. "I care about you deeply, Kieran, but right now I hate what you're doing to Hazel." Her hands latched onto his arms, nails digging into his flesh. She shook him like that could make him wake up and fix this. "I don't know what is going on with you, what has happened in your past to make something so amazing as your relationship with Hazel so damn scary, which, by the way, I don't know because Hazel protects you at all costs and won't tell us what your hang-ups are. But love is just love. It's scary, but it's worth fighting for. And you have that with Hazel. Stop fucking this up. She deserves to be happy, and so do you." Her voice softened a smidgen. "Right now, Hazel is at her parents' house, telling them she's pregnant, alone. Can you imagine the hell of that? She's brave enough to do that. Face all this by herself to make things easier for you. Be brave for her, too." With a huff, she marched away as fast as she arrived, leaving Kieran barely able to breathe, to stand. Archer gave him a knowing look, along with a deep frown. "Fix this, now." "I warned you," Hunt murmured, when Archer reached Elise's retreating form. "You heard one of them, you heard all of them." Kieran acknowledged that with a nod, sick to his stomach that Hazel was facing her parents alone, her mother alone. A cold sweat washed over him as the announcer called Kieran's age group forward to the start of the race. Hunt waited for Kieran to slip into the top of his wetsuit before he zipped it up and then slapped his back. "Get this done. You've worked hard for this. The rest we'll sort out later." Again, Kieran could only nod, making his way to the water on shaky legs, replaying every single word Elise said. He'd walked out on Hazel last night. The same fucking thing Bryce had done. She'd protected him, keeping his past private, even though she had no secrets among the trio of friends. She'd cried over him, cried all night. His stomach heaved to empty the oatmeal into the murky water. Never in all the years could he remember his mother ever crying over his father. She would never have protected him. What they had wasn't love. It was something twisted and ugly, and he hadn't deserved that treatment, just as Hazel hadn't. But he'd hurt her. The crowd roared around him as the kayaks took off, and the hundreds of swimmers followed in mighty splashes of water and frenzied bodies, desperate to get out ahead. Kieran was shoved to the side, but his mind kept replaying everything Elise had roared at him. A baby. He got shoved to the other side, the water splashing around him. Hazel was having his baby. Love is just love. Kieran hadn't known love, not from his parents, but he knew love from Hunt, from Reese and Archer, and he knew that Elise loved him too, loved him enough to tell it to him straight. Hazel was not his mother. He was not his father. They weren't even close to it. The past month had been the best month of his life. Hazel would never use a child against him. No, she'd wrap that child in her sweet love, like she had him, making him want things he'd never wanted before. Word after word from Elise pounded into him. Another shove had Kieran swept under the water, the roar of the crowd muffled under the surface. He managed to get on his feet again, gasping for air, watching the swimmers leave the start, heading off to claim their own victory for something they'd worked toward for months, maybe years. Time slowed around Kieran, as he realized he'd been working toward something too for the last month, something much more important than the race. He spun in the water, ripping the cap off his head, and ran past Hunt on shore, who was frowning at him. "Where are you going?" Hunt called. Kieran yelled over his shoulder, "In the right direction."
Chapter 16. When Hazel arrived at her parents' Upper West Side penthouse to take the final step before she spoke to Kieran after his race, it took an hour to get both her mother and her father into the sitting room. Marble led to dark green walls with fine art and lavish drapery covering the grand windows. The butler, Harold, who worked for the family for as long as Hazel could remember, finally left them alone after bringing tea, which her mother was currently pouring. "You've called this meeting," her father said, sitting in the wingback chair after removing his blazer, leaving him in a white shirt and red tie. His stern brown eyes looked tired from his last trip, his salt and pepper hair styled neat and tidy as always. "What did you want to discuss?" "I'm pregnant." The silence that followed made Hazel wish she hadn't ripped the Band-Aid off quite so fast. "You're not keeping it," her mother exclaimed, breaking the silence. "Gabrielle," her father rebuked. "It's the only option," her mother said, glowering. "You're not married. How will this look? How could you let this happen?" Hazel took a sip of her tea sweetened with honey before setting it back down on the coffee table. Before she could even think up a reply, her father asked in a calm voice, "Who is the father?" "No one of consequence," her mother said flatly, placing her teacup back on the saucer with a clang. "That firefighter she lives with, I'm sure." "His name is Kieran Black, and yes, he's a captain at Ladder Company 8, she said to her father. "Have you heard of Martin Black?" Dad's eyes lifted to the ceiling before returning to her.
Black. Insurance, right?
Hazel nodded. Kieran's on the board of his grandfather's charity, Camp Kids. She hated even mentioning the connection, but she also wanted her father to know the Black family name. Many in New York City knew their kindness, which included Kieran's commitment to his community. Dad regarded her for a long moment, his finger tapping against the armrest. He finally asked,
"What does Kieran think of all this?" "He handled the news poorly, but he's here to rectify that."
Hazel lurched off the couch. Kieran stood in the doorway in his wetsuit, barefoot, dark circles under his eyes. It took every bit of her strength not to go to him, but she forced herself to stand strong, waiting for his next move.
"That is, if Hazel will let me rectify this,"
Kieran said, his voice rough, taking slow steps to her. "Your race," she said.
"The race is not important," he said, taking another step.
"You have already done more than enough to ruin Hazel's life," her mother said. "Get out of our house." Heat flushed through Hazel's body, her muscles quivering as she slowly turned on her mother. Maybe it was her exhaustion, maybe it was her wildly out-of-control hormones, but something trembled inside her, seeking to be set free. Never, and I mean never, talk to Kieran like that again. Her mother's wide eyes met Hazel's, and she added, "My life is mine." Her hand slid over her belly, the warmth there. "I'm having a baby. This isn't the end of the world. This is good news." Her mother's lips parted. Hazel went on, "I came here to tell you because I want you both to be in the baby's life, but I have one condition." Her father remained motionless. Her mother's face was pale. "Be happy for me. Be happy that I have a life I love, and I live it the way I want to. Be happy for my choices. Support me. If you can't do that, then I'm afraid I can't let you in our lives." Her mother looked like she was seeing a ghost. Her father, on the other hand, stared at Gabrielle for a moment, then said to Hazel,
"This is a good surprise that I have no doubt will take some time to absorb."
He rose, moving to stand next to his wife.
"It seems you two have something to talk about, so we'll leave you alone."
"Grant," her mother said.
"They need to talk, Gabrielle,"
her father said firmly, taking his wife by the elbow and leading her out of the room. Hazel stared after them. Not only had her father called her pregnancy a good surprise, but he'd managed her mother, something he'd never done before. Before she could move, Kieran dropped to his knees in front of her, his head bowed.
"Forgive me," he said hoarsely. "Forgive me for ruining this between us."
His hand slid across her belly.
"Forgive me for hurting you, hurting our baby."
The world swayed around her under his broken stare. She wanted to stay mad, be furious, but the honest sincerity on his face dulled the anger and hurt. "How did you get here?"
"I was about to start the Iron Man, but knew I was going in the wrong direction," he said, his mouth twitching. "Well, Elise might have smacked that into my head before I realized it myself, so I hopped in a taxi and rushed here."
"Elise came to the race?" He nodded, and she shook her head, trying to get back on the right topic. "No, wait, I didn't mean how did you physically get here. I meant emotionally. Why are you suddenly wanting this? Wanting us?" A pause.
"Because I love you, Hazel Rose."
"You love me?" she barely managed. He slid an arm around her, pulling her in close.
"Deeply."
His other arm came around her, holding her tight against him.
"I fucked up. I was afraid, and admittedly, I'm still afraid, because I have no idea how to be a good father or what the hell I'm doing. But I know that running away from you is wrong. I should have been there. I should have stayed. And I'm sorry you faced this alone, and that I made you cry. From this day on, I'll be there, every step of the way, if you'll have me."
Life wasn't always black and white. People made mistakes. But she'd never hold that against him, knowing where he'd come from, the damage his parents had done. Truth was, she was done with all the trauma. She deserved happiness. She cupped his cheeks. You do know how to be a good father, she told him. You know how to be a good friend. You know how to save lives. You know how to make others happy. You're a good person, and that's all a good father is, I think. His throat bobbed. I'll never hurt you again, Hazel. Just promise me one thing, she said. Anything. That you won't ever walk out on me again, she said, adamant. That no matter what, we'll talk through our issues. Even if you're angry and need space, you'll tell me because I can't. I won't leave you. His voice blistered. Never again. She brushed her fingers across the rough stubble. I love you too, Kieran, and I can't take watching you walk away. She acknowledged his sweet smile and felt every promise being sealed between them as he rose from his knees and captured her face in his hands, pressing the length of himself against her. When he finally broke the kiss, they were both breathless, and he leaned away slightly. I am so sorry that I didn't get this right. I'll do better, I promise. I forgive you, Kieran. Like 1,000-pound weight had come off his shoulders, Kieran's expression softened, and he took her in his arms, hugging her tightly. She felt his apology in the solidness of his hold. She lay her head against his chest and noticed movement in the hallway. She saw her father watching them, smiling warmly. Hazel returned the smile, and as he strode away, she felt as if today she'd healed more than one part of her heart. Now that I've got your forgiveness and love, Kieran said, leaning away from her, I need to do something that may leave me dead by the end of it. Go back and compete in the Iron Man? Something far more dangerous. He dropped his chin, his mouth close to hers as he shook his head. Go apologize to Elise and Zoe for being a huge asshole. Ah, you're right. That is far deadlier, she said. If I can offer you one last piece of advice on women? Please do. She smiled. Bring chocolate. After Zoe and Elise agreed to meet Kieran at the cigar lounge later that night, he'd brought chocolate and the truth with him. Seated at one of the tables, sipping a 10-year-old scotch, he'd told Zoe and Elise about his past with his parents and admitted his fears. It took an hour of groveling and spilling his deepest pain at their feet, but Hazel's protectors eventually forgave him, though before she left through the club's front door, Elise threatened that he'd never be able to make another child if he caused Hazel to cry again. Zoe only nodded in agreement before she made her way down to Phoenix using the secret stairwell in Reese's office. Once he polished off his drink, he made his way down to Phoenix through Archer's hidden door behind his bookcase. The moment he made it into the hallway, he stopped dead. Reese was waiting against the wall, shirtless, offering him a metal werewolf masquerade mask. Kieran took one look at the mask and frowned. I figured it was clear that I wouldn't be partaking in shows anymore. Reese said, Shower, quick, put this on, and trust me. Kieran studied the gleam in Reese's eyes and snorted, taking the mask. What's the show? The wolf is on the hunt, Reese said with a wicked grin. But this time, he finally catches his little Red Riding Hood. Hazel. Intriguing, Kieran said. Reese inclined his head. Don't be long. Everyone is waiting for the show to start. He cupped Kieran's shoulder. Today couldn't have been easy for you. We're all proud of you. Disappointing Hazel had gutted him, but disappointing his chosen family sat like an uneasy rock in the pit of his stomach. Thank you. After a rough embrace, Reese headed down the hallway. Kieran showered quickly in the changing room, growing hard as the minutes ticked. He sheathed himself in a condom and ran a towel over his hair. Before heading out the door, he slid the mask into place and took a quick look in the mirror, saw the image he presented, the strong werewolf, and even he saw the hunger in his eyes. Leaving the changing room behind, he opened the door Reese had gone through, and one look inside hardened his cock to steel, eliciting a deep groan from him.
5 women waited on the far side of the room, standing in front of a burning fire in the old stone fireplace. The crowd waited in silence as Kieran approached with slow strides. The music filling the space was otherworldly, and yet set the mood of dark, sensual pleasure. Each woman wore a deep red metal masquerade mask and a long cloak with a hood that hung down over her shoulders. A sharp breath passed through his lips, playing into the game of the hunt, catching the earthy scents coming from the candles around the room. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Hunt, Reese, and Zoe sitting off to the side of the door. He sniffed deeper now, playing the wolf, as he approached the women, but his vision tunneled in on only one woman, the one standing at the end of the line. But he forced himself to hold back, to pause in front of the first woman. Lottie smirked, and Kieran returned the smile as he sniffed her, but then moved on. The next 3 women he didn't know. Their chests were rising and falling with excitement, indicating Reese hadn't told them that tonight Kieran wouldn't be participating with any of them beyond this moment. He read their disappointment as he sniffed each one and walked by. When he reached Hazel, she gave him her sweet, shy smile, and nervousness shined in her eyes too. He dragged his thumb across her bottom lip and growled, deeply, roughly, just like a wolf. He sensed the others moving off to the side as he dragged his thumb down her chin and stopped at the center of her chest. He growled again. Mine. She whimpered, playing the scared virgin, but the innocent sound died when he circled his thumb around her areola, and she moaned. He sealed his mouth across hers in a wicked kiss that left her reaching for more. Her body felt ripe and ready, and he couldn't help but smile at that. He'd never expected Hazel would fall so beautifully into the Phoenix lifestyle and what it stood for. And as he reached between her legs, discovering her drenched, he grinned like a damn fool, relishing that she embraced the sensuality. Needing her, desperate for her, he slid the hood off her head and then unlaced the front tie of her cloak. The fabric pooled on the floor, leaving Hazel naked. He stepped to the side of her, allowing the crowd to see her beauty, to let her see them watching her. Her long hair flowed down her back and her nipples were puckered. She was gentle and innocent, and yet ravenous and wild, and he caught her mouth in the next moment, absorbing all of her. He felt the slight shake of her body, her nerves rattling her, so he set to erase them. He kissed her neck, glided his tongue to her breasts, where he took one and squeezed, sucking the other nipple deep into his mouth. He pulled harder when her hands grazed against his arms, and she moaned, like the very feel of him was pleasure alone. When those nerves faded to deep shuddering for more, he broke away and guided her toward the wolf faux fur rug before the fire. He held her hand as she got to her knees before he knelt behind her. Catching her face in his hands, he turned her head to the side and took her mouth again, needing to devour all of her. She moaned deeply as he roamed his hands over all her soft curves, letting the passion between them envelop the space, feeding off the energy of the crowd watching. By the time he lowered his hand between her thighs, she was panting, wiggling against him. He stroked a finger against her silky skin, dragging her arousal up to her clit where he circled the bud, reaching for her breast with his other hand. She circled her hips alongside his touch, eagerly taking her pleasure while he kissed her neck, nipped at her shoulder. Her steady moaning soon turned into a desperate plea, an overwhelming need flooding her that he understood. He felt the same need driving him as he gave her a final kiss on her neck and then pressed against her back until her chest rested against the rug and her ass was lifted high. A beauty lay spread and ready for him, and he swiped at her long hair, not wanting to deny the crowd her face when it washed with pleasure. When she moaned, a needy sound calling to every masculine part of him, he nipped her butt cheek and then the other before he had his first taste of her. One slow lick from her clit all the way up, he savored her sweet taste on his tongue again and again. He felt her come apart as he licked and swirled and sucked on her drenched sex until she began trembling, her legs shaking, her whimpering filling the room. She angled her bottom up higher, begging him without a single word being breathed between them, and he sucked deep on her clit, squeezing the bud with his teeth. Her moans shattered, her breath hitching once, and then she erupted, a trembling, shuddering, beautiful mess that came apart under his tongue. By the time he released his teeth, her quivering lessened, but he gave slow, long licks, bringing her back until her moaning went silent. Only then did he lift her chest, so she was on all fours, the wolf claiming his prize. Knowing he was about to shock her, he'd only been careful and gentle with her so far, but they were playing into a fantasy tonight. He grabbed the base of his cock and primed himself at her sex. With a wolfish roar, he thrust inside her, all the way to the hilt. Her scream echoed against the stone walls. Holding her hips tight in his grip, he withdrew to the tip and thrust again, harder this time. Lost in the fantasy, the wolf claiming what belonged to him, his thrusts became hard and fast and ruthless, and he growled like a wild beast, tossing his head back as the pleasure rushed through him. Faster, harder, sweat poured off him as he unleashed himself, taking her roughly, brutally, and feeling her trembling legs against his. He looked to her, finding her whole body shaking, and he grinned. The sweet woman liked it not so sweet, so he went even harder. Until she froze, her fingers gripping the fur rug. Her sex clamped against him, and she screamed a sound he would never forget, and would always chase to hear again as she shattered around him. His thrusts turned frantic as he sought release. She was a vice against him, his climax hanging, squeezed by her, owned by her, until the pleasure broke through and he roared against her, frantically bucking and jerking, crashing over the edge alongside her. Soaked in sweat and breathless, he finally came back to his senses when clapping filled the space. But Kieran couldn't see them, couldn't see anything except the pure happiness on Hazel's face and her joyous smile. He leaned down and murmured just to her, "I love you. I love you back." Chapter 17. A few weeks later, Hazel smiled at the sight of the yellow and white balloons in the garden at the house. Connected between two small trees was a banner that read, "Congratulations on the little one." The entire Phoenix family was there, as well as Kieran's team from work, and even Clive and Gia had come to the party Kieran had surprisingly arranged. Hazel could hardly believe her eyes, but Chelsea had come too, and the three were talking to Reese, which was, of course, laughable. The passing weeks had knitted their life together seamlessly. Hazel had officially stopped looking for a new place to live, permanently moving into Kieran's bedroom and turning her room back into a guest room. Kieran's promotion to battalion chief with his fire station came about a week after their first show together at Phoenix. They'd done one more show together last week, at the request of a member that involved a Greek goddess dress, gold mask and crown, along with her champion warrior, and heat still flooded her whenever she thought about that night. But no matter how much fun the fantasies were, nothing beat the intimate sex in the mornings when she had Kieran all to herself. The best part, the plan to spin a narrative using Ronan, had worked. Hazel shared the bonus with Clive and Gia. Chelsea paid Ronan a hefty amount for his story that the photograph wasn't at a sex club, but a mansion in Long Island. Phoenix and Kieran were safe, and everyone had breathed a sigh of relief. Soft rock played from the speakers resting on the stonework in the garden, while everyone chatted and laughed, and enjoyed the drinks and the food Kieran cooked on the grill. This morning, Elise and Zoe had swept her away for a day of shopping. Except when they'd returned her home, she'd walked in on her party. She didn't need this, but she knew why Kieran had done it. This was a memory she'd have forever, and for that, she let him fuss and spoil her rotten all afternoon long. She finished the delicious lemon tart she'd been eating and looked for Kieran, who'd vanished from the backyard. When she saw him again, she burst out laughing as he came out of the house carrying a huge stack of subscription boxes. She turned to Elise, who stood with Archer and Zoe next to the dessert table. "You didn't," Elise shrugged. "What? I can't help what I do when I'm mad, and I was really mad at him." Hazel counted at least 5 different subscription boxes as Kieran approached. She knew from experience after subscribing to a box last year, getting out of the contract was next to impossible. She fought her laughter at his disgruntled face. When Kieran reached them, he snorted and muttered to Elise, "Remind me never to piss you off again." "Don't you worry," she said, giving him a shit-eating grin. "I'll always make sure to remind you." He cursed and chuckled, shaking his head at her, and then proceeded to hand out the subscription boxes to anyone who wanted one. Elise took the Fabletics box, Zoe the FabFitFun. The rest of the boxes went to the women on his team. When his hands were empty, she saw the shift on his expression, the humor draining from his eyes. When she looked toward the source, her heart leapt up into her throat. Her parents were walking down, both wearing their Sunday best and looking fit for a garden party. Her mother scanned the decorations and, oddly, didn't look her nose down at anything there. In fact, when she reached Hazel, she gave the first sincere smile Hazel had ever seen on her face. Her father offered her a gift bag and then said, "We know we haven't gotten this quite right, even though your best interests were always on our minds. We'd like the chance to do it better this time around, if you'll let us." Hazel knew her eyes were wide as she studied her mother. Gabrielle's smile fell. "I will try my best to support you." Her father added sharply, "And we'll listen if she's getting it wrong, and we'll try to do better." Maybe it was the pregnancy hormones, or maybe something more, something that almost felt like the start of healing, but she was happy they had come. "I'm really glad to hear you'll support me and my happiness. I definitely want you both to be in our child's life." "We want that too," her father said. Without really thinking about it, she hugged him. He'd never been an overly affectionate guy. He tensed for a moment, but then relaxed and said just to her, "I can see he makes you very happy, and that's all I've ever wanted for you." "Thank you, Dad." She felt choked up when she leaned away to hug her mother, who was ramrod stiff, until her arms softened and she also returned the embrace. When Hazel stepped away from her parents, her mother was shifting on her feet, obviously uncomfortable and out of her element. Their relationship wasn't perfect, but it didn't need to be. They were trying, and for that, Hazel was grateful. Kieran sidled in next to her, wrapping an arm around her waist and offering his hand to her father. "I'm glad you both could make it." Her father returned the handshake. "Thank you again for the invitation." "It's nice to see you again, Gabrielle," Kieran said. "Likewise," her mother said, and offered a rare, honest smile. "You have a very lovely home." "Thank you," he said. Hazel felt like she was watching a show that wasn't her life. Not only did Kieran invite her parents to the party, but somehow they'd come to an understanding. She looked at Kieran for a moment, and his mouth twitched, all but declaring that, yes, he'd gone to see them and smoothed things over. For her. Her heart nearly burst out of her chest. With small talk over, her parents headed off to the drink table, and Hazel turned to Kieran. "I have no idea how you manage that." He tangled his fingers with hers, grinning. "Charm and wit?" She laughed. "Thank you for inviting them." He brushed his free hand against her cheek, and she leaned into his touch as he said, "Having them here felt right. Finding peace feels right too." "It does," she said, glancing to where her parents were talking to Hunt. Everything had changed for the better, and Hazel was so excited to see where her relationship with her parents would end up. But also, seeing them got Hazel thinking. She slipped her arms around Kieran, suddenly wondering how he felt about all of this. "Do you wish your parents were here?" she asked, chiding herself for not asking sooner if she could help him with that relationship.
He scanned the garden, full of his friends, team, and chosen family, and then he looked at her.
No, they're not in my life for a good reason. I have everything and everyone I need right here. He wrapped an arm around her neck and kissed the top of her head. Besides, you know what I realized today?
"What's that?" she asked, moving away to investigate his handsome face. His expression was open, gentle.
"You're the family I've always wanted,"
he murmured, placing a hand low on her belly.
"We're going to create the family I should have had."
A pause, then his voice thickened.
"I'm not sure I'll ever be able to show you how much that means to me, but I thought this might be a good start."
The world stopped turning as Kieran reached into his pocket, and as he went down to one knee, time stopped. Gasps and murmurs filled the air around her, but she couldn't take her focus off the princess-cut diamond ring in the little black box as he said,
"You've taken a guy who ran from the idea of marriage and children and made him a believer, all because you know how to love a person, Hazel, and I will spend the rest of my life trying to love you back in the same way. Nothing would make me happier than to have you as my wife. Will you marry me?"
She burst into happy tears and couldn't find the right words to explain that she'd never been happier in her life or the depth of her love for him, so she nodded. Their friends and family cheered as Kieran laughed freely, happily, and stood to slip the ring on her finger. She knew right then and there that this was the beginning of the most beautiful time in her life, the beginning of their family. She became lost and amazed in his blinding smile in the seconds before he was kissing her, like she hoped he'd always kiss her, like no one was watching. Epilogue. A couple weeks later, lush greenery and more flowers than Hazel had ever seen in her life surrounded her as she reached the fancy gold-accented chair next to Kieran. Elise sat opposite Kieran at the circular table, covered with white linen and a grand white lily centerpiece. Hazel's feet screamed bloody murder as she dropped into the seat. "My feet are killing me," she groaned to Kieran. He reached for her legs, placing her feet in his lap, and hastily removing one of her high heels. His dress coat was gone, as was his bow tie, and his dress shirt was rolled up to his elbows. The first few buttons at his collar were undone.
"I take it heels will be a thing of the past when you start showing."
"Lord, yes," Hazel muttered. Then she practically purred when his thumb dug into the arch of her foot. She'd been on her feet since 7 o'clock this morning, when she, alongside Elise and the bride, Zoe, headed off to the salon to get glammed up for the wedding. The day had truly been a whirlwind as she watched her best friend marry the love of her life. She caught Zoe and Reese dancing now, after the slow song took over the fast one they'd all been dancing to. Reese, as always, looked classically handsome in his tux, but Zoe stole the show. Her wedding dress was gorgeous vintage lace on the top and a chiffon skirt. Her hair had been put into a romantic updo with smoky makeup on her face. Zoe was the most beautiful thing at their wedding, regardless of the fact that Reese had gone all out with a lavish dinner, hundreds upon hundreds of flowers, and twinkle lights decorating the garden at his lake house on Long Island's North Shore. The 5-bedroom stone colonial house stood slightly atop a hill, facing out to the lake, and was postcard perfect. Now, well into the night, Zoe and Reese would soon leave for their 2-week honeymoon to the Mediterranean, and Hazel suspected they'd spend the entire flight locked in each other's arms as husband and wife. She smiled for her friends.
"I must be doing a good job if I'm making you smile."
Hazel laughed, turning away from the happy couple, focusing on her bit of happiness. "You're doing an amazing job." She wiggled her other foot. "This one next." Kieran chuckled.
"So bossy."
But he slipped her other high heel off, digging into the arch before he gestured at Zoe.
"Soon that'll be you in the wedding dress."
"It can't come soon enough," Hazel said. His smile was all for her, sweet and true. Their wedding was coming up sooner than either of them originally thought, only 3 weeks from now. They'd considered waiting until after the baby was born, since Hazel had always dreamed of wearing a fitted vintage lace wedding dress, and the one she dreamed of didn't exactly include a round belly. But Kieran didn't want to wait, and she didn't either, so they opted for the next best thing. A small evening wedding with their friends, her family, and his team. They would all join them at a country estate owned by one of the Phoenix members, who Reese approached and who offered the space without question. The property was a romantic dream, full of Victorian furniture and old-world charm, in the countryside of northern Westchester County, only an hour from Manhattan. Hazel couldn't have wanted anything more, and even her mother seemed pleased by the choice, even if she wasn't thrilled that she couldn't invite her friends. But her parents had offered to pay for the catering, and their relationship was changing, getting better day by day. When Archer approached the table, he delivered a drink to Elise, and he gave a low, slow whistle, then gestured to the dance floor. Hazel followed his gaze to see Hunt dancing with Lottie. Hazel had grown to like Lottie during her time at Phoenix. Not only did Lottie own her sensuality, but she was funny and witty, and seemed like a good person. She fit right in. "Now that's a sight I thought I'd never see," Reese said, dropping into the seat beside Kieran, pulling Zoe onto his lap. "You and me both," Zoe quipped. Kieran rubbed his fingers into Hazel's foot harder, and she moaned, causing him to smile as he said to the group, "Leave it to Hunt to get his hands on her any way he can." "What do you mean?" she asked Kieran. "Hunt has wanted Lottie since he set his eyes on her," Kieran explained, "but he got red-taped." She frowned, nodding to her foot when Kieran's thumb stopped digging. "Why?" His thumb slid across her arch again as Reese answered, "He's too invested in her. It poses a problem for the club." That made no sense. Can't he ask her out outside of the club, though? Kieran replied, "He has asked her out. She turns him down every time." Hazel looked to Hunt and Lottie on the dance floor again. They weren't just slow dancing. They looked a second away from ripping each other's clothes off. Lottie was pressed intimately against Hunt, her body molded to his. Hunt's hand rested at the top of her buttock, his thumb stroking the exposed skin above her dress. They stared right at each other, both with equal looks of hunger. "She sure looks like she wants him," Hazel commented. Kieran chuckled. "Welcome to the hunt and chase between Hunt and Lottie." Hazel could only watch as Hunt stared at Lottie's mouth, and she licked her lips, sliding her hand up his bicep. The song suddenly came to an end. Hunt spun Lottie away before he gave her a small bow of his head, and she gave him a polite curtsy. But there wasn't anything proper in how they looked at each other. Hazel turned to Kieran. "Do you think they'll ever get together?" she asked. Kieran's mouth twitched when he looked at his oldest friend. "Yes, one day he'll have her." He leaned forward, sending sparks through her, and murmured before he sealed his mouth on hers, "Just as I have you." This has been Save Me, Phoenix Book 3,